BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Catherine Cracknell. Sir Keir Starmer and Donald Trump have both praised the close ties between the UK and United States and revealed a technology deal worth £150 billion. The Prime Minister said the US President's state visit, which concluded with a news conference, had renewed the special relationship for a new era. Our political editor Chris Mason says there's relief in Downing Street tonight.
Somehow the Prime Minister has managed to tame Donald Trump. You can almost imagine folk in Downing Street tonight wearing one of those red caps beloved of Donald Trump, saying that we've made the White House predictable again. And that might sound glib, but it matters, and it matters in Downing Street, because if they can have an element of predictability in a maturing relationship between the Prime Minister and the President, it will take less bandwidth, less brain space in their negotiations with such a crucial ally.
The government's facing a fresh legal challenge about its one-in, one-out migrant returns deal with France. A hearing's taking place at the High Court and involves an Ethiopian man due to be removed tomorrow as part of the agreement. Our home and legal correspondent Dominic Casciani is outside the court.
Crucially, his lawyers are saying that if he's returned to France, they won't look after him properly as a victim of trafficking. And the twist in all of this, of course, is that the government is saying because France observes human rights law like the UK does, of course he'll get decent treatment if he's sent. So there's no reason not to send him there. We don't need additional assurances from the French.
Two MPs who are planning to launch a new left-wing party this autumn appear to be at loggerheads. The former Labour MP, Zara Sultana, says she's been treated appallingly by allies of the former Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, describing the working group as a sexist boys' club. While Mr Corbyn said Ms Sultana's attempts to sign up new members to the party were unauthorised. Sienna Rogers is deputy editor of the Political House magazine.
Basically, this is just them wrestling for kind of control over how this new party is set up, all those kind of democratic processes. And it's the sort of thing that people involved on the left of the Labour Party have argued about for decades and decades. And those kind of same debates are really being transferred over to this new party, kind of debates that have really fomented division.
Hundreds of thousands of people have been protesting across France in a show of solidarity over the government's public spending cuts. Strikes have disrupted public transport, schools and health services in cities across the country, including Paris, Marseille and Lyon. And the final veneer of rock has been broken through to open an underground tunnel linking Austria and Italy. The world's longest cross-border underground rail tunnel will eventually form part of a high-speed rail line connecting northern and southern Europe. And the weather, a cloudy night in central and northern parts with some spells of rain, clearer conditions in Northern Ireland and southeast England, which will spread into Scotland overnight. That's the BBC News at 3 minutes past 7.
Weekend mornings on 5 Live. Saturdays from 9 a.m.
Patrick Keelty.
We have a lovely show coming your way this morning. Lots of sport, great guests.
And at 11, Fighting Talk.
With Rick Edwards.
It's the debates you have with your mates in the pub or the group chat, thrashed out furiously on national radio.
Sundays from 10.
Colin Murray.
Hello everybody. If you have sport in your day, as always, let me know about it.
Weekend mornings
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
This is 5 Live Sport. The Champions League with Mark Chapman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
28 years on from a famous win at St James's, will history repeat itself in Newcastle in the Champions League tonight?
It's another welcome to St James's Park, another momentous day in the history of the club.
Spire has just earned Newcastle for the first time in their history a place in the European Cup, big time.
It's a historical thing for the club and I'm sure we'll enjoy it.
Aspria just tucks it into a corner.
It's difficult at home sometimes when you're playing against teams like Barcelona because the fans will want you to go on and attack and score 2 or 3 goals.
It's 2-0! Fabulous cross! Aspria again! Newcastle are delirious! And it comes from Gillespie. Aspria is there! Newcastle 3, Barcelona 0. And I swear they cannot believe it at St James's Park. Chance here, driven across the face of goal, and it's into the net. Luis Enrique.
Newcastle, it was probably the greatest result in their history.
I thought Barcelona Football Club was quite big. I think this has just pipped it.
I think it'll be a proud moment for everyone connected with Newcastle to be back into the Champions League after a long period away.
And he's driven into the net by Almiron!
It's a special place on Champions League night is St James's Park, and then we've got it again.
Fabian Sherwin! Oh! champions, Kylian Mbappe and all, and St James's Park celebrates a famous night.
There's things we can take from that experience. This time the resolve is stronger to try and progress and try and make it a meaningful one.
So is it going to be another meaningful one, another memorable one for Newcastle in Europe tonight? Let's get straight to St James's Park. Kick-off at 8 o'clock. Full commentary here on 5 Live with John Murray.
Yes, good evening, Mark. It promises to be a special night. I think even by the standards of St James's Park, the atmosphere inside this ground tonight could be truly epic. You know, that match in 1997, that was actually Newcastle United's first match in either the European Cup or the Champions League proper. And Tino Livramento, who scored that hat-trick, I'm told he is going to be here tonight, as is Sir Bobby Robson's son, Mark. So there's a little bit of something for everyone, I think, tonight. Apart from the fact there's no Lamine Yamal, the teenage Barcelona star is injured. But the Newcastle surprise is there's no Voltemada in the starting lineup. He's on the bench. No Jacob Murphy either, also a substitute. Newcastle's front line is Barnes, Gordon, Elanga. But I'll give you that and up it with Barcelona's front line, which is Rafinha, Lewandowski and Rashford.
You meant Tino Asprilla, didn't you?
What did I say?
You said Tino Livramento, who
well, he's here as well. He is here as well.
So
well spotted.
Going to be.
I was wondering
I'm
who.
Always here for it.
I was wondering who would be the first to spot that.
So Asprilla will be there, will he?
So I'm told. Yes.
Oh,
and I have to confess. You know, that was 28 years ago. Will we still be able to? Will he still look the same? When the television cameras focus in on him, will he look the same? And actually, just as I say that, there's a smattering of applause down below. Eddie Howe is just being brought along the touchline. I think he's been doing some of the pre-match TV interviews. What a big night for him tonight. The last English manager to win this trophy was Joe Fagan back in 1984.
Wow. There are 2 early games in the Champions League this evening, as there have been the past 2 nights. Club Brugge 3-0 up on Monaco. And we've had some really interesting results over the last couple of nights, where some of the smaller teams, some of the newer teams have surprised some of the so-called bigger boys. Well, FC Copenhagen are ahead tonight at home to Bayer Leverkusen. So that is a 0-0 there. They've had a really disappointing start to the season, have the Germans, of course, moved on from Erik ten Hag very quickly, but they lead Copenhagen by 1-0. Newcastle Barcelona then here on 5 Live this evening on Sports Extra. Manchester City at home to Napoli. Mike Mayonnaise at this one.
Well, tonight is all about Kevin De Bruyne, isn't it? Pep Guardiola's written in his programme notes that what the club achieved over the last 10 years wouldn't be possible without KDB. 16 trophies he won in his time here before departing in May. He starts, as does Scott McTominay and Rasmus Højlund, who have history on the red side of Manchester. Napoli unchanged from their 3-1 win over Fiorentina. So are Manchester City from their 3-0 Derby Day win over Manchester United. That means Donnarumma starts. He won the Champions League in May with PSG. And Erling Haaland, who is on 49 Champions League goals in 48 games, the quickest to 50 currently is Ruud van Nistelrooy. Haaland has 12 games to play with. City haven't lost on match day 1 since 2018. Their road to Budapest starts tonight.
Big night in the Women's Champions League for Manchester United. They lost their first leg away to Brann last week by 1-0. If they can overturn that, then they will make the group stages. Julia Bold is watching the second leg at Lee Sports Village. Are they off to a good start?
They are, because it is Manchester United 1, Brann 0. We've had 9 minutes played. Elizabeth Turland has just scored the goal. It was a rocket of a shot against her former club. There was no stopping it, and it's been coming as well, because from kick-off it has been all Manchester United. Melvin Mallard looking sharp, and Jess Parker had a shot on target blocked just before that goal. So it's going well so far. Manchester United 1, Brann 0.
So I'll keep you up to date with that. City Napoli will be on Sports Extra from 8 o'clock. Newcastle Barcelona here on 5 Live. So let's talk more about it. Dion Dublin alongside John Murray at St James's Park. Former Newcastle midfielder Isaac Hayden with us as well throughout the course of the evening. And there's an extra Champions League highlight show tonight. Nader Manua alongside Gabby for that. It will be on BBC Two a little bit later on, so you can see all the goals from tonight. Then you'll be able to see it on the iPlayer as well. I don't know, Isaac. Can you tell me how much when you joined Newcastle? Evening, by the way. Welcome to 5 Live Sport. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much. No, thanks for having me on. Yeah, fantastic.
You spotted the Tino Asprilla, Tino Livramento thing, didn't you? You were just too polite to say. I could see you giggling.
Yeah, no, I did. It was, as I said, the Livramento at left back tonight. It was an interesting one. I'm not sure if Lewis Hall's fully fit, but as I said, I think Tino's got a lot of experience for such a young age as well.
How much are the great European nights at Newcastle woven into folklore when you joined the club?
It's huge. I mean, I can only speak from Premier League nights that I've had there, big games against Liverpool, Man City, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric. So, as I said, in European nights, it's only going to be a level above. And I think tonight they're going to have to play with the atmosphere, use the emotion. And as I said, almost like the last time in the Champions League against PSG, the fans really were that 12th man. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they get on tonight.
I mean, other fans, Dion, may think, if they haven't been to St James's for a big cup game, they may think, how much different can it be than other places, really, But when you do go there, whether it's Paris Saint-Germain in Europe, whether it's Barcelona in Europe, whether it's a League Cup semi-final against, Arsenal or Southampton, they do feel different. They really do.
Yeah, and it's the evening game, it's the lights, it's, people making their way from work, purposely. You go to the pub and have a few drinks, meet up with their mates, and the atmosphere just picks up. It just gets, rowdier and noisy, and all the flags are being waved, and it's special. I played here before, and, against this team, and it's just noisy. And you know what? I think this is a stadium where you see most home shirts, black and white everywhere, whether it's a scarf or a shirt, it's just black and white, no other colour. It's intimidating.
And of course, one of the unique selling points is anyone who's been here will know that this stadium is so close to the city centre, which has been a bit of an issue, hasn't it, in terms of moving the stadium or building a new stadium. But they have got something that's very important here for this football club, and an example of that is around about 4:30 that I walked from the city centre to the ground, so walk past the RVI, walk past the big university building. And as I did that, St James's Park is there in front of you, and they were practicing playing the Champions League theme. And the street at that time was thronged with Newcastle United supporters. You could hear the Champions League theme as you walked in the city centre. And I thought, that is really special.
I'll bring you in a second, Nathan, but another goal for Julia Bold in the Women's Champions League.
It's now Manchester United 2, Bran 0. Elizabeth Turland again. Bran are really struggling to keep giving away the ball. It fell again to Elizabeth Turland, bang in the back of the net. They are putting the pressure on Manchester United. It's currently Manchester United 2, Bran 0.
Because we talk about this atmosphere then, Nathan, because we go back 28 years to them beating Barcelona then, because we talk about them beating Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League a couple of years ago, do you think all of a sudden there's a bit more expectation on them because of that?
It's a good question, Shappers. I don't think there's added expectation just because of the fact that, you're talking about those memories, but they haven't played 28 years of being in Europe as well, which is why games against Barcelona, they feel so special because it doesn't happen all the time. Whereas I think for other sides who have been in Europe year in, year out for these Champions League moments, then I think it's possibly a bit different. But for Newcastle, I personally think this is a great game for them because they assume the identity of an underdog even though they're playing at home. And I think for when that noise gets up, the players can play in a style which suits that moment. The fans will be right behind them. And they're going to try and disrupt a Barcelona side who many have tipped for going really far in this competition. So I don't think there's an added layer of expectation. I think there's a rightful sense of hope and belief that the team can do it because they've seen in this last year or so that Newcastle can compete against anybody. But yeah, I just don't think it's expectation, but it should be a great game nonetheless.
Nedum, do you think there's, sorry to butt in, do you think there's sort of less pressure on them? I know they'll put pressure on themselves and the fans will, want them to do well, but maybe there's less pressure because they've not done it for so long?
Yeah, possibly. But then, we're talking about that PSG game just a couple of years ago or however long it was, so it's not necessarily because it's not been so long. It's just because I think people appreciate and realise that it's Barcelona coming to town. I think if they were playing against, like a Copenhagen or something at home, then I think that is different But we see this Barcelona side. We've seen Barcelona as a football club and their history in the Champions League. You've seen them in the last year's competition making it to the semi-final and being essentially a couple of minutes away from making the final. So I think they understand that it's going to be a very, very tough game, but they're right behind those players, and I'm sure they're going to give a good account of themselves.
Are you right by Catalan radio, John?
Why do you ask?
Well, it just in the background, it sounded like they may have been commentating on the 7:15 at Kempton.
7:15 at Llobregat. Yes, I think he was doing his intro.
Oh, this is going to be fun this evening.
He's about, what is he on 3 feet to your right? Radio Marca. It is, actually.
Let's hear from Eddie Howe talking about that game against Paris Saint-Germain a couple of years ago and the 4-1 win for Newcastle and what he learnt from that performance.
There's things we can certainly take from that game, but of course there's things we can take from that experience, the whole thing. Ultimately we didn't progress beyond the group stage. That was a big disappointment. So I think we can use those experiences to help us. I think for this individual game, which is all we can focus on, is trying to get a positive result, is trying to prepare the players for the game. Everything that goes into a Champions League game, it is different from the Premier League. The build-up's different, the feel's different. So I think having done that before can certainly help us again. I think the squad is arguably stronger. I don't know. You could always make a debate either way. Of course, the squad has changed from 2 years ago, so it's a different squad, and I think, I back the quality that we have. Certainly they're tough games. It's a tough looking fixture list for us, and I think the early games are really important because they set the foundation and they set the tone, and that's why we're really focusing on our performance and trying to deliver a good one. There was a lot of unknowns last time, and yes, the focus was always on trying to get through the group stage, but there was a feeling that we were sampling it all new, and we enjoyed it, but ultimately we did fail. So I think this time the resolve is stronger to try and progress and not just enjoy the experience, but try and make it a meaningful one. I think we've done that historically in the past, from learning from different things and then trying to add layers, whether that's our preparation or our general performance.
Tell you what strikes me there, Isaac, from his answer, is it seems very similar to how they approached, or what he was saying ahead of the League Cup final last time out, which was 2 years ago against Manchester United. Not that it was a bit of a laugh, but it was this amazing experience and they were enjoying it. Same with the Champions League. Now they mean business a bit more. Oh, can't hear Isaac at the moment. Let's see if we can hear. Are you there? I can see you. There we are. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no, the core of the group is kind of been there since the last Champions League occasions for Newcastle. So I think that, like you said, they're going to be used to it, or at least able to sort of handle the occasion of this magnitude. But I think also, like you said, the Carabao Cup final as well for a lot of the players would have been a massive occasion, and they rose to that nicely as well. So I think, as I said, tonight will still be a big occasion, but you've got really big time players there. Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali, they're used to playing at the highest level internationally as well. So I don't think that's going to be a problem tonight.
It's progression, isn't it, Nathan? We had a discussion last night that Chelsea are really quite inexperienced Champions League-wise when you look at the appearances that their players have had in the competition. We spent several years talking about Manchester City building up their Champions League experience. So exactly the same for Newcastle.
Yeah, I think the Chelsea example is an interesting one because the players, yes, themselves are experienced, but then Chelsea also won the Champions League 4 years ago. That's so paradox with that in itself. So yeah, I think
but not with that squad.
No, exactly. Yeah. It's almost like the club's done itself this like soft reset as such. But yeah, I think progression is key, and I think one thing we saw, and in fairness, we could sort of link Aston Villa to this as well, is that getting a taste of the Champions League doesn't mean you'll get a taste the next season as well. I think it shows how consistent you need to be to get those opportunities. But as they arrive here in the Champions League again this season, they'll remember those moments from the last campaign, how well they started versus how it finished towards the end. But then also for them and lots of others, it's a chance to play in the new system. So again, it's new. I wonder how much of an advantage the teams that played in the Champions League last year have in terms of deciding like how to manage those games, when they're going to be, and sort of the value of those 2 extra matches as well. So yeah, it is building, it's improvement, it's continuous improvement, trying to make sure you're here year in, year out. And I think those experiences in the past will count. But then again, every game is so different, and playing against Barcelona is such a great test to start this campaign.
And they go into tonight with Voltemade on the bench, Isaac. So how fluid then do you expect this front three to be with Elanga and Gordon and Barnes? You'd expect Gordon to start through the middle, would you?
Yeah, 100%. I think, as I said, Gordon's had experience this season, especially start the season playing through the middle. Obviously, I don't think it's his best position, but I think that with Voltemade coming on probably in the second half late on, that will probably make the difference for them. And I think that Eddie Howe's very specific in terms of his pressing sequences. And obviously with Nick only just joining the club recently, he's still getting used to it. I think the intensity of the game at the weekend against Wolves, I think he came out and said that it was quite high for him. So it didn't really...
cramp, didn't he? Cramp.
It didn't really surprise me that he wasn't going to start tonight. And I think that, especially with that front three, I mean, they're all electric. Pace-wise, they're fantastic. So I think that they'll really hurt Barcelona's defence tonight.
But I suppose there are two things there, and you're perfectly placed to tell us about this, is obviously the cramp and getting used to the pace of the Premier League and so on and so forth. But you also mentioned the pressing triggers and the system and the shape. Dan Burn did a Monday Night Club with us, and he said, such is the nature of training and having to know what everybody is doing. If he had to play right wing, he would know what he would need to do because he's so schooled in how Eddie Howe trains everybody and what he expects of everybody. So Voltemade has to get up to that speed mentally as well.
Yeah, it's, as I said, it's very different to a lot of managers and a lot of styles. When Eddie first came in, it was kind of a bit of a shock to the system for most players. So as I said, new signings, it does take a little bit of time to kind of get used to it. I remember a few years ago when Bruno first signed at the club, he kind of took him sort of 5, 6, 7 games to really get into the side and make his mark. So I think people just need to be patient with Voltemade. But as I said, it was a fantastic start of the weekend for him. I watched the game myself and he played very well, and it's just a physical thing. He just needs a bit of time to get up to speed, and when he is up to speed, I'm sure he'll be a fantastic player for the club.
Nadim, Rayo Vallecano played Barcelona last month, and they caused them problems with their wingers, dragging Barcelona's defenders a little bit out of position, and that finished 1-1. Is that the blueprint, do you think?
I think it's definitely something worth considering. And, unless Barcelona have completely changed the way that they play, they probably have one of the most aggressive lines in sort of European football. But the contradiction to that is that everybody sees it and everyone tries to exploit it, but very few do. But I think as we look at the lineup that he's gone for today, maybe it's a conscious effort to not play Voltemade. And obviously he was tired from the weekend. In some ways I love that because... we can talk about him getting up to speed, but I think that's a story of somebody with nervous energy as well, making their debut in front of a lot of fans. Yeah. So, I think with Barnes, with Gordon, and the other speed that they have up top, I think it's just going to be a case of trying to exploit, because if you get on the other side of Barcelona's defence and you do time your runs well, you will not get caught. And we'll see whether that works out for them. But again, it's something that will get the crowd going. People running in behind. And you've got people in midfield and beyond who will play those balls in behind. So I think that's the main point for me, as opposed to Voltemade potentially coming short, which actually, contrary to what some people may think, is actually a big part of his game, or has been in Germany at least.
Yeah. John, were you coming in?
I was going to say, I actually should run through the teams in full, because I've not actually done that yet. Well, that's your fault. But Newcastle,
I thought it might be. I'm not quite sure how.
It usually is. So Newcastle, Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento, same back four, same midfield three, Guimarães, Tonali and Joelinton, and then that front three I mentioned of Elanga, Anthony Gordon, who's obviously suspended domestically at the moment, and Harvey Barnes on the left. And the Barcelona team, their new goalkeeper Joan Garcia in goal, back four of Koundé, the captain Araujo, the teenager Kubasi and Gerard Martin. Then in midfield, Frankie de Jong, who's been out injured, was injured with the Dutch side, but he's back in. Fermin Lopez and Pedri, and then that front three of Rafinha, Lewandowski and Rashford. And just as the Newcastle players led out by Bruno Guimarães appear from the tunnel down in front of us and run through the Champions League arch and out onto the pitch. In terms of the difference in Champions League experience, this Newcastle starting lineup, between them, have got 100 Champions League appearances. Whereas Robert Lewandowski, this is his 134th on his own.
Just a final thing here. We'll come back to this game, Nathan. But we saw enough of Barcelona last year when doing these shows that they do give you chances.
Yeah, they do. But then we also saw last year they score a ton of goals, and I suppose it's about finding the balance, isn't it? Because they will let up some chances, but maybe some of that was to do with the fact that, you know, they believe they could outscore anybody, and with the likes of Lamine Yamal, Rafinha, who's one of the top scorers in the competition as well, you know, they'll go toe-to-toe with anybody. So yes, they're not imperfect. They're not necessarily built on having like the strongest defence and try and nick 1-0s. But they'll always stick in the game because they know they can have so many moments from some of the stars that they have on that pitch.
And Nader Manua is with us, Isaac Hayden, as well John Murray and Dion Dublin, your commentary team here on 5 Live for Newcastle against Barcelona. Manchester City against Napoli will be on Sports Extra this evening. Michael Brown, part of the commentary team at the Etihad. Evening.
Evening, you well? All good?
Very well. Yeah, very well, thank you. Look, it's going to be a hugely emotional return to Manchester tonight for a Mancunian legend, but as well as Scott McTominay, you'll be watching Kevin
thank you
De Bruyne.
very much, Chappers. No, do you know what? When he's just walked out there now, he's just got some aura about it. I can't say any more good things about what he's delivered for the Premier League, for fans all around the world, what he brings and what he does on the football pitch, how he actually sets an example as well. And I think he's impressed all his new teammates, and to be back so soon, I can just imagine what he's thinking. You know, walking out, he's be looking, going, can I do something special? Can I get my team over the line? He won't be fazed. He'll just want to do as well as he can. But some player, and to return like this, isn't it fate that the top players, and they deserve it by the way, to get these draws so soon, and it's just something special happening here to watch him now. I hope he does very well, but I'm not sure too well, Chappers.
It's a tough test this, isn't it, Nadem, for City?
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's against the Napoli side that have won all their opening games in the league, and you know they are champions of Italy as well, so they should definitely be respected. I think the injury to Lukaku earlier in the season, or before the start of the season, is a blow for them, but they've certainly hit the ground running. And someone as well who doesn't get mentioned is like an Antonio Conte, somebody that has managed in the Premier League before, managed against the likes of Pep Guardiola and such. So yeah, it is a tough test, but it's the Champions League encounter between teams who are either in pot 1 or pot 2 together. It's a really nice game, and as Michael said, like, the fact that De Bruyne's first game in the Champions League is going back to the place where he said he never really wanted to play against, which is why he left the country, is hilarious in itself. And I just need to make the point as well, for those people that doubted him, City fans in particular, like a couple of years ago, I bet they're all so nervous tonight, because everything that they thought was wrong with him 2 years ago, I bet they see the other side of it tonight, like, oh no, Kevin's got the ball, oh no, he's going to tear us apart, isn't he? Oh dear.
I was going to say,
go on, Michael.
I was going to say, it's remarkable, isn't it, that this set of fixtures came out randomly for the first week of the Champions League, that the computer produced a really tasty set of fixtures.
Sounds
for the
like
first
conspiracy
week.
to me. That sounds like conspiracy.
I'm just saying, Nathan, it's remarkable, isn't it?
Well, there are two things, aren't there? The fixtures are random. But how they schedule them,
you could almost have handpicked them.
Yeah, that is picked. Well, why wouldn't you? If you have all of these, why would you not schedule it like this?
Guess who's walking past us? It is Faustino Asprilla. He is 4 feet away. He's given Dion a wave. And Dion, we would have recognised him, wouldn't he? He's hardly changed.
He's not changed at all.
He's hardly changed.
He looks as young as ever. He's right behind us as well, I think. Big John, he's just walking behind us now, having his photos. Looks very smart.
Are you going to try for an interview with him, John?
Well, I think by the time I manage to ease myself out of my seat, I think he'll be gone. I think it'll be somersaulting up the stand.
One of the things, just looking at City tonight, Michael, is that is the same starting 11 from the derby, isn't it? Is he? Just off the top of my head, he's kept the same 11. That's quite unusual for him.
Very, very unusual. That tells you now how you feel that he's not sure. He's not got a consistency. They haven't performed yet so far. The opening day they did, and they found a formula maybe with the extra day that there's been for the recovery. But you look over the shoulder as well, it's Arsenal away. So normally you'd look at this and sort of go, well, we can recover. Last year's Champions League, because of this format, you get to, well, if we start slow, we've got enough time to balance off and get the results later. So we look for the next game. He's hit this head on. He wants to get a positive vibe around the place, you would guess. But what does he then do Sunday? So he's looking, he's saying this is the one in front of him. I mean, the interesting one, isn't it, is Kushinoff in at right back. That's a real problem for what they call O'Reilly playing at the left back area. The rest, you do feel like he can all slot into rhythm. Phil Foden could be the player. We missed him last season. If he can do something, he can get back to anywhere near his best, that'll give him huge confidence in the derby, getting on the front foot, getting a goal. So we need to see him back to something like that.
Antonio Conte, Isaac, has said this week he was absolutely baffled that he was able to get Scott McTominay to Napoli, because he believed that he ought to have been dominating the Premier League. Can you see an element of truth in his comment?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it, with players at Man United, and we've seen that with Rashford obviously moving out now and going to Barcelona. Sometimes you just need a fresh start, and different culture, different league, maybe that suited Scott. But as I said, I've played against Scott a few times, and he was always a top competitor. He's always a top player. You don't play for Man United if you're not. But sometimes you just have that feeling when you've been at a club a long time, like he had through the academy, that you just need a change. And obviously Italian football's really suited him, and he's, as I said, had a fantastic season last year, and as I said, hopefully he carries it on this year.
When you played up against him, what was difficult about playing against him? Because to the spectator, one would assume his physicality, because he's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, as I said, physically, but not just his physicality. He's good on the ball, he's got an eye for a goal, he's a goal-scoring midfielder, and as I said, I think he's slightly changed his position at Napoli, playing in a slightly different role, and I said he's scored a few goals over there as well. But I just think, as a whole, he's a very good leader as well. He was a leader at Manchester United in difficult times. I think Mourinho liked that about him when he was a young kid coming through the academy. And as I said, I think a different league, different manager, different environment sometimes brings the best out of players.
It sounds a bit daft, this, Michael, but given City's start to the season, do you think the consistency is important, that they back up Sunday with another win today?
They've got to. For such a long time now, we haven't seen it for obvious reasons. A lot of change in personnel, and then he's tried to find an answer. He's shook it up in the transfer market. Not only that, his backroom staff to test himself out, because he knows they've been under par. So lots of changes, and still not necessarily defensively sound. So obviously conceding far too many opportunities. Manchester United could have been more clinical. So he knows later on in games, he knows that he has to improve the legs, the way of seeing out games. That's going to be so important for Pep. That was one thing he did change, didn't he, when he first coming in. But just going back to McTominay, it was a brave move for Conte to actually move his position for Kevin De Bruyne out onto that left-hand side, sometimes the interlink. But that's a big call for him. I don't know what the guys think when you've got Kevin De Bruyne in, you're moving someone like McTominay into a wider area. Is that too big a risk, or is it something that he has to do?
Nathan?
I think Conte is so experienced that he could see how it would work, and I think the two of them will combine in a certain way because of the way that Napoli like to keep possession as well. So it's not as if the positions have to be completely solid rather. And I think from how I've seen him, Spinazzola on the left-hand side is somebody who can cover a lot of ground in there. So McTominay is leftish as opposed to left side, and if anything, they've probably got two really good attacking midfielders to support Lobotka and Anguissa as well in the sixes more often than not.
Nader Manua, Isaac Hayden, Dion Dublin, Michael Brown all with us this evening. Michael, for the moment, thank you. Michael, part of the commentary team on Sports Extra. Manchester City against Napoli is an 8 o'clock kickoff. There have been more goals in the early games in the Champions League. Club Brugge are now 4-0 up at home to Monaco. Bayer Leverkusen, with 8 minutes to go, equalised in Denmark against FC Copenhagen. 4 minutes later, Copenhagen got a second, though, so they now lead by 2-1 as both games approach second half stoppage time. Let's just switch to the Rugby League. Hull KR can win the League Leaders' Shield tonight if they beat Warrington. Commentary of this one will be on Sports Extra 2, and Sharon Shortall is watching.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful, balmy evening here in East Hull, and it could be a huge night as well, with a near sell-out home crowd expecting to see a Hull Kingston Rovers lifting that trophy for the first time in the Super League era. And despite a wobble or two recently, that is what we do expect against a Warrington side who have faded away really this season, so they've nothing left to play for tonight. With that in mind, their coach Sam Burgess has named a young side with a handful of academy and reserve players coming in. Matt Duffy returns though. He's been named in the centres for Warrington. Well, in contrast, Willie Peters has a near full-strength Hull KR side with only Noah Booth on the wing, not one of the regulars. It means Sawaso Su is back from injury and goes straight into the starting lineup. The crowd here has been building for the last hour and a half. If Rovers can win tonight, Mark, the atmosphere is going to be electric.
Thank you very much, Sharon. You can listen to commentary then of that on Sports Extra 2, Hull KR against Warrington. On Sports Extra 3, Hull FC are taking on Catalan, and they need a win to keep their playoff chances alive. Bayer Leverkusen have just equalised in Denmark, so it's now FC Copenhagen 2, Bayer Leverkusen 2. Let's go to the tennis and the Billie Jean King Cup. Great Britain into the semi-finals after straight sets wins for Sonny Cartel and Katie Bolter against Japan. Russell Fuller has been watching.
And they were two dominant singles performances by Cartel and Bolter. Mark Bolter dropped only 3 games against Moyuki Uchijima, and the only vaguely tense part of the whole tie was when Sonny Cartel was taken to a second set tie-break before beating Ena Shibahara also in straight sets. So they're into the semi-finals for the third time in 4 years, but on Saturday in the last 4 it's the United States. Completely different proposition. They have a top 10 player in Jessica Pegula, a top 20 player in Emma Navarro, and the current doubles world number 1 in Taylor Townsend.
And Emma Raducanu also played today after opting out of the GB team.
Yes, and had a great opportunity to beat Barbora Krejcikova, last year's Wimbledon champion. She was 5-2 up and led by a set to love, was serving for the match. It went to a tie-break. She had 3 match points in total, but all was saved by Krejcikova, who was very impressive when the match was on the line. And then the third set was curious because Raducanu seemed low on power, and she faded very quickly and lost the set 6-1. Didn't seem herself at all, and had briefly been in tears during her first-round match yesterday. I don't know whether there was a reason for that, but I guess as she reflects on her decision to play on the tour, she's had a win and a loss. She's had an extra week on the tour with her new coach, Francisco Roig. She may well consider that time very well spent. The other side of the coin, of course, is that had she played for Great Britain, then she'd probably be looking forward to a semi-final singles against Jessica Pegula on Saturday.
Thank you very much, Russell. We're going to switch to the Women's Rugby Union World Cup next. England squad for Saturday's semi-final against France in Bristol. We'll have Ellie Kildun back from concussion, and she will start at fullback. Here's head coach John Mitchell.
She's our best fullback in England, and she's been part of this team, throughout the 3 years. I think it would be unreasonable to not select her. She's gifted. She can break a game, and when she's focused and she's present, she's unbelievable. She's a young woman that's having to experience probably new challenges in life through the factors that she's so talented that a lot of things come her way. So over time, she's going to learn how to manage those. So she's going through probably new experiences that she's probably hasn't had before, but ultimately it's probably trying to help her narrow her focus and make sure she stays focused on process.
John Mitchell there on Ellie Kildun. Sarah Orchard is with us. We talk, Sarah, about all the options that Mitchell has available to him, but they needed Ellie Kildun back, didn't they?
Do you know what? I keep listening to that clip of John Mitchell, and I think actually he's actually saying a lot about her in this tournament, in that she hasn't actually properly fired just yet. The Ellie Kildun we really know. Him saying there that she needs to be focused, she needs to be present, there's new challenges and things that are coming her way. That's to do with her profile and how much she's hot property in the media and all the sponsorships and everyone who wants just a piece of her. And he's basically saying she needs to focus, because none of that's going to come unless she really lays it out there on the rugby field, and she can, and we've seen it, but I don't think we've seen it yet during this World Cup. So it is really exciting to see the Ellie Kildun we get in the semi-final.
I mean, you could play devil's advocate, couldn't you, Sarah, and say, well, has she actually needed to get to that level as yet? And maybe to time that run for the semi-final and hopefully a final would be perfect timing.
Yeah, exactly that. But there was an argument that Australia had slightly figured her and her wing colleagues out, the back three, in their match. They were repeatedly kicking over the heads of the back three players, putting them in really awkward positions. And Kilden had to go off just 25 minutes into that match, so we didn't get to see any more from her because of her concussion. But she would have been hugely frustrated with what was going on there. She'd been rested in the previous game. And this will be the first time she's really tested in a fixture, because I have to say, England, they need this test against France. They need it to be a good test if they are going to go on to the ultimate prize.
Do you think because of what happened in the Six Nations, where it finished 43-42, didn't it, that France will fancy their chances?
I think France are really dangerous on Saturday. There's no two ways about it. England are favourites and you can't shy away from that. But you look at the build-up to this week that France have had. 2 players have been banned. One for biting. That's been all over the papers in France. The other one is their co-captain for a dangerous tackle. It has heaped pressure on top of them. But if I know anything about France, is that a week like this actually ends up just inspiring them. I've just been in their press conference and their other captain, Marine Manager, has just been talking about it would be a great page in their history about how they're inspiring little girls in France to pick up a rugby ball and how much a dream it would be for them to make their first ever World Cup final. They are perpetual semi-finalists, and if anyone's going to cause an upset on a certain day, it'll be the French when you least expect it.
Full match live on Sports Extra from 3:15 on Saturday. Thank you, Sarah. You can also watch it on BBC Television. Dion Dublin, Isaac Hayden, Neda Manua with us. We are less than 20 minutes away from kick-off at both St James's Park and the Etihad. One big Champions League story this week was Benfica losing at home to Karabag, and that defeat saw Bruno Lage sacked, and it has been confirmed today that Jose Mourinho will be taking over at the club, back at Benfica 25 years after his first spell in charge. Neda, are you thinking great move Benfica, or are you thinking blimey Benfica, you're going to have all the life and joy sucked out of you?
Well, it's not the latter. Maybe there's something in between, actually. Maybe something in between. I think it's interesting for him to go back to Portugal now after all this time. You know, he left Porto in the early 2000s as well. So the whole footballing landscape, not just in Europe, but in that country, might have completely changed. And it's a very experienced Jose Mourinho now. And I wonder what the nation will be like in terms of seeing him return, whether it's something, because essentially in 2015, I don't know if you know this, but he's voted Portuguese Coach of the Century. Did you know that, Chappers?
I didn't know that.
Well,
no.
Yeah, and that was voted for by the Portuguese. So maybe he'll be welcomed in a positive manner, as opposed to us kind of looking at him move around Europe almost year in, year out. But in fairness to him, he always finds work, Chappers. So clearly he's got something going for him.
He does. I mean, that's a big call by Portuguese fans to vote for him.
It wasn't fans.
Well,
it wasn't fans.
Sorry, who was it?
Just one moment. Let me just check my sources. Just fill for me for a second, please, Chappers.
All right. Well, my point being, whoever votes for it, it's a big call to do that with 85 years of the century still to go. But anyhow, but the other point of that, Isaac, is the Jose Mourinho of 2025 is probably quite different to the one of 2015 because his record has been patchy over the last few years.
Yeah, but he's still got so much pedigree. You just have to look at the history. What he's done and what he's done for football in general has been absolutely amazing. And as I said, he had a difficult time at Spurs, and they sacked him before that Carabao Cup final, which he could have won a trophy at Spurs. Didn't end up happening, but I just feel he's just got that aura about him, and I think it's a good match, to be honest. I think, as I said, I know it's been a few years since he's been in Portugal, but I just think it's a good match, especially with the aura, especially with the way that he is, and I just think it's a good match.
So, Chappers, it's the Portuguese Football Federation, so you decide whether they're of any value in Portuguese football. You decide for yourself.
Well, I mean, actually, John Murray, the surprise would be that everybody would expect his next job in Portugal would have been the national team.
Yes, but there was a slight complication, wasn't there, because Roberto Martinez went and won the Nations League this summer. So he's just won a tournament. So therefore it'd be quite bold, wouldn't it, to change your coach? He probably would have had his sights set on taking Portugal to the World Cup in America. That would have been right up his street, wouldn't it? But Roberto Martinez has a trophy in the cabinet.
Dion Dudley's at St James's Park. We've got Isaac Hayden and Nader Manua with us as well. Nader will go shortly to be part of the Champions League highlight show a little bit later on. Let's just talk Barcelona. Paul Ballas, Barcelona writer at The Athletic, joins us as well. No Lamine Yamal for Barcelona, Paul, and I know obviously they've got a good squad and a big squad, but when they didn't have him last season, they struggled without him. They only took 6 points out of 21 when he didn't start.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the biggest challenges that Barcelona are facing here, but I think that's in a way the reason why they signed Marcus Rashford, to add some depth in there, to add an option whenever Lamine Yamal, Rafinha or Lewandowski are not available, and that's a big day for him. That's the biggest day since he's joined Barcelona. He has a huge chance ahead of him, and I think that this Barcelona side, with 1 year already having played on the Hansi Flick, is better equipped now to compete without Lamine Yamal than they were last season.
So is that how Rashford is being viewed? Right, we've brought you over here, there's no Lamine Yamal, we expect you to go and deliver here.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, I don't think that Barcelona fans expect him to become Lamine Yamal, but just to be a player that comes in and can deliver at a really good level. Of course, Barcelona have the likes of Pedri, the likes of Rafinha, the likes of Lewandowski that they can provide as well. But I think Rashford in here is, you have a potentially world-class asset just to combine with all these players. So basically, that's why Rashford was brought in, and it came in perfect time, this special occasion for him.
Did they view then, I mean, obviously last season they were involved in one of the all-time great Champions League ties, let alone semi-finals. And as painful as that defeat would have been over the two legs, was that, you've kind of alluded to that may have been sort of all part of the progress and process?
Yeah, that's part of the process in a way, but that's also what's made the Champions League a big priority for Barcelona this season. There's a view in Barcelona that for any generation, just to become one for the ages, you need to win the Champions League. That's the trophy that in Barcelona, among fans, among everyone, makes you just to stand out and gives you like a different level. I think that this generation is really good. It's a special one. Lamine Yamal, Pau Cubarsí, Pedri, we've mentioned a lot of names here. But they know that they need to provide the Champions League to that club. It's going to be 11 years now since the last time that they win the title. And this Barcelona side feel that they have everything just to dream and to compete. It starts all here in Newcastle. And I think that the defeat against Inter last season is just something that is going to add that extra layer of hunger in that team.
Just before I let you go, Nader, you obviously came through the ranks at City. The core of Barcelona's squad is through their academy, through La Masia. 45% of the minutes played all of last season came from academy graduates, came from La Masia graduates.
Do you know what? I love that, chappers, because yes, Man City's academy from Platt Lane back in the day is the same as Barcelona's from La Masia. I'm trying to figure out who City's Messi was, but in time I'll probably figure it out. But I think for Barcelona it's interesting because obviously I don't know the ins and outs and all the finer details of how they operate as a football club. But some of those youngsters that are playing got the opportunity because of the financial situation that they were in.
Yeah.
But it just so turns out that some of these people who they're bringing in are astonishingly good. Prime example, a 16-year-old or 15-year-old Lamine Yamal when he first enters the side for Barcelona. So it's great that they have that production line. I think the necessity for it in the last few years is probably alarming in some ways. But as you look through that team today and you look on the bench as well, with likes of Marc Casado, Baldes, who are injured at the moment, they've got so many players, and that as a consequence, it just shows you know what the team is going to be like, because at its core, the club runs in a way whereby whatever age you are, this is Barcelona, this is how we do things, and there's going to be opportunity.
Nader, thank you. We'll let you go and do the TV highlights. Thank you. Champions League highlights later on the iPlayer on BBC Two as well at 11 o'clock. It shouldn't really, Isaac, should it? It shouldn't take a needs-must attitude for academy graduates to get their chance, given all the financial all the finance that's put into bringing them through from the age of 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a very sort of difficult topic at the moment, especially with financial fair play. I mean, Newcastle are on the receiving end of losing Elliot Anderson, who I think will be an unbelievable player for England as well as Forest. And it shouldn't be like that. But I think it was the same a few years ago with Chelsea, wasn't it, when they had the embargo and, you know, Reece James and Tammy Abraham, and they were forced to play a lot of the young players, and it gave them their chance to come through and progress and kick on their career. So it's one of those where, you know, a lot of academies do produce good players, but it's just there's so much pressure and so much outside noise that makes it difficult for managers to give young players chances.
Paul, is the expectation amongst Barcelona fans that they win this year?
We've let him go, Mark. He had to go back to his seat.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes. So what was the question?
Well, you can add, is the expectation from Barcelona fans that Barcelona should win this competition this year? But I'm guessing nobody on the panel can now answer that.
Well, I think it's a little bit like the Goldfinger question, isn't it? Of course they expect them to win. They're Barcelona. And they just picked Real Madrid for the league title last season. And as Paul says, it's been such a long time since they won it, when Luis Enrique was the coach. So I think there very much is that expectation. And I think there's real excitement from speaking to some of them about the youngsters, as is always the case with Barcelona. But I think they've got a very good blend, I think, of real exciting youth and experience.
Thank you very much for doing the final answer as the Athletics Barcelona correspondent. Thank you.
That's one day maybe.
One day. Half-time.
What a dream that would be.
Half-time in the Women's Champions League qualifier this. Manchester United beat Brann tonight by 2 or more goals, then they will get through to the next stage. Julia Bold.
And at the break, it's Manchester United 2, Brann 0. United put pressure on from the off in this game. Brann couldn't get the ball clear when it fell straight to Elizabeth Turland, who fired it into the top corner. The visitors from then on have just been all over the place. It took another 4 minutes for the striker to capitalise again. It was a header this time at the back post. 13 minutes then to wipe out the deficit and go in front. Turland also probably should have had a hat-trick just before the break. It was a lovely curling shot from the left and just clipped the far post. So it is 2-1 to United on aggregate. Brann really struggling. We've had pyrotechnics before the game, pyrotechnics again at half time, and right now it's Manchester United 2, Brann 0.
Isaac, when you look at tonight then, where can Newcastle for you cause Barcelona problems?
I think, as we discussed earlier, I think the high line of Barcelona and the line that they take when defending is going to be crucial. I think as long as we time the runs right, and as I said, the three in midfield, especially Joe Linton and Bruno, they do make third-man runs in behind. So even if the wingers and the striker bring the defence up, they can run in behind and cause problems. And I just think that's a key point, because even with Barcelona committing a lot of men forward, I just think that on the transition, that'll be where Newcastle can hurt them the most.
You know, this was your position. You were at the club. What do you like most about Newcastle's midfield three? Because there are many that call it the best midfield three in the Premier League. So, as it's your position, what stands out for you with them?
Personally, I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, I've said that previously before. I do think it's the best midfield three in the division. I think it's the blend of the three of them. I mean, Bruno and Sandro can almost do everything. You know, they've got athletic capabilities. I mean, Bruno plays almost every minute of every game. I think last season in the Premier League, he covered the most distance in the league. So his durability is fantastic, but his ability on the ball, you know, he can defend, he can attack. And I said, I think he's slightly changed his position since Sandro's come into the team. He's kind of been more of an 8, which is probably his best position. And then, you know, Sandro physically is an absolute beast. He gets around the pitch, he covers distances, and he's got an eye for a goal as well, Sandro. And then just Joe Linton finishing that trio off. I mean, physically, an absolute specimen. Like we saw in the Carabao Cup final, you know, wins all his duels, gets around the pitch, and kind of complements the other two really, really well. So I just think as a trio, they've got a bit of everything. And I don't see any central midfield trio or pairing being better than those three in the Premier League.
And from your experience at the club as well, you know, we talk about all the positives and the benefits of the atmosphere, which is properly being cranked up behind us, as we can hear at the moment. How hard is it not to get carried away on adrenaline in that first 10-15 minutes on a night like tonight?
Yeah, it is very difficult. I think they're going to have to harness harness the crowd, harness the emotions. I think maybe on reflection to the last Champions League big night they had against PSG, you know, a lot of the players were up in the crowd, getting the crowd involved quite early on. I do think the crowd's going to be really important, but I do think that, you know, playing the game as any other game is going to be important as well, and not almost letting the emotion of the occasion get to you. But as I said, there's a lot of experienced players there. I mean, I've looked at the average age of the team tonight. It's about 28 years old. So it's not a really young team. There's a lot of players that have had a lot of games, a lot of big game experience. So I back them to handle the occasion tonight and produce a good performance.
It's also, Dion, as well, isn't it? Remembering that as special as tonight is, and as great as it could be, it's not going to define their Champions League campaign on its own.
No, I agree with you 100%, but let me tell you, by the way, these fans are waving these flags about right now, chappers. Tonight means everything to them. They really want to get over the line tonight. They've pulled out all the stops. The atmosphere, I don't know, they've been waving these flags for the last 10 minutes, and it's just, you can hear the noise. It's incredible. They want this night to be special, and it's going to be special by getting the win, and that's what the fans want tonight. So no, it won't define their Champions League campaign, but they're doing everything they possibly can to start it well.
No, I mean, what you would say, though, as well, Isaac, win it, and it doesn't half give them a platform already to think about getting through to the knockout stages, in whatever band that may be.
Yeah, I said it's a different format to the one they had last time in the last Champions League that they were in. I think last time they had a very, very difficult group of Dortmund, Milan and PSG. So I think that this sort of format does give them a little bit of a better chance for me. Just looking at the fixtures, there's a lot of tough fixtures there, home and away, but I think with them playing different sides almost every round, I just think that gives them a little bit more of a better chance on the night. So yeah, I think it's a good reason for them to kick on tonight, especially if they win. I mean, the atmosphere tonight, if they win afterwards in town, will be absolutely electric, and probably for the rest of the week, to be honest with you.
Great to have you with us, Isaac. We'll talk more at half-time. Isaac Hayden with us on 5 Live Sport. You can keep up to date with all the goals from Europe tonight on Champions League Final Score on the iPlayer, on the BBC Sport website and app. All you have to do is click on Champions League Final Score to watch that, so you'll get the video printing, get all the graphics, alongside whichever commentary you choose, because on Sports Extra right now, it's Manchester City against Napoli with Ailey Barber and Michael Brown. Here on 5 live from St James's Park, Newcastle against Barcelona, with Dion Dublin and hopefully a man still in his seat, he hasn't wandered off somewhere, John Murray.
No, still very much here, Mark, and I have to tell you, what we have witnessed here over the course of the past 15 minutes or so has been an absolute feast for the Champions League censors. Black and white flags flying all around the stadium. 1 or 2 gold ones in there as well, Dion, just to add a little bit of extra class. But the noise, the singing, at one end, at the Leazes end, we had spelt out NU. In the Gallagher end, we had spelled out FC. Massive banner on the opposite side of the ground with the magpie and a couple of stacks of speakers. The League Cup was on there as well, the Carabao Cup, of course, and a reference to 1997 and Tino Asprilla. They played back in black, and the banners over there read Newcastle United back in black and white. And what a build-up.
Yeah, listen, it doesn't surprise me. This is what this football club does when they need to pull together. They'll do it, black and white shirts everywhere, and I mean everywhere, by the way, not just in one section. Every single flag that was laid on a seat tonight was waved above their heads. So the fans are going to play their part at the start of the game, and I'm pretty much guaranteed they'll play their part during the game as well. The noise levels are flying.
Well, it's been a brilliant week, an opening week for this season's league phase of the Champions League, but I'm not sure any club has done it better than Newcastle United have done it here tonight. And Barcelona, the Spanish champions, are here. And indeed, the Italian champions are in the country as well. Last night we brought you commentary from the home of the German champions, and tonight two cracking matches. So the commentary here on 5 Live, Newcastle United against Barcelona, but we will keep you right up to date with what's happening in Manchester as well, between Manchester City and Napoli. So the commentary on that is on Sports Extra. This is on 5 Live, and let me tell you as well, a big choice of listening tonight, because the Super League matches are on Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3. But almost ready for kick-off. Anthony Gordon just changing his boots, Dion?
Yeah, just changing his socks there, making sure that he's got the right comfort levels going with his socks and his boots and stuff. The fans, or should I say his teammates, are waiting for him to get into the huddle. He's there now. They're going to go into a huddle, Newcastle. Last few messages before this huge game for them.
And the team there, the 11 in black and white. Nick Pope, Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento, Tonali, Guimarães and Joe Linton, Elanga, Gordon and Barnes, Voltemada, the record signing, on the bench, waiting for his Champions League debut. And Barcelona, Joan Garcia, their goalkeeper, Koundé, Captain Araujo, Kubasi and Gerard Martin. Midfield, Frenkie de Jong and Pedri, and Fermin Lopez, Rafinha, Marcus Rashford, and then Robert Lewandowski through the middle, one of the Champions League greats. The whistle goes from the Swedish referee Glenn Nyberg. It is Barcelona who get us underway, and St James's Park has said welcome back to the Champions League. The match is underway, black and white stripes against the lurid salmon pink of Barcelona. Newcastle, long ball forward through the middle for Barnes to chase, but he can't reach that, and Koundé will take it back into his full-back position, gives it to goalkeeper Joan Garcia, who at the last moment passed it away, and it's been given away. Bruno Guimarães to Barnes inside the penalty area, who's leaned into by Araujo. That was an entirely valid challenge from the central defender on Barnes, shoulder to shoulder. It's through for a goal kick, but 52,000 in black and white were screaming for a penalty, Dion.
Absolutely, yeah, they're screaming for everything. They've been shouting every pass that's been made. They're now booing because Garcia, the goalkeeper's taking his time, but he did get lucky there, by the way. He's going to get squeezed and closed down very quickly tonight.
Yeah, the atmosphere, you can hear it swirling around St James's Park, and Bruno Guimarães taking this down. Newcastle back in the Champions League after 2 years away. It's a brilliant group in the old group stage. Last time round, very competitive. Newcastle ended up going out on the last night. Here's Rafinha, the former Leeds United man, playing it back century. Fermin Lopez tries a shot from outside of the penalty area that arcs away over the head of Robert Lewandowski and bent away from goal and well wide and behind for a goal kick, 0-0.
Yeah, Lopez really, I mean, it's a good chance, to be honest with you. He's only 22 yards out. He got a little bit too much space. Tonali wasn't squeezing him. He just put it onto his left foot, skewed his shot completely wide, but he had a free shot on goal. Got it wrong this time, but don't give them that kind of chance.
Fermin Lopez, who scored 2 of the goals against Valencia on Sunday night when Barcelona won 6-0 in front of less than 6,000 people. They had to play that at the Johan Cruyff Stadium at the training ground because the new camp, or the Camp Nou, is being rebuilt. They're hoping it'll be open again partially this season, hopefully very soon. But they couldn't play at the Olympic Stadium because Post Malone was playing there last weekend. Free kick for Newcastle, given away by Frenkie de Jong, central third of the field. Trippier to take this for Newcastle. Trippier, right-footed and long, the former Atletico Madrid man, bounces in the penalty area. Byrne hooks it across, cleared away by Araujo, straight up in the air though, and then headed further away and out of the penalty area, and that will be taken away downfield by Marcus Rashford. His first touch of the match, resoundingly booed. Rashford yet to open his account for Barcelona, Dion.
I don't think it'll be too long. I think from what we've seen in the first opening minutes is, the ball was actually went back to centre half. The centre half stuck it on his head and he rose above Trippier.
As the referee spots some tangling between Joe Linton and Frenkie de Jong in the midfield, and he's going to clamp down on that straight away before Barcelona take this throw in.
You're a brave man if you want to mix it with Joe Linton. He's an absolute monster.
You are, and he continues to follow de Jong Joe Linton. De Jong comes short, receives the ball. Joe Linton back to Gerard Martin, then back into the penalty area. Joan Garcia has to take a quick touch, the goalkeeper, and pass it away, which he does. Newcastle's pressing is ferocious, and they've deflected the ball. Alanga out for a throw into Barcelona in the left back position.
It was incredible because the ball was in the left back of Barcelona. Then he went to the keeper. When he went to the keeper, I watched Dan Burn. He said to Livramento, "Go, go, 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 go."
Yeah, and they are certainly testing Joan Garcia, the 24-year-old goalkeeper who was signed from Espanyol and is playing with Ter Stegen, the club captain, still out with an injury. Ball to the halfway line, 0-0. Newcastle playing it forward, still 0-0 as well. Manchester City against Napoli, bringing those full-time scores as well in the earlier matches. It was Club Brugge 4, Monaco 0, Copenhagen 2, Bayer Leverkusen 1. Last we heard, here is Lewandowski, the old man of this team, to Rafinha down the right-hand side. Rafinha coming in field as Barcelona break, but that's cut out by Bruno Guimaraes. Joe Linton, Bruno Guimaraes, here's Tonali, the three of them, the Newcastle midfielders, but it's won back by De Jong, and then the ball forward is comfortable for Livramento to control. And then Kieran Trippier now on the halfway line. Here's Alanga, first time running down the right wing, still going, pulls it across. Oh, a chance in the middle for Anthony Gordon. It was slightly behind him and he couldn't actually make meaningful contact with him. It was through him in a flash.
It's a chance. He has to score. I mean, the quality that Anthony Gordon has, literally, I don't know, he's 6 yards out, slightly in front of the near post. I mean, Anthony Alanga, my word, put the afterburners on, went by Martin like he wasn't even there.
Been on the bench for the last two. I wonder whether actually Eddie Howe's been holding him back for this, and he's put him in the starting lineup. And he said to the summer arrival from Nottingham Forest, former Manchester United man, he did play in the Champions League for United, he said to him, go on and take them apart. And he certainly took on Gerard Martin, who is now Kubasi, actually it is, who is forced to slice the ball out via a deflection for a throw-in. Newcastle have got them pinned back in there at the Leazes end, Dion.
They have it, and you know what, with Kieran Trippier being as experienced as he is, he would have seen that, and all he will do now is say, give me the ball, I'm going to give it to Alanga, go and do what you've just done, time after time.
Throw-in given away, straight to Bruno Guimaraes. Joe Linton, middle of the Barcelona half, through to Bruno Guimaraes, through to the middle, Barnes with a chance, little dink, oh, the goalkeeper got a touch, and actually the offside flag was up. The goalkeeper's touch took it wide of the goal. There would have been a terrific finish, but the flag was up against Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, it's another chance. Yeah, flag was up. Yeah, wouldn't have counted anyway. But I just feel that the way that Guimaraes in the middle of the park there is just taking his time to pick those passes. I would call that kind of offbeat football where they're not playing the pass when you expect them to. And the run of Barnes was good. The run of Gordon was good before that. But you have to put your chances away.
5 Live. Listen as well via BBC Sounds. Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0. And Newcastle again pressing Barcelona and winning the ball back in the left back position. It's stabbed away, and Newcastle have got it again near the halfway line where it's deflected out of play for a throw into Barcelona near the halfway line. So Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0, still Manchester City 0, Napoli 0, and Manchester United still 2-0 up on Brann in the Women's Champions League second leg, so 2-1 on aggregate. Nick Pope gets the ball back in his penalty area, hits a long one over the top through the middle. Araujo, the Uruguayan, the captain tonight of Barcelona, heads it away. Livramento, though, receives it from Joe Linton. Tonali wins the throw-in down the left-hand side. And there is a try at Hull KR, who could win the league leader shield tonight. Sharon Shortle.
Absolutely, but the first try of the game, John, has gone the way of Warrington Wolves. 6 points to nil their lead after the try from Josh Thewlis. He took a high kick from Mark Sneyd, and Sneyd converted to give the visitors the lead. 6 minutes gone, Hull KR 0, Warrington Wolves 6.
Tonali back to Barnes. Barnes ball across, but too close to Joan Garcia, who's able to dive forward and grab the ball on the edge of the 6-yard box. So still 0-0 here. What's the news in Manchester, Mike Minette?
Tijani Reinders has just had a shot on the corner of the penalty area, left-hand side, rising all the time, but the goalkeeper Milinkovic-Savic has just palmed it over the bar for Napoli, City's first major shot on goal of the game. 8 minutes in, and it's 0-0.
Rashford into the penalty area, shooting wide. Hit the shot in the end, but he turned Trippier brilliantly. That was inside the Barcelona half. Ball played up to Rashford. He turned Trippier, sprinted away from him, took it into the penalty area. There were pink shirts waiting in the middle, went for goal but hit it wide of the near post.
Yeah, he didn't quite get that right, but the first part of the skill was amazing. The ball was to his feet. I mean, Trippier was so far, he was inside his own half, Rashford, but Trippier was tight and tight and tight. Rashford didn't even touch the ball, but with his pace leaves Trippier for dead. Doesn't come of anything, but that's something Trippier's going to have to be careful about.
Marcus Rashford on loan from Manchester United at Barcelona. What a move that is, Dion. Manchester United at Barcelona.
It's not bad, that.
It's his 5th appearance, 3rd start. As I say, yet to score, but already this season he's played at Villa Park for England. He did score for England, remember, last week from the penalty spot to make it 5-0 in Belgrade. And now he's here at St James's Park. It's almost like he's never been away.
And he's looking incredibly sharp as well, working hard when he's out of possession as well. And Kieran Trippier, he knows Kieran Trippier very well, vice versa. But those battles down the wings are going to be very, very important tonight. That's where the goals are going to come from.
Dan Burn says in the match programme tonight that Marcus Rashford told him last week they were talking about this match, said he'd warned the Barcelona players what to expect. Joe Linton tried to play it forward. That was blocked away by Araujo. Now in the centre field, Pedri. Brilliant little Pedri. Out to Rafinha. Lovely pass. Rafinha's ball forward, but Koundé wasn't going to reach that. And cheers from the Newcastle fans behind Nick Pope in the Gallowgate end. It was effectively like picking up a back pass for the England goalkeeper. 10 minutes played here. The highest of high tempos. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0. Here's one for Anthony Gordon to chase. Araujo heads it as Gordon goes down, and Araujo is able to carry on and nod it back to goalkeeper Joan Garcia. The highly rated Joan Garcia, first choice at Espanyol for the last season or so, but has a big reputation, and Barcelona spent 25 million euros on him. And out from the back, Frankie de Jong now back fit again after injured on international duty with the Netherlands, and then the challenge on Rafinha puts it out of play for a throw-in. Tino Livramento. There's a great symmetry, isn't there? The match in 1997, he had Tino Asprilla scoring the hat-trick. I wonder whether the footballing gods might have something up their sleeve for Tino Livramento tonight. Here is Bruno Guimaraes, very tight in there, half inside his own half, back to Tonali, who will play it back to Nick Pope, who hits it, rather slices it. Livramento got a bang on the head from the challenge from Koundé from behind. He's gone down with a head injury, but the Swedish referees allowed play to continue, and then I think his attention was drawn to the fact that Tino Livramento took a bang on the head, so it's a free kick. It's a stoppage in play, so Livramento can receive some treatment. Lying on his back, hands on his head.
Yeah, he's got his hands at the back of his head, actually. I think it might have been a clash of heads with Koundé as they both went up. Koundé comes away unscathed, but Livramento still on the floor, grasping the back of his head. I am liking the way that Newcastle are choosing their times to play out from the back. Nick Pope's taking the touch and thinking, is it on or is it not? He's choosing well as well. He's choosing the right times to do it and the right times not to. And what they are doing as well, they are missing out the midfield when they need to, because they know they have the pace to get in behind.
Livramento still receiving treatment, so the whole of St James's Park, actually they can sit on their seat, although in the Gallowgate end still many of them on their feet with their arms crossed, and just take a little breather here. I think Livramento's going to be okay. These two Titanic looking Champions League matches being played tonight in England, in Newcastle and Manchester, still 0-0. It's been quite a week, hasn't it, in the Champions League with the commentaries. Had the state visit as well, the banquet last night. Did you see that?
It was nice, I enjoyed it.
I think you'll just be after a small plate of sandwiches tonight, won't they, at Chequers after all that. We've got the Premier League commentaries this weekend. The only place, 5 Live, that you'll have had coverage of all that, and next week the Ryder Cup commentary coming at the end of next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You'll hear it live from Bethpage with us and all the build-up during the course of the week. The Newcastle United Barcelona 0-0, and players back underway, and Barcelona with the ball, and Livramento, who is back okay, is up there blocking the ball out of play from the French World Cup player Koundé out for a throw-in, and he takes that back to Pedri, and then Koundé rather hoists it across the edge of his own penalty area, where it is headed up in the air by Kubasi. Newcastle again, Gordon, Alanga almost got through. Trippier inside the box, Trippier twisting and turning, chips it right across to Barnes, still inside the Barcelona penalty area. Barnes getting it down, crosses, came off the shins of Koundé, which carried it wider than near post, over the angle of post and bar, and into the front row of the Leazes end. Corner Newcastle, first of the match.
Yeah, it's a chance as well, for Trippier. He does so well to get it onto his left foot, comes inside. We know he's not that comfortable on his left foot. He could have just swung it. He's only 15 yards on the angle, coming in from the right. Swing that left foot, Pill. Give it a chance, give yourself a chance. And the chance just whittles away to a corner.
Corner. Trippier to take this. Now those Newcastle fans, black and white striped shirts, all on their feet, leaning down and looking down on Trippier, who actually takes this short to Gordon, back to Trippier, left-footed cross, actually hits Rafinha, bounces away, and he couldn't keep it in. Head after it, hooked it away, but it was over the line. So it's another corner for Newcastle United. And Kieran Trippier just signals to the ball girl with a blue cap on, and her silver Champions League tabard, who throws the ball, throw-in style, back to Kieran Trippier to take this. So, Newcastle with the corner. Tonali's going to come short. Clearly they've worked on this. Back to Trippier, right-footed ball in. Goalkeeper comes and is able to catch the ball. A little hop from him and caught it in front of his face.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too close. I mean, Tonali just rolls it nice and slowly onto Kieran Trippier's right foot, and he just puts it too close to the keeper, unfortunately.
That's Dion Dublin, England international. Number 1080 Dion, as we discovered last weekend. That was right, wasn't it? Legacy number. Here is Araujo carrying it into the centre circle and then swinging the ball to the left-hand side. 0-0 here. Goal in the Women's Champions League, Julia Bold.
It's now Manchester United 3, Bran 0. Melvin Mallard did all the hard work, and she put the ball in to Elizabeth Turland, who's now on a hat-trick. It's Manchester United 3, Bran 0.
So all going well for Manchester United's women. Still 0-0 Manchester City against Napoli. That is on Sports Extra if you want to listen to that. And still 0-0 here at a dry and very mild St James's Park. Pau Kubasi out to the left-hand side. Gerard Martin's ball infield. It's cleared away by Newcastle into the centre circle. This is the longest spell of Barcelona possession that we've seen so far in the match. Pedri back into the centre circle. Kubasi, then Frenkie de Jong. Frenkie de Jong, who played in that incredible Champions League semi-final for Ajax against Tottenham back in 2019. Rafinha now curling one in, but a diving header away for Newcastle from Fabian Schär. Back to Barcelona in centre field. They have a man down there. It is Kubasi, but play continues. Dan Burn throws himself at the ball. Ball bounces high up in the air. Lewandowski's after this with Livramento. Lewandowski wins the header, bounces down into the full-back position for Rafinha to play it back to Koundé. Barcelona continue to build the pressure here, and De Jong back to Kubasi, who has shrugged off whatever knock that was. It's the first time Newcastle are having to park themselves behind the ball. Still 0-0, going to Manchester in a moment, but De Jong with the ball at his feet, the fair-haired Dutchman. Little pass forward to Marcus Rashford, who comes short. Then the ball to the left-hand side, to the left-back, Gerard Martin. Now again, Frenkie de Jong, and they are just enjoying the possession now. Barcelona trying to take a little bit of the sting out of these still early stages of the competition, of the match tonight. Pedri finds a little bit of space, then passes it through. Fermin Lopez. Rafinha's left-footed ball into the box. Pope goes for it. Lewandowski challenges, bounces across the box, and then it's blasted well wide into the Gallagher end by Koundé.
I don't think that's a bad ball at all from Rafinha. Just really whips it in towards Pope, and Lewandowski is a millisecond short. Pope just times it perfectly, gets enough on it. He nudges it away from Lewandowski's forehead, and I think anything shorter than that, Lewandowski's in. Pope did really well there. Got to stop the ball going in the box.
Not a million miles away from actually punching Lewandowski's head as opposed to the ball.
I think he may have done, by the way, looking at his grimace on his face.
Yeah, he felt a bit of the right glove of Nick Pope. Lewandowski, just the 42 goals for Barcelona last season, is Barcelona personal best, as Frankie de Jong is picked up for a foul on Joe Linton in the centre third, and that's not to mention the 34 goals that the former Leeds United man Rafinha scored for Barcelona last season, as well as the 25 assists from him as well, so that potent combination. Back to Manchester then, Mike Miney.
We've got a VAR check here for a potential red card. Haaland was brought down just outside the penalty area. Defender full stretch. Referee initially thought it was all fair. Replay suggests if he got a touch of the ball, it was only very slight. At the other end, Napoli had a corner. That was swung in. Downward header from Bakema, and it needed Gianluigi Donnarumma down equally as quick. Referee's coming over to the screen. I'll have more in a minute, John.
OK, we'll be back there shortly. As Anthony Gordon is blatantly body checked by Kubasi. That's a free kick, and free kick to Newcastle. Our BBC colleague Chris Bevan wrote an article this week, which will still be on the website, I'm sure, asking plenty of us, various of us, about their tips and whatnot. I boldly went for my surprise package of the Champions League this season as the Italian champions Napoli. Really put my neck on the line with that one. But when I was thinking about it, I thought, why didn't I suggest Newcastle? And Newcastle, who I think have got a relatively kind draw with their 8 matches. And what's the news, Mike?
Well, your surprise package, John, are down to 10. Manchester City have seen Di Lorenzo sent off. He was on the stretch, edge of his penalty area, and he brought down Erling Haaland. If he got a touch of the ball on the stretch, it was only slight. So Manchester City have now got a free kick right on the edge of the Napoli 18-yard box. Manchester City 0, Napoli 0.
Barcelona on the breakaway after that Newcastle free kick was headed away by Araujo, and Marcus Rashford took it on centre field but got a heavy touch, and Newcastle have got it back, and actually there's a foul being given in there to Newcastle as well.
Yeah, I think Marcus Rashford, he was just waiting for a mistake in the middle of the park. The ball was loose, it didn't quite make its way to Livramento, and then he's on his bike. But the nous of Kieran Trippier, just to come round and to cover your defender, just gave himself a few yards. He knows how quick Marcus is. Brilliant positional play from the skipper there, Kieran Trippier.
Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0. 5 Live from the BBC. Listen as well to 5 Live on the BBC Sounds app if you're on the move. Long free kick for Newcastle. That's headed away again by the towering Araujo. Got up so high there. Tonali is able to take it down. I think this is coming our way. It's coming our way, and it's caught by Chris, our engineer. What a catch. Caught it rugby union fullback style.
Outstanding, sir. High five, exactly. Well done.
What a catch. I thought he was going to call for Mark there for a moment. I thought he might also knock the desk off the table.
Yes, exactly.
the mixing best. However, all's well, and the ball is back down there courtesy of Chris. Tonali out to the right hand side. Elanga in the box now. Elanga is well challenged by Gerard Martin, who is able to take it away. Excellent piece of play by the left back, one of the relatively young players in this Barcelona side. Apart from the 37-year-old Lewandowski, this Barcelona starting lineup are all in their 20s, and 5 of them are 24 or younger. And this is not including Lamine Yamal, who sadly, I think from a neutral perspective, is unable to be here tonight. Here is Rafinha. Gives it out to the left-hand side to Rashford. Rashford up against Trippier again inside the penalty area. Lays it off to Rafinha. His cross deflected. Joe Linton just about controls it and gets it away under pressure from Fermin Lopez, but hasn't been able to put it out of play. Marcus Rashford is back onto this. That had a touch of last gasp about it for Newcastle United. Still 0-0 here at St James's Park as Barcelona go back towards the halfway line and start again. And Gerard Martin is available on the edge of the box, but Rashford, that's a little win for Trippier. Good challenge from him. Chips it forward to Bruno Guimaraes. Gordon was in an offside position, but he's played it for Elanga. Elanga to burst down the right. Barnes is in the middle, and the cross. Barnes! It's saved by Juan Garcia scrambling across on his knees to block it behind for a corner.
It is a brilliant move. I mean, Alanga with his pace just left it in the area for Barnes. Barnes really has to score 6 yards out. Keeper comes across the near post. He shuffles across to the far post. He gets to the ball just with a foot, sticks a right foot out. He's going in the near post. He gets there. He clears it. Barnes has to score. Another chance goes begging for Newcastle.
Yeah, Barnes arriving onto it, but well saved by Juan Garcia, who made excellent ground, the goalkeeper, across his 6-yard box. Last season, Juan Garcia made the highest number of saves in La Liga and was in the La Liga team of the season. He actually saved it out for a throw-in, not a corner. So it's a throw-in. 7 or 8 yards back, in fact more than that, level with the edge of the box. Livramento is going to take this. Still 0-0 if you've just joined us. Champions League football on a Thursday night in this first midweek of the league phase for this season. Cleared away, headed away, and then the referee says that Pedri has taken a knock, and I'm not entirely sure he necessarily needed to bring that back for the problem that Pedri had, although he's given it as a free kick, hasn't he? So free kick to Barcelona.
Yeah, stayed down, didn't he? Waited for the free kick, waited for the referee to stop it. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Let's keep the game flowing, keep the game moving.
Well, this is absolutely whizzed by, hasn't it? Newcastle, who go to Bournemouth on Sunday. That's one of our commentaries this weekend, the 2 o'clock game on the Sunday. Ball chipped forward towards Rafinha. Rafinha now up against Livramento. Great test, yet another great test for Livramento. This went with him, blocked it out. Corner to Barcelona. This is their first. So Robert Lewandowski, the obvious threat, the 37-year-old, third on the list of scorers of goals in the entire history of this competition, European Cup or Champions League. Only a certain Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi are ahead of him on that list. That is his pedigree. Corner then. Highlights in his hair now, keeping an eye on him as Rafinha plays it in deep actually to the back post. That's headed away by Cher, doesn't clear the penalty area. Rashford is able to get there first though. Now it's played back and the ball is played across, but Livramento cuts that out on the edge of the box. Newcastle on the counter-attack, but then in slides Rashford, and he took the ball, but he also took quite a bit of Livramento there as well, who's left on the ground holding his right hip, and the ball's out of play for a throw to Barcelona.
I mean, it's a great reaction from Marcus Rashford as well, going down the left-hand side. He tries to play the ball over to the right wing, and Cunha was out there, and I just believe that he just caught Livramento with a sliding tackle, a little bit late. No free kick at all, referee said throw-in.
0-0 on Tyneside. Manchester City, Napoli, Mike Maine.
Well, Kevin De Bruyne has been serenaded as he exits the field of play. He's the sacrifice following that Di Lorenzo red card. Oliveira the man who replaces him. Manchester City 0, Napoli 0.
So still 0-0 in both of these matches. And indeed, as far as I'm aware, in the other matches being played tonight as well, Eintracht Frankfurt against Galatasaray, Sporting against Kairat of Kazakhstan, the team that knocked out Celtic, making their debut in the Champions League. Very much the outsiders of the 36, in my opinion, Dion. If they don't finish 36th, I think they'll have done well. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0, and a foul on Tonali and a free kick to Newcastle halfway inside their own half, and the Newcastle crowd, and indeed Anthony Gordon as well, just saying to the referee, how many free kicks, how many fouls now is that on Tonali? Newcastle, who just the one win so far this season, which was quite hard fought in the end here against Wolves on Saturday. Nick Voltemada's excellent debut goal. So the ball bounces back to Newcastle on the edge of the penalty area. Across it goes to Cher, who plays it away now. Joe Linton on the halfway line. Joe Linton with a pass over, hit that high distance all the way through to the Barcelona goalkeeper Garcia. Latest on Hull KR Warrington, Sharon Shortle.
And it's all square now. 6 points apiece through a try from Tyrone May for Hull KR. 16 minutes played. Warrington have had the better of the early chances. Kai Taylor-Ray having a try ruled out for obstruction. When that try finally came for Rovers, you could hear the relief in the crowd. It's all square. Hull KR 6, Warrington 6.
Free kick to Barcelona on the halfway line. And a yellow card for Joe Linton for that. So first booking of the match to the anger of the home supporters goes to Newcastle man, Joe Linton.
Yeah, I think Joe Linton literally just switched off for a second. His opposite number got past him. He had to just give him a tug of the shirt to say you're not going any further, I'm afraid. Lovely little layoff from Marcus Rashford yet again.
So Hull KR Warrington, listen to that, Sports Extra 2. That is only on BBC Sounds, by the way, on the app. And likewise, Hull FC against Catalans is on Sports Extra 3. Manchester City Napoli on Sports Extra via your digital radio or indeed via BBC Sounds. Champions League final score is on the BBC iPlayer tonight. To find that there, or BBC Sport website and app, click on 5 Live final score, and another Champions League highlights programme on BBC Two tonight as well, also on the iPlayer, and the highlights from 10 o'clock on the website. But Barcelona with Pedri, long pass diagonally across the field, but Dan Burn got himself underneath that, given away by Livramento though. Frenkie de Jong was quickly onto that head of Tonali. Rafinha's ball across, that lacked pace, so therefore Trippier was able to play it away. Blocked to Bruno Guimaraes. Now Alanga again. Alanga against Kubasi. Anthony Gordon's gone down in the middle. The low cross into the penalty area though. Koundé is able to get there first. Back to Alanga. Bruno Guimaraes on the edge of the penalty area, then plays it forward for Alanga. He's got some space here, clips it across, headed away out of the penalty area for Barcelona. And then Barnes' ball in, too close to goalkeeper Garcia, who's able to drop down and catch it.
We're right on the halfway line. Our vantage point is literally about 10 seats away from the dugouts on the halfway line. We can see how high Barcelona's line is as well, and I'm saying Barnes and Anthony Gordon stay on side. Anthony Langer's pace will get you there.
It's Rashford now against Trippier. It's Barcelona break forward. Trippier still with him. Trippier got the foot in on that. Another victory for Trippier against his old England colleague. Plays it off Rashford and actually bounces for Rashford. And now Barcelona back with it. Pedri, edge of the penalty area. Pedri looking to get it onto his right foot. Then no, plays it back to De Jong. Now Rashford again. Rashford clips it across. Headed down and across goal by Rafinha. 8 yards out, wide for a goal kick to Newcastle United. And it remains 0-0 both here and at Manchester City, Napoli. Dion Dublin.
What a game. I mean, we've had no goals, but the pace of the game is just astonishing. I mean, Newcastle came out the blocks and really surprised Barcelona with their high press. They couldn't get out, they were making mistakes, the keeper nearly got caught with the ball, and then Barca have taken charge of the ball for the last 10-15 minutes. Lopez and De Jong and Pedri in there, just starting to get a feel for it as well.
I think there's every reason Newcastle can be positive, whatever happens here tonight. If you get 4 wins out of your 8, I think the league phase last season showed that will be enough to get you through. Might not necessarily be into the round of 16, but it'll get you through into the knockout stages. And then, as PSG proved last season, anything is possible. Barcelona coming forward. Barcelona, who finished second in the league phase last season. Referee brings it back for a foul on Lewandowski. Allowed play to goal, but then brought it back for the free kick 10 yards inside the Newcastle half.
Yeah, Lewandowski very, very clever. I mean, the way that he angles his body, I mean, Cher's always going to kick him. He just puts the whole of his body in the way, just so that Cher has to go through him as well, gets his free kick, slows things down, which Newcastle do not want.
Taken years off him, hasn't it? Those highlights in his hair, don't you think?
Doesn't he look good?
Don't you think? 37 years old, the former Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, scored goals wherever he's gone. Poland's record scorer. Free kick is taken short. De Jong, high and long to the back post, headed across by Araujo, but headed away by Joe Linton. I was listening to Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin last night talking about Harry Kane. I think so many things apply re Kane as they do to this man Lewandowski, as the ball is played back towards the halfway line, and De Jong's going to put it out of play because there's a Barcelona man. Araujo is still down. I think he's taken a bang in the ribs when he had it that on the edge of the penalty area, so Barcelona have put it out of play. Little elbow from Kieran Trippier.
Yeah, a lean in. I would call it a lean into the midriff. And
entirely innocent.
Entirely innocent. Kieran Trippier, just a bit
former
of a
Atletico Madrid man.
Entirely innocent.
Where Diego Simeone was his manager.
Exactly.
Did you see that last night? Simeone. getting his red card.
Oh gosh,
dear, oh dear.
If there was steam inside the head, it would have come out of his ears.
That was a heavy. Well, that was a full-on contest, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
That one, red card for Simeone. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0. That was an amazing finish, wasn't it, last night there as well. Liverpool with the late winner. And as Ian was mentioning last night, which I thought was such a good point, that the record 6 Premier League clubs in the league phase, in the recent transfer window, of the 36 clubs, those 6 were the 6 biggest spenders, the 6 Premier League clubs. So therefore, we shouldn't be surprised that we expect them all to go far in this competition. You get what you pay for, or you should get what you pay for. You don't always. Rafinha playing it in field. Newcastle's record signing. I suspect we'll see him later. Both he and Jacob Murphy on the substitutes bench tonight after Murphy created the goal for Voldemort, and I thought played very well when Newcastle were on top on Saturday afternoon. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0. Barcelona, Araujo is okay. He's received his treatment, and he's probably put Kieran Trippier's name in his little black book. K. Trippier. Here's Pedri playing into the edge of the penalty area. Byrne half clears away, then back from Fermin Lopez to Lewandowski. His shot is blocked by a falling Cher on the edge of the area. Barcelona come again. Rashford, he's seen a lot of the ball. Rashford clips it in, comes off the head of Cher. Lewandowski goes for the volley and skies it right across the penalty area. Rashford actually did well to keep it in play. And now De Jong, 25 yards out, given the angle, slips it into the penalty area. Pedri across. Newcastle defenders going down and sliding it away. And now Lewandowski stretching, shooting, blocked across the box. Rafinha, his effort is into the outside netting. As Trippier went to ground, thought Trippier might have blocked that, but referee Nieberg said straight behind off Rafinha's left foot, goal kick, and it's still 0-0 as it is in Manchester. Dion.
Yeah, that was a prolonged attack from Barca there, just going from left to right, a couple of crosses in the box as well. There was a few last-ditch tackles there, which, Newcastle defenders flying about, Byrne and Cher just putting their body on the line to make sure the ball doesn't make it anywhere near Pope's goal. Don't really want to be flying about at this stage of the game. It means that you're under severe pressure.
Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0. Newcastle's next match is away in Belgium against Union Saint-Gilloise, one of the newcomers in the Champions League who won well in their first match, so certainly not straightforward. And then who comes here? Benfica with you-know-who now as their manager. Throw in that Koundé takes to Pedri, whose return pass was overhit. Koundé couldn't keep it in. It's a throw into Newcastle down the left-hand side. Barcelona will also play Chelsea later in the league phase. They will go to Stamford Bridge as well to play the FIFA Club World Cup winners. Given away by Bruno Guimaraes. That's careless to Rashford. Rashford forward to Lewandowski, who's carrying it forward. Just a little pass to Fermin Lopez, does the full 360, and then Pedri to De Jong, the 3 Barcelona midfielders, and back it comes again to Pedri. Newcastle have got all of the black and white stripes behind the ball. Koundé on the right, his ball in. Dan Byrne just adjusts himself, right-footed, clears that away. Half-time approaching into the last 10 minutes of the first half. Still 0-0 on 5 Live. Back into the centre circle, Pau Kubasi, who very much looks his 18 years. Floppy brown hair. You see a lot of that with the Barcelona youngsters, I always think. Back it comes to De Jong, now to Pedri in the centre circle, just walking the ball forward. Pedri rolls a pass out to Rafinha, who's almost got his heels on the white line, then begins to cut infield, gives it back to the number 8, Pedri. Gavi is currently out injured, by the way, another one of those young Barcelona midfielders on their injured list, like Lamine Yamal. Still Barcelona in possession. De Jong, across it comes towards Pedri, just forward of the centre circle, and still Barcelona playing it through the middle now. Fermin Lopez, De Jong keeps possession, gives it to Rashford. Rashford in the area, Trippier with a challenge, goes wide, ball across, deflects right across the 6-yard box, and Trippier's Libramento's able to take that down and run it away. I thought he might have taken it behind and out of play. In fact, Koundé's won it back from Livramento. Back heel from him nicely to Fermin Lopez. Now De Jong on the edge of the area. Bruno Guimaraes, the player closest to him. This is good pressure from Barcelona. They're threatening the breakthrough. Rafinha, 25 yards out. Now is tripped by Bruno Guimaraes, and that's a free kick to Barcelona. Good position, just a little touch, I think, from Bruno Guimaraes. Took his ankles, down he went, Rafinha. Free kick Barcelona.
Yeah, that's where you need to be patient. I mean, Barcelona have had the ball on the edge of Newcastle's box. They've gone from left to right. They've played it into Lewandowski. They've come out again. Lopez has taken charge of it. Frankie de Jong's taken charge of it. It's gone out to Rafinha. What you can't do as a Newcastle player, don't try and nibble at the ball. Just get yourself into position. Get behind the ball. Don't allow any shots.
Free kick then. Newcastle with half-time approaching. Rashford looks as though he might be the most likely. Could be him with the right foot. This is right of centre, best part of 25 yards. Rafinha with the left foot or Rashford with the right. It's Rafinha, it's over the wall and it's high over the bar, probably by a yard and a half, Dion, into the Gallagate end. 0-0.
Yeah, I would imagine Nick Pope was thinking, I've no idea who's going to be taking this. It could have been the right foot up to the left corner or Rafinha to the right corner, so I'm glad that one didn't hit the target at all. There's a little bit of a conversation going on there with Cher and Dan Burn and Pope as well. The referee's having a chat with Tonali.
Yeah, he is. Goal kick to Newcastle.
Just make a decision on whether they go long or they try to play, and they've done it well tonight, Newcastle. They've chosen well when to do that and when to go long. I think at this stage of the game, what we're 39 minutes in, let's get it away from goal and put the pressure on Barcelona in their final third.
Still Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0, still Manchester City 0, Napoli 0, but Napoli down to 10 men in that match. Here's Bruno Guimaraes on the halfway line. Tonali out to the left hand side to Barnes now, who had that big chance for Newcastle. Barnes angles it down into the full-back position. Livramento continues his run, then gives it back to Barnes, who had a sturdy challenge on him from Koundé, who also took the ball and has deflected away and behind for another corner to Newcastle from the left. And now they've taken the other two corners short, Dion. But actually Elanga's come across to take this one.
Yeah, and Anthony Elanga does like to put it on the money. Doesn't really go out there when they're playing a short one unless this is calling Barca's bluff. This should go in the box, right under the keeper.
Jason Tyndall down there just watching in what looks like very baggy tracksuit, isn't it? Corner then. It's a corner to Newcastle. Half-time approaching. Elanga waits with his hands on his hips. It's a packed 6-yard box. Joan Garcia just trying to get a sight of this. He's not the tallest. Elanga to the back post. He comes, the goalkeeper gets his hands to it, pushes it away, and it's cleared away by Rashford towards the halfway line. Still Newcastle press. Trippier gets this down, plays a high ball over the top. Byrne's still up there. Byrne flicks it on into the box. Joe Linton chasing. Cher looked across but didn't. Allowed it to run to Elanga, who I think gave him a shout. Back to Cher. Cher's cross, no, it's poor. Headed away by Rashford on the edge of the box. Livramento now in the centre circle, just hoists one forward. That bounces. Joe Linton did get his head to it, but was coming from an offside position, so it's a free kick to Barcelona. Low fives among the defenders for the Spanish champions. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0. To Manchester again, Mike Maine.
Manchester City 0, Napoli 0. Phil Foden and Rodri have both had driven shots saved well by Milinkovic-Savic in the Napoli goal. O'Reilly and Vardiol with headers saved too. The Italians now set defensively. You'll not be surprised to know after going down to 10 with the sending off of their captain Di Lorenzo. Manchester City 0, Napoli 0, 3 minutes to half-time.
I can tell you it's Eintracht Frankfurt 1, Galatasaray 1. And here Barcelona come down the right-hand side. The Manchester City Napoli, you can listen to that on Sports Extra right now. Tonali here at St James's Park. They love him, the number 8, the Italian, to the Brazilian Joe Linton. Now to Elanga down the right-hand side. The Swedish international running at Gerard Martin. Angles it back. Joe Linton's ball in. That's asking a lot of Gordon. They're appealing for offside against Gordon, who does catch up with it, gets the ball down, runs into the penalty area, and then Koundé throws himself in front of the cross from Gordon, blocks it out for a corner.
Yeah, good defending from Koundé there. I mean, Gordon dropped his right shoulder, just about to cross it, and he had 3 black and white shirts to aim for, and Koundé just launched himself and he blocked it with the outside of his left boot again. Anthony Elanga's coming in, he's going to put it under the keeper's crossbar yet again. Dan Burn makes his way in there, Cher makes his way in there, Barnes is in there, putting the pressure on the keeper.
By the way, the earlier match was finished. Club Brugge 4, Monaco 1, and Copenhagen 2, Bayer Leverkusen 2. Corner for Newcastle. Elanga into the 6-yard box, but that's headed away. Headed away by Lewandowski, I think it was, who got his head to that. Livramento hits a high ball, arrowing into the penalty area, but overhits it, and Joan Garcia can catch it well. Espanyol, the former Espanyol goalkeeper, they've made a very good start to the season. We were there at the end of last season with England, who played at that ground against Andorra, and some of the officials there were very gloomy about their prospects, Espanyol, but they've made an excellent start despite selling quite a number of their important players. Barcelona currently second in the table. Hansi Flick, European Cup winning coach with Bayern Munich, remember, he's got that on his CV. He's just standing down in front of us. I was rather surprised to see that he's now 60, Hansi Flick. Couldn't believe it. Barcelona with the ball at the feet of Pedri, who turns and gives it out to the left-hand side. Actually played in a European Cup final, Hansi Flick, as well, for Bayern Munich. Joe Linton is able to clear it away. Joe Linton passing it forward to Bruno Guimaraes, heavy touch, and then Gerard Martin dives in late on Bruno Guimaraes, and out comes the yellow card. That was a proper flourish from the referee for that one. He got the full reaction from St James's Park that he was looking forward to.
It was basically, give him a yellow card, please. That's what all the fans were saying. I mean, Bruno Guimaraes got past Martin and he just lunged and caught him on the shin. He's not going any further. Had to give him a yellow card, because if he was in, he was going to just roll it in front of Anthony Elanga.
Yes. And Glenn Nieberg absolutely whipped it out, didn't he? That was a proper brandishing.
It was amazing. That's got to be clipped up. That'll be on YouTube soon. Don't you worry about that.
Check for that. Newcastle, possibly TikTok. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0. I was listening to Donald Trump talking about TikTok this afternoon. That full media conference, which was absolutely fascinating, was on Matt Chorley's programme this afternoon. If you wish, you can actually go back, BBC Sounds app, search for Matt's programme between 3 and 4 o'clock, and you could listen back to that again. And Adam Fleming will have more on that, I'm sure, from 10:30 tonight. He's in for Tony Livesey, so no fact of the day this week. Last week it was all about the piano playing Brian and Burmel. I was supposed to mention that on Sunday, Dion, and I forgot, so I've mentioned it now. We're in added time at the end of the first half. Lengthy stoppage there. Bruno Guimaraes, he's all right, isn't he? I mean, he's so important, the captain. He never seems to miss a game, does he? Bruno Guimaraes started the last 68 matches in the Premier League for Newcastle. Free kick taken to the edge of the area. That's cleared away. So we're in these 2 minutes of added time that are being played at the end of the first half. Eintracht Frankfurt are now winning 2-1 against Galatasaray, and then Dan Burn is picked up for a foul on Koundé, who's writhing around off the pitch. He's in an absolute heap down there, Koundé, and it's a yellow card for Dan Burn for that. And Ronald Araujo has told Dan Burn what he thinks of him. The referee tells Dan Burn to clear off. What do you think, Dion? He was late.
Yeah, he was late. I mean, Dan Burn thought he might have got away with that one. It's a great squeeze, and he stayed in there because there was a long ball forward, and then he tried to put the pressure on Koundé, but Koundé just got the ball away a second or two before Dan Burn did the lunge, trying to stop it going down the line, but he caught Koundé on the top of the foot.
Still complaining about it, you know. Bruno Guimaraes and now Araujo and the referee tells Rafinha, who is hanging around there for some reason, it's actually the two captains here.
Yeah.
So I think this is a wider issue that the referee is. I think he's effectively saying to the two captains, listen, half time, tell your players I'm refereeing this one.
Yeah, to stay away from me. If you two want to talk to me, then come and talk to me. Keep the rest of your players away from me.
Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0, and still 0-0 as well. Manchester City, Napoli. The Newcastle fans are saying that Joan Garcia is not taking this from the right place, and he's flicked it across by a yard or two. They're still not happy. Long one, Burns up to head it away. Towered above Lewandowski there. They've enjoyed that one. And then a little low five as well. Dan Burn and Lewandowski. I think there was a time, wasn't there, Dan Burn, when he was released by Fulham, if you'd said you'll be playing in the Champions League against Robert Lewandowski when you're 33, he might not necessarily have believed you. But that is it. That's the end of the action. I mean, relentless, Dion. But actually, not too many clear chances. The opportunity for Rashford, it's bobbled around, hasn't it, inside the Newcastle box. Newcastle have had the best chances, Gordon, and that chance for Harvey Barnes as well. And what you're spotting, Rashford and Trippier chatting away to one another as they walk off the field, and Trippier gives him a little pat on the breast.
I think it's great. I think it's great to see players of this quality playing at the highest level. I'm talking about energy and organisation and wanting to work for their team when they've got the ball. Of course, they have the quality to make things happen, but when they haven't got the ball, how hard they're working. I'm talking about both teams to get the ball back. I mean, their managers have set them up absolutely spot on. That's probably why it's 0-0. But Newcastle have had the better chances, in my opinion, and should really be a goal to the good.
Half-time, Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0.
More from Dion and John in just a moment. Isaac Hayden is with us as well. Former Newcastle midfielder will bring him in too. But let's go to the Etihad. Manchester City against Napoli. Mike Minor.
Yeah, and Manchester City 0, 10-man Napoli 0 at the break as well. Captain Di Lorenzo sent off when he stretched to try and beat Erling Haaland to a ball down the middle. He got maybe an atom of his stud to the ball at best, and after a review the referee agreed it was more of a foul than it was an interception. That in turn later cut short Kevin De Bruyne's Etihad return. He was subbed off as Napoli reshuffled. Action-wise, shots from Reinders, Foden and Rodri have all tested Milinkovic-Savic. As of headers from O'Reilly and Vardiol as well. The goalkeeper also denied his own defender right on the edge of half-time, who stretched to block a shot and sent the ball spinning towards the goal line. So at the break, Manchester City 0, Napoli 0.
I'm sure they're happy to be played against 10, but that's a bit of a shame, isn't it, Mike? Really?
Yeah, it went from all the pre-game of, Kevin De Bruyne to more, Kevin De Bruyne, I think. It was a bit of a damp squib in the end. He just salted off. He wasn't really involved in the play. Napoli have been second best in this game. He couldn't influence a lot. They were set defensively even before the red card, really. So I think it was the easy switch for Antonio Conte to make.
Thank you, Mike. In the Women's Champions League, it's been a good night and a really important night for Manchester United. Julia Bold.
It has. It's finished. Manchester United 3, Brann 0, and it has been about Elizabeth Turland tonight, who got all the 3 goals against her former club. The first on 9 minutes, she fired a shot with her right foot into the top corner. 4 minutes later, she was back, this time with a header. By this stage, Brann were just all over the place, and they were struggling to get out of their own half for a lot of the game. Just after an hour, an unmarked Turland popped up again, centre a goal left foot, and she's had the perfect hat-trick tonight. United have been ruthless in this match to get the result they needed to go into the main stage of the Champions League for the very first time alongside Arsenal and Chelsea. That draw takes place tomorrow. It's a 3-1 aggregate win. Tonight, though, it's finished 3-0 to an impressive Manchester United.
Let's go into Super League. Both Hull clubs in action tonight. It could be a big evening for both in slightly different ways. Sharon Shorter watching KR.
Yeah, and it's taken time, but Hull KR have finally got their noses in front in this one. They've got a 10-point lead at the break, 16 points to 6. And it was Warrington who started this one the stronger with a try from Josh Thewlis and then an effort from Kai Taylor-Ray ruled out for obstruction. Eventually, momentum turned towards Hull Kingston Rovers to the relief of the fans when Tyrone May scored. You could almost hear that pressure cooker just being released a little bit. Noah Booth has followed up with a double, both with lovely moves across out wide for him to score. Reece Martin has converted 2 of the 3. So Rovers at the moment still on track for that league leaders shield. Their lead at half time, Hull KR 16, Warrington 6.
Meanwhile, the other side of Hull are not doing their playoff chances much good at the moment. They're at half-time as well, and they are trailing Catalan by 14 points to 12. So Isaac Hayden is with us. Dion Dublin is at St James's Park alongside John Murray. And you'd agree with Dion, would you, Isaac, that in a game of few chances, Newcastle had the better ones?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Barcelona grew into the game sort of 10-15 minutes towards the end of the first half, sustained pressure really well, and obviously knew they were going to probably have more possession than Newcastle, but I think in transition, like I said before, the game was key, and I thought Elanga, especially in the first 20-25 minutes, was electric and caused all sorts of problems, and on another day Barnes could have finished that and it could be a different game.
I was going to say to you, would that be, it's a bit simplistic I suppose, but would that be the half-time message, get the ball to Elanga more?
Yeah, I mean, I think second half the substitutions will play a big part in the game. I think with Waldemar possibly coming on, I think Murphy as well, who's again started the season almost as he finished last season, in very good form. I think that could make the difference today.
It was a great move, wasn't it, Dion, for that best chance which Elanga set up for Harvey Barnes. Anthony Gordon tried to hold his run, was still offside, and yet Elanga running from deep got onto Trippier's ball.
Yeah, and I think that's what they'll look to. I mean, I just feel that Anthony Lang with the ball at his feet, he's not trying to do anything special. He just wants to get the ball into a dangerous area, and then he'll deliver it to whoever's there. He'll expect people to be there. At the moment, Barnes has been there and Gordon's been there. Barnes should have scored. Yes, it was a good save by the foot of the keeper, but they should be one up. And I said it before the game, you cannot keep missing these chances against a football team like Barcelona. You can't do it. You have to put the ball in the back of the net.
Is it too simplistic again to say that an out-and-out striker would have finished it?
No, it's not. It's fact. It's fact. And I do believe if they had a centre-forward playing tonight, he would have scored one of those goals. What happens, Chappers, is the chance comes around and the mindset's very different if you're a centre-forward. You've done it thousands and thousands of times. You know what kind of finish you have to use, and you use it. A lot of the time, if you're not that kind of player, you're choosing the finish as the ball's coming towards you. So you're thinking about your finish when you shouldn't be thinking about your finish.
What would you have done? Gone back across?
I'd have been running back on my knees. I'd have scored.
But your finish would have gone back across the keeper, presumably.
Yeah, what I would have done. What happens, Chappers, sometimes in those situations is you can see the ball coming, and then at the last minute you take your eye off the ball and you look to see where the ball's going to go, like a golf shot, and therefore you don't connect with it how you should. You don't even look at the goal. You know where the goal is. You use the white lines on the pitch to tell you where the goal is. It's not going to move. Get good connection and then celebrate when you hear the ball ripping.
I think because of the surfaces, Dion, I'm not sure knee slides were a thing when you were scoring goals. Isaac,
I wouldn't have been able to get up. I wouldn't have been able to get up off the floor after a knee slide.
just stay on your feet, put your arms in the air and celebrate. That's what you used to do back in the day. Should he have scored, Isaac?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where he's said, like Dion said, it's kind of coming to him quite quickly. He's taken his after ball ever so slightly, and then, as said, he probably should be going back across the goalkeeper. But I think Gordon's chance, the very first chance early on, I think he's gone with his wrong foot there. I think if he goes with his left as it's coming across and just gets it on target and uses the pace of the ball, I think that was probably, arguably even a better chance, really.
Isaac, Dion, for the time being, thank you very much. Second half on the way then from St James's Park, where it is goalless between Manchester City and 10-man Napoli as well. In the other two games, Eintracht Frankfurt 3-1 up on Galatasaray, Sporting a 1-0 up on Kairat. In the early games, FC Copenhagen 2, Bayer Leverkusen 2 was how it finished in Denmark. Club Brugge beat Monaco by 4-1. Just shy of 9 o'clock, Richard Foster has the news.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Mark. Good evening. President Trump and Sir Keir Starmer have held a joint news conference after signing a technology deal worth around £150 billion. They held talks this afternoon and after a meeting of business leaders at Chequers. The Prime Minister says the two leaders have renewed the country's special relationship for a new era.
This tech partnership has the power to change lives. It's our chance to ensure that technologies like AI, quantum, and others amplify human potential, solve problems, cure diseases, make us richer and freer.
President Trump told reporters that the US is trying to get the Bagram air base back from the Taliban government in Afghanistan. And he was also asked about how he feels about Ukraine and President Putin.
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled.
The president also suggested that Sir Keir Starmer could use the military to stop illegal migration to the UK, and says that they disagree about the idea of a Palestinian state. Other stories this evening, and the High Court has rejected a fresh legal challenge to the government's one-in, one-out migrant returns deal with France. Lawyers for an Eritrean man had argued that France wouldn't look after him properly, but the court disagreed. The Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey, says interest rate cuts are still on the cards, but says it's sensible to leave them at 4% this month. The bank's cut rates 5 times since August last year, but inflation has been increasing since April. The 2 MPs who are planning a new left-wing party seem to have fallen out already. Zara Sultana has accused allies of Jeremy Corbyn of overseeing a sexist boys' club. He says her attempts to sign up new members are unauthorised and should be ignored. And a museum's opened in Somerset to celebrate the 200th anniversary of Clark's Shoes. Shoemakers Museum is next to the company's headquarters in Street and houses more than 25,000 shoes.
It's 1997 when the streets of a housing scheme erupt.
Angry scenes at the Raplock estate in Stirling, outside the house of a convicted paedophile.
At the heart of the crowd, Big Mags Haney, an anti-paedophile campaigner who made headlines.
She wasn't the only person who stood up. She just happened to shout the loudest.
Dubbed the matriarch of a family from hell.
The amount of crimes committed by that family was stuff of legend.
I was so scared.
Crime Next Door, the ballad of Big Mags. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports, the Champions League with Mark Chapman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Goalless at St James's Park, goalless at the Etihad in the 2 Champions League games involving the English clubs this evening. Second halves on the way on 5 Live and on Sports Extra, respectively. Meanwhile, at the World Athletics in Tokyo, Keely Hodgkinson has eased into the semi-finals of the women's 800 metres as she goes for her first world title. Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley were watching.
The 6th day here in Tokyo, a wonderful evening session. We had wind and rain, but it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the fans or the world-class performances. Plenty of Brits in action. We'll talk about them shortly, but we have to start with the women's 400-metre final. Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone, 47.78 seconds, the second fastest athlete of all time. It was a final, Alison, where Amber Anning ran great. She finished 5th, like she did at the Paris Olympics last year, but the top 3 were a different class today.
Certainly the top one was. I mean, what we saw was phenomenal. 68,000 full in the stadium, and I think the one person who couldn't believe it was Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone. She went down onto her haunches, shaking her head. I cannot believe that I've seen with my own eyes a woman go sub 48 seconds, jumping her from 7th on the all-time list to 2nd. It was astounding. Not only has she changed the world of 400 hurdles for the better, that event moved it on, but now she's doing it with a flat 4. Absolutely obliterated the world and Olympic champion in Paulino, the former world champion in NASA. But I think more impressively it was the clock. It was the time that she did, and quite understandably she's only just starting to go through the mix zone now. She's going to be a long night for her. She's just off to our right, draped in the stars and stripes, and everyone is going to want a piece of that woman tonight.
Yeah, Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone now the second fastest ever, as was Marilide Paulino with her national record in silver running 47.98, going 3rd all time. It was phenomenal. Let's drop down in distance though, Alison. The 200-metre semi-finals. Let's start with the British women. Amy Hunt, Dina Asher-Smith. We're talking about going 2nd all time in terms of Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone. Amy Hunt, 2nd on the all-time British list with her 22.08 clocking.
And to be second Brit on the all-time list, usurping the great Kathy Cook. I mean, running quicker than the queen of sprinting. Back in the 80s, this woman was able to do 100, 200 and 400, and I think we've got our own now in Amy Hunt. The frustration of the 100, not making the 100 final clearly showed, but it was a very, very composed run. She had the Olympic bronze medalist in Brittany Brown on one side, she had the world champion from Jamaica, Sharika Jackson, on the other side. She held her own, she held her head and ran a perfect race for a 22.0. And I tell you what, looking now at the qualifiers, both her and Dino Asher-Smith, who qualified in the second semi-final, will be starting to have a bit of a sniff of a medal, because I think there's one there.
Well, let's talk about a sniff of a medal and somebody else like Amy Hunt who had fire in their belly at not making the 100-metre final. Zarnell Hughes in the men's 200-metre semi-finals, a sub-20 second clocking, looking a lot more comfortable.
Looking a lot happier, a lot more comfortable. He had the inside lane compared to Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles ran an unbelievable bend. Zarnell held back. He really did have to hold that bend hard, but he left his running for the home straight, and that's where it mattered. Qualified by right in second.
Let's go to 2 laps of the track. The rain was coming down for the men's 800 metres semi-finals. Max Bergen, though, absolutely loved it. In control, looking strong. Maybe a medal. So day 7 tomorrow will bring us the men's and women's 200-metre finals with British interest, and Katarina Johnson-Thompson starts her defence of a heptathlon.
Thank you. Commentary of Friday's finals on 5 Live on Friday morning. We'll have more from Isaac at full time when we'll react to all the evening's Champions League results. Just a couple of other quick things. Nottinghamshire sealed a dramatic 20-run win over Surrey at the Oval. Josh Tongue took 5 for 100, so that could well give them their first county championship since 2010. Ellie Kildun will be at fullback for England in the Rugby Union World Cup semi-final with France on Saturday, and Jose Mourinho is back as Benfica manager 20 years after his first spell in charge. Back to St James's Park. Remember Manchester City Napoli on Sports Extra. They're here at Dion Dublin and John Murray.
Yes, that reminds me, 1 round to go in the county championship. I mistakenly said at the weekend that this was the final round, and Kevin Howells was right onto me. So yes, next week that should be quite exciting. Right, the teams are out, ready for the start of the second half, and actually Tonali took the kick-off, kicked it downfield, and the referee said he wasn't ready for it. So we're now going to see this Newcastle kick-off again, which is regular for them now. Kick-off, Tonali goes for touch and belts it out of play halfway down, in fact more than halfway. It's out for a throw into Barcelona, level with the edge of their penalty area. It's a thing, Dion, for Newcastle this season to do that.
Territory.
Yep.
Territory. That's what it's all about.
And then
they're back in their press, aren't they?
Yep.
Just back in their press.
And actually, Barcelona clear it to Joe Linton. It comes off Joe Linton and bounces all the way through for a goal kick. So second half underway. Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0. Manchester City, Napoli also 0-0. That's on Sports Extra. This one on 5 Live. And the Newcastle team, as it started, Pope, Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento. Trippier is 35 tomorrow, by the way. Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Linton. Then Elanga, Gordon and Barnes. Voltemada is on the substitutes bench. I'm sure we'll see him, Dion, at some stage. Just a matter of when, isn't it?
I think he'll be on this pitch sooner rather than later.
Out of play for a throw-in to Barcelona, who have Joan Garcia in goal. A couple of decent saves from him in the first half. Koundé, the right back. Araujo, Kubasi and Gerard Martin, the back 4. Then De Jong and Pedri, with Fermin Lopez in the middle, Rafinha on the right, Rashford on the left on loan from Manchester United, and the great Robert Lewandowski through the middle. Newcastle with Livramento coming forward. Ball played by Harvey Barnes. Barnes looks to cross, and Araujo slides to ground and blocks it behind. Corner to Newcastle, who are attacking towards the famous Gallagher's end. All black and white stripes stretching up into the shadows. And
they've tried the short corners. Anthony Elanga again. He's gone from the right wing over to the left hand side. So they've got rid of the short corners at the moment, and they're going to put it under the goalkeeper's crossbar yet again.
Yes, Anthony Elanga acknowledges the crowd as he goes across there. £55 million they paid for him, the Swedish international. Elanga waiting to take this. So Newcastle with Cher up there, obviously on the edge of the 6-yard box. In it comes, and it's headed by Joe Linton, wide from, well, probably inside the 6-yard box. Couldn't keep it on target. Flashed across goal and wide of the far post, as it were.
Yeah, I just think the ball was swirling and dipping. It landed right on the 6-yard box. I think Joe Linton just got underneath it, and he just couldn't direct it to goal quick enough. But it was a free header.
0-0. Newcastle get it back. Here's Barnes again, edge of the area, left foot shot from him. Araujo again goes to ground, blocks the shot, comes out to Livramento, who is so adaptable. Livramento played in that position, left back for England in Belgrade, and that excellent performance from Thomas Tuchel's team last week, winning his 3rd cap. Livramento winning the throw-in here, and the towel, the black towel, of course it's black, that's about the black or white, those are the rules. And it is a throw-in. Livramento's wiped the ball, all black and white stripes behind him in the stands there. It is quite a sight. Livramento then, here's the throw, looping in towards the near post, flicked on, Gordon's after it, cleared up in the air, and it bounces kindly for Joan Garcia to catch the bouncing ball, launches it downfield, but that will take it through to the goalkeeper at the other end, Nick Pope. 3 minutes played, 4 minutes played in the second half, and St James's Park gets itself going again. It is not unlike, I was listening to Ali Bruce Ball on Tuesday night in Bilbao talking about the red and white striped shirts. Tonight, to round off the week, black and white striped shirts. Tonali bringing it forward, but then hits the pass through the middle. It was deflected as well, which took it all the way through to Joan Garcia.
I mean, it was on as well. Tonali, just a lovely little turn in the middle of the park, and he's travelling in the Barcelona half. And Anthony Elanga, he goes, ball doesn't come, he stops, and then Tonali plays it. Just not on the same page that time, the two players.
Thursday night football then in the Champions League for this first midweek. And Barcelona, the Spanish champions, 5 times winners of this competition, but not since 2015 under Luis Enrique. That's the last time that they won it. They've got their sights set on going a long, long way, as they did last season, losing out in that brilliant semi-final. Barcelona through the middle, Lewandowski through the legs of Byrne, and it might bounce to Rashford, who shoots, and it's blocked wide across goal. 2 Newcastle players flinging themselves in front of it, Trippier and Byrne, I think, and or is it Cher? It is Cher, and there's another Newcastle man down in the box as well.
Is that Livramento?
And they might have collided together. I think it's Cher, the one who's come off worst, and I think Trippier slid into Cher, didn't he, when Rashford hit the shot, which took it well wide and away from goal for a corner. It might have struck, I think it's Cher on the ground, and I think it was Cher whose Rashford's shot hit on the head.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, absolutely spot on. I think it was Livramento maybe. He was down holding his hamstring, yeah. He's up on his feet now, which is good.
He was the 3rd man.
Absolutely, yes, he was the 3rd, black and white shirt on the floor. Cher now, he's just lying down. Physio's grabbing his head and making sure that he doesn't move suddenly. All the checks you have to do.
I mean, that ball was hit with pace by Rashford from not too far away, probably 6 yards, maybe, if that. And flinging himself at it. You know, this... it's a concern, and Newcastle have got to defend a corner after this, and this could take a little while before all of the checks are complete on Fabian Cher, who is leaning forward now. He's sitting up, and Kieran Trippier is there with him as well, who collided into him. So first of all, the shot from Rashford hit the falling Cher on the head, and then Trippier actually slid into him as well. And so he is sitting up, and Barcelona are getting themselves organised to take this corner. Marcus Rashford is going to take it. Pedri is the player closest to him, so they might go short. Of course, the other thing is, Cher's going to have to go off the field here, so they're going to have to defend this set piece, Newcastle, without Fabian Cher on the field. Now, it looks to me as though he's going to be fine, that he's been passed fit to continue, on his feet, walking off unaided, just breaks into a trot. The 4th official has come across to have a word as well, and Newcastle will defend this with 10 men. Barcelona take it short. Rashford gets it back. Plays it back to Pedri. Surely no share. You wouldn't, and then it's missed by Rashford and cleared away by Elanga. Surely in those circumstances, dear, surely one of the central defenders is off the field. Surely you put that in the penalty area, don't you?
Well,
or it was that very old-fashioned difference.
It's very old-fashioned, but it's correct. You see if they can defend with one central defender, put them under pressure to defend and head the ball away.
Yep. Here's Dan Burn, 0-0, still 0-0. Manchester City, Napoli as well. And last we heard in the Super League, which is on Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 only on BBC Sounds, Hull KR were 16-6 up on Warrington, and it is Catalan 14, Hull FC 12. Newcastle played forward down the right. Elanga's onto this, into the penalty area. Gerard Martin is with him. Plays it back to Joe Linton, square from him. Bruno Guimaraes battling for it on the edge of the box. That was well defended by Fermin Lopez. Comes back for Newcastle, just outside the box. Joe Linton to Elanga. Elanga lifts it across to the back post. Koundé's underneath that and heads it right back out to Elanga. Trippier is there. Cher is back on the pitch, by the way. Trippier finds Bruno Guimaraes. Nice footwork. Back to Tonali. Shoots straight at goalkeeper Garcia, who was able to catch that just above his head. A little juggle, but caught it securely.
Yeah, just tried to steer that Tonali into the keeper's top left-hand corner, but he hit it too straight, too cleanly. And it went straight down Garcia's throat. 2 hands on it. Safety.
Still 0-0. Newcastle again. Tonali up towards Gordon. That was well defended by the teenager, the 18-year-old Kubasi. Now it's Pedri. Pedri, the number 8, slight figure. Takes it through the middle, passes it to the edge of the box. Burn on the stretch, gets there, controls it, and stabs it out of play towards us. And out for a throw. Still 0-0 in our direction, but not directly at us. If you weren't listening in the first half, something happened tonight that I have never witnessed before. Our engineer catching the match ball. Extraordinary moment. Here is Frankie de Jong passing the ball forward towards Rashford. Now to the left-hand side, Gerard Martin. Back to Rashford in the box. Rashford under pressure, just drives it across on the volley, harmlessly. From a Newcastle point of view, well defended by Trippier and Bruno Guimaraes, who yet again, the distance, the amount of the pitch that Bruno Guimaraes covered is one of the modern wonders of the footballing world.
Yeah, I'd have to agree as well. I think the balance that they have as well. Tonali, Joe Linton in there. There's always 2 black and white shirts in there. Maybe one's gone off to do a bit of squeezing, but they never leave that midfield empty. And they always talk about the other one and where he should be and where they should be. They get it right every time. Joe Linton now just in that number 10 position. Guimaraes, Tonali side by side.
10 minutes played in the second half, 5 live. Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0 in the opening match for these two in the league phase of the Champions League. The ball is cleared right up in the air. I thought that might have been heading our way, but it lands down in front of Hansi Flick, still on the pitch. Bruno Guimaraes, crossfield pass. This is for Barnes to chase down the left-hand side. Catches up with it. Now up against Koundé. Cross hits Koundé. Well defended by the Barcelona right back. Comes back to Barnes again in the orange boots. Then back to Livramento behind him. Tino Livramento on the overlap. Tino Livramento's cross. Sliding Koundé. Blocks that behind for a corner to Newcastle.
Yeah, Koundé down the right back for Barcelona. He seems to be choosing the right time to go to ground. He never seems to dive in. He chooses the right time to make sure that ball doesn't make it into the box. That said, he's given away about 3 or 4 corners tonight because it's last-ditch tackles.
Just as the Gallagher rolled there was an instruction from the studio. So whatever that was, we'll get to it in a moment. We're going to go to Manchester City shortly, but Newcastle with this corner, the Gallagher end in full voice, on their feet. Trippier drives it across the back post. Burn just got his head to it, but it glanced away into the full back position, and Rashford will force a throw-in off Tonali. So, to Manchester and Mike Minay.
Where Manchester City lead by 1-0. Foden clipped it up in the air on the edge of the box. Haaland ran through and headed it past the stretch of the goalkeeper. That's 50 Champions League goals for Erling Haaland in 49 games. Quickest to reach the half-century. Manchester City 1, Napoli 0.
Haaland opening the scoring for Manchester City. Of course he does, with what is his, I think that's his 12th goal for club and country now. 5 in the Premier League, 6 for Norway, and then this one in the Champions League. Here's Rafinha as Barcelona take it away downfield into the Newcastle box. Byrne goes to ground. Rafinha tries to lay it back, but there were too many black and white shirts there. Comes back centrally for Barcelona. De Jong to Koundé, who's had an excellent game, the right back. In, Rashford with a header, it's in! Marcus Rashford scores for Barcelona at St James's Park. His first goal on loan from Manchester United, and he's come back here to Tyneside to do it, and Barcelona are in front. Great moment for Rashford, big blow for Newcastle. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 1.
Yeah, I'm expecting Newcastle to defend that so much better. They've been outstanding defensively, they've been outstanding all night, Newcastle, but Koundé goes around the outside of Rafinha. Rafinha just rolls it back to him. Koundé thinks, well, I'm going to put it in because I can see some shirts of my teammates in there. He literally just swings his left foot. It's swinging towards the penalty spot, and Rashford just comes from the edge of the box and just glances it with the left-hand side of his head past the keeper. Keeper's got no chance, and there was no challenge. Too simple that was, far too simple.
Well played, Koundé, but a great moment for Marcus Rashford. A chorus of boos for him, but that's the moment he's been waiting for. On Sunday night, he actually got his first assist for Barcelona, but it is the goal's impact, of course, that he wants. And that header from, what was it, probably 12 yards out. Pope diving to his right, couldn't get there. Barcelona in front now then, and here is Marcus Rashford laying it back centrally. Back to Fermin Lopez, who hits the shot that comes off a Newcastle head. Cher, I think it was, which took it wide of the goal and behind.
Cher looks very unsteady to me on his feet.
He does.
He just headed another one away there. The referee's gone up to him to have a chat with him to see if he's okay. He's cleared that one again with his head. Cher.
Corner for Barcelona, who lead by 1-0. Marcus Rashford with the goal in his 5th appearance for Barcelona. And Rashford takes this corner into the near post, which headed up in the air by Livramento, then headed further away by Cher, finds its way back to Rashford. Fermin Lopez, his ball in, that's headed away again by Cher, just keeping an eye on him. Koundé set up that goal, gives it away. Joe Linton over the top through the middle, but goalkeeper Joan Garcia comes out of the penalty area, gets there comfortably ahead of Anthony Gordon. So Barcelona back here at St James's Park for a competitive match for the first time since 2003. A lot of talk about the 1997 match. Barcelona won that one here by 2-0, quite straightforwardly, and that is what they're doing here. It's been a while since they've been here, Barcelona, in England for the Champions League. As the referee blows his whistle, and you're right, Dion, he's looking at Fabian Cher, who might not be able to continue.
No, I mean, he's sat down on his backside now, and Dan Burns chatting to him as well. I don't think he's right. He's looking so wobbly. Get him off the pitch ASAP, please.
Yeah, so 1-0 down. Looks as though they're going to lose Fabian Cher shortly, so I guess Sven Botman will be being prepared out of our sight underneath the roof of the dugout. So let's get an update on the Hull KR match. Plan is tonight for them to win the league leader shield. How are they doing, Sharon Shortle?
They're still in the lead, John. It's Hull Kingston Rovers 16, Warrington 10. Despite a bright start to this second half for Hull KR, Atamok having a try ruled out for a double movement. It's Warrington again who have got the first points of the half. Sam Stone following up a kick put through by Ewan Irwin, not converted by Mark Sneed. It's a little bit tense. Hull KR 16, Warrington 10.
And in the other match tonight, so Hull KR is on Sports Extra 2. On Sports Extra 3, it is now Hull FC 12, Catalan 20, bottom of the table. Catalan winning there. Hull FC need to win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Here in the Champions League, Newcastle 0, Barcelona 1, and Dion Dublin, Eddie Howe is being decisive. A quadruple substitution. So Voltemada is on, having scored on his debut. Now, tonight, it is his Champions League debut. Joe Willock is on, Jacob Murphy is on, And also, Malik Chow is coming on as well, another of the summer arrivals from Milan. So that is it for Fabian Schär. Also making way were Harvey Barnes, certainly, Joe Linton, who was on a yellow card. So Schär, Joe Linton, Barnes and Elanga. Has to be the other one, doesn't it?
Yes. No. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So there we are. Quadruple change here.
Yeah, and you know, energy, pace, fresh legs.
Newcastle 0, Barcelona 1. Manchester City winning 1-0. That is still the case, Mike Minor, yeah?
It is, with the hour mark passed as well. The Blues comfortable playing in the Napoli half entirely now. Doku looking lively. Rodri's off as his minutes are managed. Nico on in his place. Manchester City leading Napoli by a goal to nil.
Thank you very much, Mike. Just under half an hour to go here. Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 1. Marcus Rashford heading the only goal so far in the 59th minute. Koundé, who set up that goal, just fouls Anthony Gordon. So quite a rejig now. Gordon obviously going to the left-hand side. And Voltemada through the middle. £69 million deal. Newcastle's record signing. I've seen him live before. I'm guessing, Dion, this is the first time you've seen him live. Voltemada, 6'6", Cowsley, blondie hair. He is quite gangly, quite awkward. Free kick for Newcastle, which is swung in but too close by Tonali to goalkeeper Garcia, who's able to catch that quite comfortably. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 1. Back to Sharon Shortall in the Super League.
24 minutes to go and we are back all square. Hull Kingston Rovers 16, Warrington Wolves 16. Adam Holroyd this time for Warrington, taking a short ball to stroll through beneath the post. Sneed converts. It's tight, it's tense. Hull KR 16, Warrington 16.
And that's on Sports Extra 2 if you want to listen to it. Barcelona attacking. De Jong with a cross from the right. That is headed away in the middle by Chow, who's come in. So Chow coming into central defence rather than Botman. And back to Manchester City, Mike Maine.
I told you Jeremy Doku was looking lively. He's made it Manchester City 2, Napoli 0. Brilliant flight of foot on the edge of the penalty area, weaved his way in on the left-hand side, then rolled it into the far corner. Manchester City 2, Napoli 0.
So Manchester City would seem on the way to an opening victory. Barcelona now in the salmon pink, knocking the ball around with a swagger inside the Newcastle half. Rashford, little ball to Pedri, knocks it back towards the halfway line. Sporting now winning 2-0 against the outsiders Kairat. So Sporting 2-0 up. And in the other match in the league phase tonight, Eintracht Frankfurt still winning 3-1 against Galatasaray. Scored a couple of goals just before half time. And old Liverpool go there in a couple of rounds time. This Barcelona possession ends with a throw into Newcastle on the halfway line. 25 minutes to go. Chow returning the ball to Nick Pope, who passes it out to Dan Burn. Newcastle, who've still scored just 3 goals this season in the over 4.5 matches they've played in all competitions. That is why Voltemada is being hailed with such expectation, because Newcastle need the goals, need a goal scorer. And Voltemada on the field now, the 23-year-old. Volta Messi, they called him in Germany. Now he's playing against Messi's old team. Ball up towards Lewandowski. Lewandowski just gets his head to it against Dan Burn, but then Chow is able to play it away, comes back to the edge of the Newcastle box. Rashford heads it down. Burn gives it back to Rashford. Rashford on his right foot, trying to find a position. Shoots, goal! Oh, what a goal! Rashford, what a cracker that is! In off the underside of the crossbar. That was unstoppable. 2 goals now for Marcus Rashford on the night, and Barcelona are 2 up at St James's Park. That was a real shock to the system for Newcastle.
Wow, Marcus Rashford. Everybody's been waiting for this young man to show us what he's got. That is just totally unstoppable. As we see the England manager there on one of our screens, It's just incredible. Marcus Rashford, he just gets a loose ball from Dan Burn. He's on the edge of the box. He's 22 yards out. Oh my word, he hits it with everything. It dips, it bends, it hits the bottom of the crossbar. And I'm thinking to myself, 2 keepers, 3 keepers. Oh my word, what a strike. Marcus Rashford
could not be better, Dion.
No, not at all. I mean, he caught it an absolute peach. You know when you catch the ball right, because the ball doesn't spin, it doesn't go anywhere, it just moves in the air like it's not moving at all. It's just stunning, Marcus Rashford.
But it also just had a little bit of dip on it, which meant that it clipped the underside of the crossbar. But the ferocity of that shot, and I know now, people are able to see it, aren't they, and measure the speed of shots. That must have been hit. I remember him scoring. Do you remember he scored at Elland Road for England?
Yeah.
I think was that Costa Rica.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, that was memories of that. The Costa Rica goal, I think, was further out. But that was the Marcus Rashford of top confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And a manager that's allowing him to do what he needs to do. Don't do too much work when you haven't got the ball. You stay in the areas where you can hurt the opponent. Marcus Rashford does it. You know what he does? He wants to drop his shoulder left, come inside and strike with his right boot. He did it that one. What a strike.
Just a stoppage while we've been eulogising about that Marcus Rashford second goal. 2-0 Barcelona lead. And actually, Barcelona have lost Pau Kubasi while we were speaking. The 18-year-old central defender has had to go off. And he is going to be replaced by Ferran Torres. So reject for Barcelona at the back. So Ferran Torres is coming on to replace him. Now Kubasi is off. Ferran Torres, they're all looking across at Hansi Flick, Lewandowski and Ferran Torres, and Frankie de Jong is saying, what's the plan? And eventually, I have to say, that did baffle me. And now finally, from underneath the dugout, Andreas Christensen, the central defender, the former Chelsea man, appears, and the Barcelona players out there were saying, who's going to play in central defence? And then Christensen appeared, and that's it from Lewandowski. This was his first start of the season, so they're just being careful with the old man Dion, but he won't be scoring tonight. But never mind Barcelona, Marcus Rashford has twice.
Yeah, he has, and he's been very, very potent. Very good use of the ball tonight from Marcus Rashford. Pace, very direct, as we know he can be, but he's given us an end product tonight.
So Andreas Christensen is on. You mentioned Thomas Tuchel, Dion. He was part of Thomas Tuchel's Chelsea Champions League winning team. And Thomas Tuchel, incidentally, when Rashford scored that magnificent second goal, the cameras immediately focused. We saw on our tiny screen here Thomas Tuchel, there was not a flicker of German emotion on his face after Rashford scored that. But Thomas Tuchel has very much nailed his colours to the Rashford mast, and that's the kind of thing that he wants to see. Tonali now for Jacob Murphy. Newcastle have got a right battle on their hands now to get anything out of this opening match for them in the Champions League phase, and Gordon can only miscontrol that behind for a goal kick. And Newcastle 0, Barcelona 2 is the score here, while Manchester City lead Napoli by 2-0 in the Sports Extra commentary match. And more news from Hull KR, Sharon Shortle.
And Warrington have taken the lead, 20 points to 16. Not going to plan for Hull Kingston Rovers with that League Leaders Shield at stake. Josh Thewlis going in from work from Matt Duffy for his second of the game. Not converted by Sneed, but Warrington leads 16-20 the scoreline.
Elsewhere in the Champions League, Eintracht Frankfurt now winning 4-1 against Galatasaray. I watched them lose to Bayer Leverkusen on Friday night in the league, but that is an excellent start for them. And also Sporting now have doubled their lead, 4-0 they're winning against Kairat on their Champions League debut. Rashford's pass downfield, 2-goal Rashford to Rafinha now with Ferran Torres in the middle, still Rafinha, left foot shot, but well wide of the mark actually, across the goal, wide by 6 yards, low and behind, rattling the hoardings, not the back of the net, Dion Dublin.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Rafinha took that shot on, because Marcus Rashford had ran 40 yards and he was just arriving on the edge of the box unmarked. He could have rolled it to him, Marcus Rashford, Could have had a chance of his third. Took the shot on, no danger on Pope's goal this time. What Newcastle have got to do, they've got to get the ball wide to the fresh legs of Willock and Murphy, get it up to Voltemada as well.
Yeah, there was certainly signs of an understanding. Murphy and Voltemada at the weekend. Overhit pass from centre field by Frenkie de Jong, who just runs his fingers through his hair. That's behind for a goal kick. But it is Newcastle 0, Barcelona 2, and it looks as though the Spanish champions are on course for an opening victory in the league phase. Absolute gulf in terms of the two clubs and European experience. As I say, 5 times winners. This is their 619th match in all of the various European club competitions. Newcastle, this is only the 4th season that they've played in the European Cup Champions League. Only their 141st match in the various European competitions. And that's given away though by Gerard Martin. Trippier, his pass though hit the Barcelona defender. He's trying to slip it through to Murphy. Trippier again, groans in the home sections. It looks as though this is going to be no repeat of PSG 2 years ago. What a night that was. And also no repeat of 1997. The only man who might score a hat-trick tonight is Marcus Rashford. Ball cleared away on the edge of the box by Gerard Martin. Dan Burn takes it down, plays it to Chow, who just brings it back onto his left side and gives it to Livramento. Livramento now carrying it down the left-hand side. Newcastle, still plenty of time left, 15 minutes. If Newcastle can get a goal and bring it back to 2-1. Gordon skipping in from the left-hand side. Voltemada, nice touch. Bruno Guimaraes for the shot, which is slightly juggled by goalkeeper Garcia. Just pushed it away to his left, but is just able now to pick it up from the ground.
Yeah, better though from Newcastle. I think I'm looking at this Barcelona back four. They're looking a little bit leggy now, a little bit tired. And I do believe if you can get the ball forward, they won't be as comfortable under pressure with those new legs.
But here is Rashford now away again down the left-hand side. Rashford full of confidence, takes on Trippier in the box, but the touch was a little heavy and Trippier defended that well. I think he's feeling it, Trippier. Rashford's been running at him all night as the ball is impeded. Tonali was impeded, and that is a yellow card for the Barcelona number 16 Fermin Lopez. But Trippier's down with cramp, Dion.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because Marcus Rashford
tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, it's tough. You're playing against Marcus Rashford, who's enjoying his night. He's got himself a couple of goals, and Barcelona are looking for Marcus in behind. Marcus is going to show for the ball, and then he's going in behind as well. And I mean, Kieran Trippier now to be able to deal with Marcus Rashford for the whole game. He's done well. I don't think he's going to last the whole game, to be honest with you.
I think Newcastle are going to make the change. And what about Rashford then, Dion? 27 years old now.
Yeah.
He's made this move to Barcelona, as we were saying. What a move that is, as Sven Botman is going to come on to replace Kieran Trippier. 27 years old, last week scored his first goal for England for 2 years. As I've mentioned, seems to be back in the picture there. He kind of rekindled things at Aston Villa, didn't he, with 4 goals before that just turned a little sour right at the end. And now this could be, he said, stressing the could be quite an exciting new start.
Yeah, it could be if Marcus is. I mean, we've seen Marcus do this many times, where he's had times where we've seen little bits of it. Can he continue to do it? I mean, tonight he's been outstanding, I've got to say. His goals have been brilliant too.
A lovely smattering of applause for Trippier from just down to our left as he makes his way across. Here's Murphy, but Barcelona defend that well. 2 men there together, and Murphy is able to see it out for a throw-in down the right-hand side. Still Manchester City winning 2-0. Commentary on Sports Extra. Giovanni Di Lorenzo was sent off in the first half. So Manchester City on the way to victory. Newcastle trying to get a goal back. Gordon on the left-hand side, but excellent challenge from Araujo, who dived in with a challenge and put it out of play. And now Newcastle wanted to take a quick throw, but Araujo is down not so much as Araujo, but Araujo. he's got cramp now.
Yeah, and I did say that they're looking a little bit leggy now, that Barcelona back four. Give it to Newcastle's fresh legs, get it wide, cross it in the box. The big man's waiting for anything that you can put in there for him. He hasn't moved from that centre forward position, occupying the two centre halves, which means the gaps between centre half and fullback are huge.
Going to see the excellent Danny Olmo coming on. He's not a bad substitute, is he? Yeah. And also Eric Garcia, the former Manchester City man. So if Araujo's going to have to go off, Eric Garcia will slot in somewhere there, probably in central defence. Throw in for Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes is beaten in the air. Comes out to Livramento though. Livramento clips it across. Challenged for by Botman. Now Chow on the edge of the area. Tall and angular as well. Willock drives it low, but too close to the goalkeeper, who's able to dive forward onto it. And it remains Newcastle 0, Barcelona 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad ball from Willock on the right-hand side. It's a loose ball, and he just thinks, I've still got teammates in there, and he leaves it in there in front of the keeper. The keeper just dives forward. There's no black and white shirt making a run across the goalkeeper. You're still in with this game. You've got a good 13 minutes, 13 minutes. Get yourself across the keeper.
Yep. Just over 10 minutes to go. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 2. De Jong back to goalkeeper Garcia, now Araujo, and then Pedri, who also covers a lot of ground, the number 8, part of the Spanish squad that won the Euros in Berlin. Ball across to the left-hand side to Gerard Martin, and the Barcelona supporters are way up high in the Leazes end. I'm sure many of them will have never been up there before, with Barcelona last year in 2003, as Tonali turns and passes it away. Rashford back onto the ball, just down in front of us, but in comes the challenge from Murphy. And Bruno Guimaraes now forward to Gordon, blonde hair flapping over that headband, but Gordon's pass was a little short to Livramento. In comes the challenge, Barcelona win it back. Rafinha, I think he's going to lose out to Bruno Guimaraes, but it bounces back to Koundé. Still those two Barcelona players waiting to come on whenever the ball goes out of play. Passed forward to Fermin Lopez, Marcus Rashford, and now they are just slowing the pace and passing the ball around in the central third, like a team that are winning 2-0 away from home in an awkward Champions League tie in the final 15 minutes of the 90. As they come forward again, and the ball is chested down through the middle by Ferran Torres. He had defenders either side. Chow was there and Botman. He went to ground, palms apart, looking to referee Nieberg, who wasn't interested. No penalty. Newcastle forward down the left-hand side to Anthony Gordon. Koundé again, excellent play to win the ball from Gordon.
Koundé's done well tonight, I've got to say. He's had 2 or 3 players to mark down that left-hand side for Newcastle, but Koundé is choosing really good decisions here.
There's been a clash off the ball between Rashford and Chow, and this was some way off the ball. Rashford's gone down, holding his face, and well, if there was anything sinister here, clearly these days the cameras will pick this up. VAR will pick this up. They're going to make the changes, Barcelona, and while they do that, let's go back to the Super League and Sharon Shortle.
By 22 points to 20. A wonderful try from Arto Morg, breaking clear a full 80 metres upfield to get at what could be a crucial try. Reece Martin converted, but it still could go either way. Hull KR 22, Warrington 20.
And if they have looked at that, it looks as though it's been passed as being innocent. Chow's challenge on Rashford, and Marcus Rashford is now being substituted, walking towards us, just the hint of a smile on his face as he leaves the field. As we've said before, Dion, we'd like to see more of that, wouldn't we, from Marcus Rashford?
Exactly. Yeah,
give us a smile, Marcus.
Yeah, just a little bit of a smirk, bit of a smile. Just enjoy it, because you know you are some talent, young man. And when you play like you have done tonight, you deserve the plaudits. So enjoy them and keep repeating them. That's what I would say.
Yes, a little hug from Herr Flick, Hansi Flick, as he leaves the field. And he's provided the moment of this match tonight, Marcus Rashford, with that second goal, as Tonali is impeded, centre of the Barcelona half, by Frankie de Jong. That's a yellow card for him. Yes, look out for that, by the way. Marcus Rashford's goals on the iPlayer, BBC website and app, and the highlights programme, another highlights programme for the Champions League tonight on BBC 2 later on this evening. It was terrific. Possibly the best goal I've seen so far this season, Dion, I think.
Yeah, he didn't hold back, did he? We know how Marcus really likes to strike the ball hard, but he struck it really hard and clean, and it was, the keeper had no chance at all. Pope just watched it go in the back of the net.
Newcastle 2-0 down. Need a goal. Free kick taken to Gordon. His cross cleared away by Barcelona. It's been a really, experienced display from Barcelona. Consummate Champions League club, as we've said. Jacob Murphy, a bit like Arsenal actually against Athletic Bilbao on Tuesday night. Just soaked up the pressure and then scored a couple of goals. Forward now, looking for a third goal, which would finish it off, but Chow is able to get there ahead of Ferran Torres. Jacob Murphy, but he's crowded out. Groans again from the black and white hordes. Fermin Lopez is able to get to his feet despite slipping over, and Barcelona go back into their own half. Eddie Howe comes out towards the edge of the coaching area. Certainly not panic stations for Newcastle. In this league phase, there's plenty of time to make up for an opening defeat. Long one downfield, which Byrne heads away to the halfway line. And as I've been saying, I think the draw is not too bad at all for Newcastle. Next one, Union Saint-Gilloise, and then Benfica here. Then Athletic Bilbao come here. That'll be all red and white stripes and black and white stripes. They're like Sunderland have come to town. I'm sure they'll get a great reception. Marseille away, Bayer Leverkusen away, then PSV at home and PSG away the last match. Don't want to be needing anything from that. But Newcastle, their draw against 5 former winners of the European Cup or the Champions League, or indeed current winners in the case of PSG, as Joe Willock has just pulled up for a foul on Eric Garcia, and it's a free kick to Barcelona. 5 minutes to go. Still, even though they, by no means are Newcastle knocking on the door here, those early chances in the second half, Joe Linton with a header, the shot from Tonali, that's been about it. Really, Newcastle needed to have converted one of those chances in the first half. They didn't, and Marcus Rashford has made the difference. 2 goals for Rashford. That's the story here tonight. Manchester City still winning 2-0 in that match at the Etihad Stadium against the Italian champions, but the Spanish champions on top here on Tyneside. Pedri looks over his shoulder. There's no one coming, Pedri. Just very casually knocks it across. Here's Koundé. Koundé then all the way back it goes to Christensen on the halfway line. There's a foul on Ferran Torres in the middle of the Newcastle half, and it is a free kick to Barcelona.
Yeah, they do it well, Barcelona. All game they've just literally had the ball in the midfield and they've just waited for that contact from a black and white shirt, and they just passed the ball on to the next player. There's always a pass on for a Barcelona player anywhere on the pitch. They work so hard to support their teammate. They make it look so easy.
Yes, they do. Tonali now overhits the pass. That kind of sums it up, doesn't it? One of their mainstays, their most important players, Tonali, overhitting a pass, looking for Gordon to run down the left-hand side. I think in the bars and pubs of Newcastle, possibly in the big market tonight, if they're in the mood for it. They're usually in the mood for it, aren't they?
They are.
They'll be saying, should Voltemada have started for Newcastle? That'll be the discussion. Another goal at Manchester City, Mike Maine.
No, it's still 2-0, John. The goal scorers are off, though. Haaland, who had his 50th Champions League goal tonight, is replaced, as is Jeremy Doku. Billy Gilmour, the former Chelsea man, remember he moved here permanently in the summer. He's on for Napoli. But this one as comfortable as you'd expect. City passing it around in the Napoli half at their own leisure. Manchester City 2, Napoli 0.
Yes, my fault. Apologies. Misheard that. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 2. Premier League commentaries this weekend. The 3 o'clock choice, as it is this season. Brighton, Tottenham on 5 Live. Wolves, Leeds on Sports Extra. don't miss Manchester United-Chelsea at 5:30 on Saturday. And then Sunday, 2 o'clock, Sunderland-Aston Villa on 5 Live, Bournemouth-Newcastle on Sports Extra, and then Arsenal-Manchester City, the small matter of 4:30, 5 Live, the place to hear that. Newcastle coming forward. If they're going to do anything, they need a goal sharpish. Willock down a blind alley, dispossessed. Barcelona pour forward again. Fermin Lopez carrying the ball a long way, then giving it to Rafinha. Rafinha in the box, the angle's tight, black and white shirts getting back, and then Fermin Lopez with the shot over the top of the crossbar, harmlessly.
Yeah, it was.
Radio Marker have picked up the volume, haven't they?
I think they were.
That was a full
They was expecting something to come out of that attack there from Barca. Nothing came of it, but still the commentary was outstanding.
He's just got up. He's got up and left.
I think he's had enough.
He's got up and left. He's given the mic to his friend. Well, I wasn't expecting that. That was his final flourish, Dion. As Newcastle play it forward, but that's going nowhere. Yeah, it's going to be Barcelona's night, Dion. I think we can say that now, can't we? With a minute to go. I've been proved wrong before.
Yeah, tonight, Newcastle, the first 15-20 minutes they're outstanding, but Barca just somehow seemed to weather the storm. Yes, Newcastle missed a couple of chances, but they've weathered the storm. They've been very, very patient. They've played some very good football, Barcelona, and worked hard as well when they haven't had it. And you know what? Marcus Rashford has scored 2 very, very good goals, especially his second one.
Yeah, no Wissa either, of course, injured until after the next international window, and then Bruno Guimaraes passes it behind Murphy, and to throw into Barcelona on the halfway line. 5 Live Sport be on the air till 10:30 tonight, so lots of analysis of Manchester City's win, as it looks as though it's going to be against Napoli. And very good win for Manchester United's women. We'll have more on that as well, I'm sure. 3-0 against Brann, so 3-1 winners on aggregate. And a throw-in for Newcastle. We're in the 90th minute now here at St James's Park, and Newcastle are going to have to do it in the remaining 7 matches. Remember, in the league phase, the 36-team league phase, you need to finish in the top 8 to get straight through to the round of 16, but if you finish in the top 24, you go through to the knockout stages. Bruno Guimaraes, Jacob Murphy's ball across, Gordon with a chance, it's in! It's the first Champions League goal of the season for Newcastle, maybe too late, steered in by Anthony Gordon. 2-1 now to Barcelona as we move into added time.
Yeah, and that's what I did say, move the ball a little bit quicker. The Barcelona defence looking very, very leggy in this last 5-10 minutes. They moved it quickly. 1, 2, 3 touches, went out wide. Murphy's in the box, and I think he comes in from the left-hand side as well. What a great goal that was from Anthony Gordon. Well done, Newcastle. There's still a few minutes to go, John. You never know.
Excellent pass from Murphy again.
Brilliant ball.
Set up the goal here for Voldemort. 7 minutes of added time. Listen to the roar now. Now Barcelona suddenly, in a stadium that had gone so quiet for St James's, now will be full of life. And Barcelona, coming from Seminari, has pulled back Dani Olmo, who wins the free kick. And another roar from the stands. 7 minutes of added time. I think that's enough time to score a goal.
Every chance Newcastle. Just concentrate. This last little 2 or 3 minutes, they picked up the pace a little bit, Newcastle.
2-1 now, after Anthony Gordon gets on the score sheet for the first time this season. As I say, just the 4th goal that Newcastle have scored this season. Back it goes and out of play. Pedri just allows that to roll. Out of play on the halfway line. Eddie Howe just walks forward. Hansi Flick has a look at the watch on his left wrist. I make it we are in the 2nd minute of added time. Newcastle fans on their feet saying, how long are Barcelona going to take this throw? And then Jacob Murphy dives in on the challenge. It is a free kick. Jacob Murphy turns, hands on his head, mouth wide open, looks as though he's just had the greatest injustice of all time perpetrated against him. That was a free kick on Garcia.
You know, the strangest thing, yes, it was a free kick, clearly free kick. The strangest thing, Garcia, I think it was Garcia that had the ball in his hand taking the throw in. and the referee was walking towards him to put his hand in his pocket for his yellow card, and then he pulled it away. I just watched the referee do that.
Well spotted, Dion. They're going to make another change. This is all about managing the game now. Barcelona, actually though, instead the ball is passed forward for Ferran Torres with a run, and Sven Botman comes across with quite a meaty challenge on him in the full-back position. The ball was running behind the dead ball line, and Barcelona now making what I think, is this their final change?
Last one, I think. Last one, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and it is the young midfielder Marc Casado. The final score in the Super League is Hull KR 28, Warrington 20. Hull KR have won it, and that means they have won the league leaders' shield. Behind for much of that match. We'll have more on that at the end of this match. But also Manchester City have won 2-0 against Napoli. More to come on that, but an opening win for Manchester City against the Italian champions. 2-1 to Barcelona here, deep in added time. And Pedri coming forward into the Newcastle box. Pedri playing it back now to Rafinha. Across it comes to Casado, the substitute who's just come onto the field. Not sure who it was who went off actually while all those scores were going in. It was Fermin Lopez who was replaced. Well spotted, Dion. As Barcelona go back towards the halfway line. We're in the 4th minute of 7 of added time. Newcastle do finally get the ball back. Livramento hoists one forward downfield. Come on, shout thee, Toon Army. Gordon gives it away, groans. However, never mind. Livramento is quickly onto the loose ball. Back to Gordon. Gordon now sprinting down the left wing. In comes the challenge. Livramento is able to keep possession for Newcastle. Back to Tonali. You're going to hear wherever you are in the UK, if Newcastle score a second goal here, you will hear it. The roar from St James's Park. Out of play though, deflection off Tonali. It's a throw-in to Barcelona, who suddenly go into slow motion. And you don't blame them. Any team would. And then a little foul on Pedri by Bruno Guimaraes. We're in the 5th minute of added time, 2 to go.
Yeah, I mean, all these fans here in black and white shirts could see that Murphy was free as anything on the right-hand side, but they just couldn't get the ball from left to right quick enough. He had a one-on-one, and they would have fancied him as well. Could have been their last chance. Will they get one more chance?
Everyone in black and white here just hoping for one last chance. Voldemar has hardly touched the ball yet since coming on as a substitute. Barcelona win it back. Played down the right-hand side for Rafinha. Rafinha, is he going to go to the corner flag? No, this is Barcelona. Across it comes, Olmo with a shot. Excellent save by Nick Pope down to his left. Super stop to keep it at 2-1 Barcelona.
Brilliant save from Pope. Rafinha just dropping it in. Teammate comes along, just steers it into the corner. It's going in. It's going to be a great finish.
Yep,
but it's
almost.
a lovely, really good, lovely save from Pope down to his left. Had to shift his feet out the way and palmed it around the corner.
We're in the penultimate minute now of added time. Newcastle 1, Barcelona 2. This is the Champions League on 5 Live. Lights shining down at St James's Park. Newcastle can't get the ball back from them. De Jong, then forward. Little exchange of passes. Rafinha gets it back. Two Newcastle players on the challenge. Barcelona keep the ball. This is what they teach them at the academy, of course. Koundé now takes it forward, and then back it goes towards the halfway line. Forward through the middle, and the shot is deflected from Ferran Torres, which takes it over the top of Nick Pope's crossbar for a corner to Barcelona, and I'm not sure they are going to get a final chance. 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, Christensen there, centre half. Barcelona looking at his manager as if to say, can I go, can I go? The manager says, no, you stay where you are. Let's hold on to what we've got.
I make it now. We're into the last 30 seconds of the 7 minutes of added time. Barcelona are going to take this corner short. There is nothing more certain in the world. They do that. Then Rafinha, back centrally to Pedri. Then Rafinha again, a low shot that Nick Pope goes down on. This is it. He gives it out underarm. It's got to go long and forward. Only seconds left. Chow's being pulled back blatantly, and that's it. That was an invitation for a yellow card for Casado. It all depends on whether referee Nieberg is going to add on time for that. Hansi Flick is saying that should be it to the fourth official. Down there he's pointing at that expensive watch of his. The fourth official points at his cheaper version and says, no, they will still play on. It is the free kick from Pope. This is the last action of the match. Barcelona leading 2-1. Newcastle, last chance to win a point, a last gasp point. Up it goes, flicked on by Botman, bounces down Koundé, passes it away, still they play. Livramento has got it back, challenge from Pedri. The ball was out of play for a throw, but that is it, I think. No, it's not. Still will play on. The referee's being very generous here. The referee's been very generous. 2 balls on the field. Right, got to be long throw, Dion. This has got to be it. This has got to be long from Livramento. Tino scored a hat-trick back in 97 against Barcelona. They need a super long throw from this Tino. Now for the last chance. It's a loopy one. In it goes. Flicked on. Bounced across. Olmo clears it. Comes out. Tonali with a shot through a crowd. But straight at Juan Garcia, who was able to scoop it up, say thank you very much. The referee says deliver it downfield. The whistle's coming, and that's it. Punches of the air from Hansi Flick and his substitutes and coaches down in front of us. Good win for Barcelona. A very good opening win for the Spanish champions, and Newcastle here at St James's Park. All of the hope and expectations, but it is a defeat on their return to the Champions League. And Marcus Rashford, the man of the night with his 2 goals. 2-1 the final score after Anthony Gordon's late goal for Newcastle, Dion Dublin.
Yeah, I think Barcelona in the end seemed to wear Newcastle down with their patience with the ball, their consistent keeping the ball to a teammate, getting it in the right areas. Every single teammate had an option when they had the ball. Newcastle were outstanding tonight. I believe the chances that they missed in the first half, and they were good chances, probably allowed Barca to get back into the game. There should have been a goal up at half-time, Newcastle. You have to take your chances. I will not reiterate that enough. When you're playing against teams like Barcelona, a half chance is a good chance, take it. But on tonight's performance, Barcelona just nicked it for me.
Yep, 7 matches to come. They're not going to be playing the Spanish champions every time. But a little bit like 2 years ago in the Champions League for Newcastle, there were some great memories and great moments. But in the end, it was good, but not quite good enough. And tonight, that's the case. Newcastle 1, Barcelona 2. It's finished.
So plenty to talk about, plenty to discuss. We'll try and get some reaction on. If we don't, then you will hear it during the course of the night here on 5 Live in the Sports Bulletins, on the Football Daily Pod as well. So in the Men's Champions League tonight, Club Brugge beat Monaco 4-1. Finished FC Copenhagen 2 by Leverkusen 2. They were the 2 early games this evening. Then in the 8 o'clock games, Eintracht Frankfurt 5, Galatasaray 1, Sporting 4, Kairat 1. As you've been listening to here on 5 Live, Newcastle 1, Barcelona 2. And at the Etihad, Mike Maine, was it routine for Manchester City in their 2-0 win over Napoli?
Yeah, they cruised to it in the end. Unlike last season, the Blues do beat Italian opponents on match day 1. Napoli rarely in the game. I can only think of one save from Donnarumma in the first half. The turning point was certainly Napoli captain Giovanni Di Lorenzo, sent off midway through the first half when his lunge saw his studs barely graze the ball, took out Haaland in the process, trying to get in on goal. The referee went to the screen, he reviewed it, deemed it was a red card offence. That was the end of their chance. It was the end of Kevin De Bruyne's return too. He was subbed off quickly as Antonio Conte reshuffled. Second half, Haaland became the quickest player to 50 goals in the Champions League, just 49 games. He headed home a Foden lift up on the edge of the penalty area. Jeremy Doku impressed. He got a goal with some lovely footwork, dancing past 2 defenders as well. So it finishes at the Etihad, Manchester City 2, Napoli 0.
Big night for Manchester United in the Women's Champions League. An Elizabeth Turland hat-trick means that they beat Brann 3-0 on the night, 3-1 on aggregate. So they qualify for the main draw of the Women's Champions League to Manchester United for the first time. Hull KR have won the League Leaders' Shield in Super League. They beat Warrington 28-20. Hull FC, who had been in a playoff race and were in with a chance for a playoff, were beaten at home by Catalan by 26 points to 22. So much to delve into what's happened at St James's Park, with Barcelona beating Newcastle by 2-1 thanks to 2 goals from Marcus Rashford. Get the thoughts of Dion Dublin and Isaac Hayden very shortly. But on the basis of the second half, John Murray, you felt Barcelona had more control of the game.
Yeah, I often say to you, Mark, don't I, on 5 Live Sport, there's no substitute for experience. Barcelona have stacks of it. The team that Newcastle picked tonight had 100 previous Champions League appearances between them. Lewandowski on his own had 33 more than that. But if you're Barcelona, you need stars. And the star tonight was the on loan Marcus Rashford in front of Thomas Tuchel sitting here in the St James's Park stand. It was Rashford who scored the 2 second half goals for Barcelona. The first set up by Koundé, headed into the net from 12 yards, and the second, an absolute cracker from Rashford. That was vintage Rashford. He was substituted. He wasn't able to get a hat-trick in the Champions League in the Newcastle-Barcelona match like Faustino Asprilla back in 1997. They almost coasted to victory until that late goal from Anthony Gordon, but Newcastle weren't able to create enough here tonight. But as I say, I feel that that better opportunities will come in this Champions League phase for Newcastle to pick up points than they had here against the Spanish champions.
It's not going to do Marcus Rashford's chances of a regular starting place any harm, is it? That second half in particular, Isaac. He's going to have a battle on his hands because obviously they have Rafinha and Lamine Yamal. And in the first half, you kind of felt that maybe Kieran Trippier was getting the better of him, but he had a fantastic second half.
Yeah, second half, that was the Marcus Rashford of old, really. The 2 goals were absolutely outstanding. I mean, the header, to be able to produce that power, and the goal that he put on to put it in the corner was fantastic. And the second goal, people will be watching that back over and over. And there was just moments after that second goal in particular, you could see that he was oozing with confidence. It was a lovely switch of play to put Rafinha in, I think. That probably wouldn't have happened for him if he hadn't have got that boost from the goal. So, you could just see second half, it was almost a Marcus Rashford show. But I've got to be honest, Pedri and De Jong in the middle of the park controlled the game in the second half, and Newcastle just couldn't get near them. And I think Newcastle will be disappointed, especially on transition. A lot of the first passes were not getting to their targets, and they were choosing the wrong decisions and turning the ball over too quickly, which gave Barcelona the impetus to transition and ultimately win the game.
I know we talked, didn't we, Isaac, pre-match about the strength of Newcastle's midfield.
Yeah.
And I suppose this is the key to being an elite professional footballer. But De Jong and Pedri just make it look effortless.
Yeah, I mean, technically, arguably 2 of the best in the world. I think physically, obviously, Newcastle's midfield 3 would overpower them, but as I said, football's not all about physicality. We found that with the previous Barcelona teams, and it was Xavi and Iniesta that were doing the same thing. So, as I said, technique in that middle area of the pitch is vital, and they just controlled the tempo of the game and slowed it down when they needed to, sped it up when they needed to, and ultimately Newcastle couldn't get near them. But I do think that the transition or period, the first passes that Newcastle had when they won the ball back, just in the second half, they weren't finding the passes and the rhythm. So they were never going to be able to build up momentum in that second half.
Sorry to butt in, chappers, but as we're talking about midfield there, about De Jong and Pedri, what they do so well is they allowed Guimaraes and Tonali and Joelinton to get so close, and then they just popped it round the corner and got it again. That's just knowing full well that they're not physically going to overpower this Newcastle midfield, but we can pass around you. You can't foul us, so we'll just pass around you and keep the ball. They did make it look so easy. I've got to give a shout out to Koundé. I thought he was outstanding at right back tonight.
And he put the cross in, didn't he, for Rashford's
he did,
header,
header,
which actually I wanted to ask you about, Dion, because the second goal will get so much attention because it's just a wonder strike, isn't it? It's such a clean, beautiful hit.
Absolutely.
But the first goal it's just a really good header. I know in commentary you said it was too simple for him with the way that Cher dropped off. But it's still a great header.
Yeah, it's a very good header. It makes it so much easier. You know, the cross comes at the right height. He's coming into an area where he's in the centre of the 18-yard box, and he can go any corner he wants to go into. But he knows that the keeper's going to have to go to the near post because the cross is coming from the right. So he just guides it past the keeper's right shoulder. It's an easy header, but you've got to be able to get into those positions to make it look easy. He worked hard tonight, Marcus Rashford. There wasn't quite a smile, bit of a smirk, but he worked hard, he got his goals, his second one was outstanding, but he worked harder for the first.
You'd say easy header, would you?
Yeah, I would, I'd say it was an easy header, someone that has, you know, it's hard work scoring headers, Chappers, you've got to put yourself in the right position.
No, I'm just laughing at Isaac's reaction to do you think it was an easy header? Try to give him a bit more credit than that.
I think I understand what Dion's saying there. I think because he was unchallenged, there was no nudge in the back, or he wasn't having to aerially challenge anyone, so it was guiding it in. But I think the pace of the cross did make it a lot easier. But still, to finish in the corner like that,
he made it look easy, didn't he? He made it look easy.
Exactly, made it look easy. Yeah.
Go give him a bit more credit. Go give him a bit more credit for the second one.
That's what we do.
The second one. Just a standard strike, was it?
Dion couldn't have given him more credit. I think, as I said during the commentary, I think this is a moot point really, but I'm sure Newcastle fans in the pubs and the bars will be saying, should Voltemade have started this match? Whether it would have made any difference or not, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have made any difference.
That stunned you.
Well, it just came. It sort of came out of the blue a little bit, did that? Because I was not in the
really. Because I think that's what Newcastle fans will be talking tonight. They spent £69 million deal on a new striker. I guess that's what they'll be saying.
And I suppose if you look at the first half and the chances that fell to Barnes and Gordon, Isaac was spot on as well. Looking back at the Gordon chance when he completely mishit it, they're centre forward positions, and I think Voltemade would have been there, and he would have had a different mindset, and he would have put one of those two in without a doubt.
Okay, what do you think, Isaac?
Yeah, I think it's always easy on reflection to go who should have started and who shouldn't have, but I do agree. The two chances in the first half, goals change games, and those two, one of those chances goes in, it's a completely different game in the second half. But I do think, especially in the second half, early on in the second half, just the balls that were going forward, the transition, it was breaking down too easy. So even with Voltemade up there, it's not guaranteed that it's going to stick. So it's always that first pass that goes into the centre forward just wasn't there tonight.
Do you think they were trying to force it a little bit in that second half with the ball between the lines?
Yeah, you could see that they were trying to transition too quickly on some occasions. Sometimes it's about making one or two, three passes before you make that move forwards. And I think with the goal, it was quite poignant really, because it was the first time they really connected 3 or 4 passes, played it wide, and then Murph doing what he does best. That first time cross was fantastic, and as I said, a good finish from Gordon. But I think it came a little bit too late in the game. They needed to string a few more passes together early on and then build to go forwards.
But they're playing a team tonight, Newcastle, in Barcelona, that are, in terms of the development as a team, they're way ahead of Newcastle. You're talking about genuine contenders to win the Champions League this season. As I say, I expect Newcastle to go far in the competition, but Barcelona, you're thinking, well, it's not a stretch of the imagination by any means to see them lifting the trophy in Budapest at the end of the season, is it?
Well, let's bring Guillaume Balaguer in from Euro leagues. On the back of what you've seen in that performance, are they more or less likely to win the Champions League based on what you've seen?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, what I've seen is a Barcelona that we hadn't seen this season anyway. Strong in both boxes. Joan Garcia intervened when he had to, and up front they were efficient. And the game management was absolutely fantastic. They looked around in the first 10-15 minutes with the noise, with the pressure of Newcastle players, with the fact that they just couldn't get out of his own half, thinking, okay, it's about defending with the ball. Can we do long passing sessions and make sure that we don't lose possession in the wrong places? Can we do that? And I think at the end of the first half they started doing that and realizing that they couldn't do some of the things that they normally do. This is in Spain is a high tempo, strong pressure team, but compared to the kind of tempo used by Newcastle, they're like all men walking around. So they couldn't match that. They couldn't match the physicality of Newcastle, and they just put in practice another game. When you do that, when you're clever enough to do that, and obviously when you're effective, when you have the chance to score, then that's a sign of a team that's matured compared to last season. And last season they made it to the semi-finals. So yeah, this is a team that can win the competition.
Let's hear from Hansi Flick, shall we? Here are his thoughts after the game.
It was a fantastic atmosphere, and of course we saw also that Newcastle, how they are playing. It's with a high intensity. This is what we expected before, and but we have the confidence today. We believe in our strengths, and this is good.
It was a very frantic start. You mentioned there what you expected from Newcastle. Was that exactly it?
Yes, of course. When you start in this season, the Champions League season, is very important to get 3 points from the beginning. Last season we played in Monaco, we lost. And so for today, it's a really, really good feeling for us and helps us also to get better and better.
Your players stayed patient, though. Talk to us about Marcus Rashford and his 2 goals, 2 outstanding goals, but very different.
Yes, of course. This is we always see in the training, and he showed today, and I'm very happy for him.
Has he announced himself now as a Barcelona player?
He is now. Of course, he's one of. In the offense, we have a lot of good players, and he's one of this. And I'm really happy to have him because he gives us a little bit more opportunities to options to follow the match, and it's great. It's great to have him.
What do you think it does for Rashford's stature within Barcelona, Guillaume?
There were doubts. People were thinking, they haven't watched Aston Villa match in the last 6 months in Spain, and they don't realise that he actually had turned a corner already. Mentally, physically, he started being more confident. He learned about the positional game that Barcelona play through Unai Emery, and the injury didn't allow him to perhaps peak. But in any case, Barcelona fans had not seen that. All they heard is about the time at Manchester United, where people seem to still celebrate, based on social media this is, the fact that he wasn't scoring, that he wasn't at his best at Barcelona, that he hadn't shown the level that he's got. I don't know why Manchester United fans are rejoicing when he doesn't succeed, because they still got to buy him. He's on loan. But in any case, what Barcelona coaches had seen was a shy guy. It has been difficult to get through to him, as if he was somebody that has been hurt and wouldn't open up very easily. That perhaps he didn't rebel. If he didn't play, that's okay. If he was substituted, yeah, that's fine. Didn't have that kind of I don't know how to call it, passion or whatever it is that the Rafinhas or Lamine have when you come off the when you don't start the game. But as Hansi Flick had said, they seen his quality. And the interesting thing is that they see more, even though he's been playing on the left-hand side, they see more as a 9. So Do they? Yeah. And, scored as a 9, both goals, no? One outside the box, but from a central position, and a header. And they seem there because, he shows flashes of his ability on the left-hand side with the ball. Without the ball, he tends to forget that he's got all the stuff to do. And that's no good, because then that wing becomes very easy to attack.
It's interesting that, isn't it, Dion? Because, Unai Emery occasionally used him through the middle, and sometimes Ollie Watkins was on the bench and Rashford went through the middle towards the end of last season. And yet, for quite a lot of the previous couple of years, Rashford was adamant that he wasn't a 9.
Yeah, I don't see him as a 9 that I would consider an out-and-out 9. He could play there. I don't think he likes receiving the ball with his back to goal and somebody behind him. I don't think he's very effective when he's got a defender right behind him. I think he likes the grass in front of him. I think he likes to be able to take players on. If I was choosing between a 9 and the left-hand side, I would say he's in between the two, but I'd put him down the left-hand side more than anything. But as a number 9, he could do a job, but I think you'd get more out of him playing down the left.
Last week, Thomas Tuchel told us that he sees Marcus Rashford as playing on the left for England, for him.
Yeah, but you could have a different role at club level.
Maybe I'm managerial material, by the way. You never know, do you?
Well, have you just realised that this evening?
Just tonight, after what I just said.
No, yeah, absolutely. To switch it back to Newcastle here, Isaac. What would be the positives? And we haven't heard from you yet. What would be the positives that Eddie Howe might take out of tonight?
I think they stayed in the game, especially in the second half. I know it looked as if they were out of it, but as soon as they got the goal, obviously the crowd got up, and they were never, completely out of the game. It wasn't a rout. I know it was 2-0 and Barcelona were fairly comfortable, but even the last 10 minutes, they kept going, they kept pushing. And as I said, Barcelona, one of the favourites to win the competition, so it was always going to be a tough game first up, and they'll certainly have easier games than this going forwards. But I think they kept going, they kept plugging away, and as I said, it didn't turn into a rout. So that was the main positives, really.
Do you think, as John threw in there will be debates about why Valdemar didn't start?
Yeah, of course. Whenever you spend, a club record fee on a striker, I think supporters will always be asking the questions as to why they haven't started in such a big game like this. But I think you have to trust the manager. He sees the players day in, day out. Nobody knows the ins and outs of how he was feeling after the Wolves game at the weekend. As we said before, I think he came out and said that he felt the effects physically of the Premier League's first game of high intensity for him, and he might be feeling the effects of that, so we don't know that. But, I think the tactics were clear, especially first half, first 10, 15 minutes, it was electric, pressing from the front. And, like I said before, the pressing tactics that Eddie likes to have maybe weren't suited to Valdemar today to start. And obviously the plan was probably to bring him on for the last half an hour, but I think the game was tailing away at that point.
Yeah, he might be a little bit like Arne Slot when he was talking about Alexander Isak last week. He could easily say, listen, we've signed him for 5 years or whatever it is, not just for the first fortnight.
Yeah, and this is, as we constantly keep talking about, John, this is a very different Champions League now, and you can have a slightly iffy start and still rescue yourself when it gets into December.
I was thinking exactly that when I was following the Chelsea match last night. They start off with a defeat, but there's plenty of time to turn it around.
You'd agree, Isaac, would you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's so early in his Newcastle career. I mean, it's like we just said there. I mean, Arne Slot was saying about Isak, he's signed for 6 years, so it's not like he's got him for a couple of weeks. So there's so much time for him. The more training that he gets, especially with the group, because I said he's massive on the training pitch and putting time in there. So the longer he has with Eddie on the training pitch and the staff there, the better he'll be. And I'm sure he's going to be a great player for Newcastle.
Which is, of course, one of the shortcomings of the extended league phase, the fact that there is enough time to turn things around. If this had been the group of 4 and you'd lost at home in your first match, then, the pressure's on.
Yes, although you'd have lost, not that I'm trying to argue with you, but you'd have lost at home to the strongest team in the group, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would, but nevertheless, the pressure would have been on.
The final thing that you would say, Dion, before we say bye, is what I suppose it has shown is that Newcastle, and they'll need Wissa back as well here, won't they? Because maybe that front three of Barnes and Elanga and Gordon, whilst possessing a great deal of pace and trickery, might not deliver as many goals.
Yeah, maybe. I think, going off tonight's few chances, maybe, but I think what I'll take from this game for Newcastle is Newcastle can mix it with the best. They can mix it with the best on the big stage. They had their moments tonight when they could have gone ahead and it would have been a very different game, as Isaac's mentioned as well. So that's the only thing I think they were missing tonight, just that little cutting edge. I mean, Barca took charge of the game for at least 70% of it, 75% of it, just showed their class and their patience. But they could have been a goal behind if Newcastle were a little bit more ruthless. And I'll say it again, do not waste chances against the big teams, because you will, unfortunately, lose the game.
Thank you both, Dion and John. Marcus Rashford has said to television this evening, I'm enjoying it all and I think it's making me a better player. It's an amazing experience. Obviously, most people my age have watched Barcelona growing up, so it's an amazing experience to be part of this team, and we obviously want to win all the time. You know, Guillaume, when you said that some people at Barcelona found him a bit difficult to get through to, that's not saying he's being difficult. I mean, I just think he's probably quite shy and trying to settle in, isn't he?
100%. And I was lucky enough to see him at close quarters while I was doing the book with Aston Villa last year, and he was exactly the same. But there are coaches that at Aston Villa, like every other big club, where they worked individual and they try to get to the player through the head. They just joke with them. And if there is no joke back, that's not the way. They will try to just give them information, whatever it is, to get through the player. And they reckon that Rashford was the most difficult player in terms of getting through to him, until one day, boom, it clicked, because something they did in training, it happened during the game. He came back and said, oh, that thing that you said, can you give me some more of that? And then that's it. Then they got him. So, okay, it was through football that they got him. He doesn't want to be friends with anyone in particular. He obviously is closer to the contingent of Barcelona that speaks English, but he speaks through his feet, his football, his training, and he trains very, very well. And whenever he's got to play, through whatever he does on the pitch. So difficult? No, not at all. But it was interesting is that, of course, the likes of Lamine has had Rashford for many years in the PlayStation. And when he found out that Rashford could be a possibility, he went and sent a message to the director of football saying, bring him on, bring him, get him here. Because not just him, but the rest of the kids that are there, and really is like a school, little, everybody's a teenager there, had Rashford as a superstar. And perhaps they didn't fully understand what had happened at Manchester United. Not many people talk about it. What they see is a guy that has got, a lot of potential. And given the right conditions, he will shine.
Let's touch on Manchester City's win over Napoli this evening in the other Champions League game on the men's side of things to involve an English side. Erling Haaland and Jeremy Doku getting the goals as City beat 10-man Napoli 2-0. Here's Phil Foden.
Perfect start, 2-0 win against a very tough opponent. Obviously they went down to 10 men early, which helped us, but they're a nightmare team to break down. You've seen that today, the structure, how they keep so deep, and they give you minimal spaces, and it's about using the ball at the right time and trying to break the lines. And I thought it was pretty clever. We didn't give too many turnovers away in silly areas, and overall a solid performance.
I mean, it feels like you and Erling Haaland just know exactly where the other is going to be. Like you say, patience is key. You eventually got the breakthrough. Talk me through that goal, because it was a lovely ball from you and a lovely finish from Erling. Yeah, first half was a bit frustrating. I wasn't getting many touches in between the lines due to how well they was keeping tight together in the midfield, but I knew second half, once the game opened up a little bit, there'll be like one or two chances where I can maybe turn on the ball. And I managed to turn on the ball, and something I've been working on in training. Erling's always going to make that run. I already know he's there before I even play the ball, so it's just about getting that connection and trying to do it again now, and hopefully he can score more goals and hopefully I can assist. And he is the quickest player ever to 50 Champions League goals. Phil, I'm not going to be sure there's any records to be broken for Erling Haaland anymore.
Nah, he seems to break every record going, and at his age as well, it's unheard of what he's done. I don't think anyone's going to break the records that he's going to break if he carries on playing the way he's playing, and unbelievable player, and someone we need very much this year.
And just quickly, finally, before I let you go, Phil, 2 big wins in a couple of days ahead of Arsenal, but also how lovely for the fans to be singing Kevin De Bruyne's name tonight. Yeah, really lovely. Obviously a legend of the club. Can't thank him enough for what he's done for the club and the trophies he's won us, so forever going to be a legend here.
Phil Foden there. Michael Brown was at this game for us on Sports Extra. It's been a very good week so far then for City. If they go to the Emirates and get a result, that's a fantastic week for them, isn't it?
It'll be a huge week if that comes off, chappers. But you look at Pep Guardiola's choice of team today. He very much was on this game, not looking at the weekend. He was able to make those changes later on when the job was done because of 10 men Napoli. But they really played well, moved the ball around, they were patient, but the recovery runs, limited space, as Phil has just said there on his interview, turnovers are so important to the manager because defensively they have been a little bit of a weakness there. So a real positive, that's 2 good results, and now a huge game at the weekend. And some real positives, Jeremy Doku looking excellent in wider positions, running forward. His goal was fantastic as he stepped inside and completely gone past people. Phil Foden, I mean, we missed him last season, the year before, he was incredible. So great to hear in his voice how much he's enjoying it. Man of the match performance. He had a wonderful assist to Erling. He had a couple of opportunities where he managed to get shots away and to get into good position. So, yeah, a real positive night for Pep Guardiola.
You kind of run out of things to say with Haaland, don't you, now? I mean, 50 Champions League goals in 49 appearances.
It's not bad, is it? Do you know what? He was limited for opportunities because Napoli's defensive line was quite strong. And ironically, Conte made a decision because Pochettino got a yellow card. He decided to put a back three in, and within a minute, Phil Foden just flicked the ball inside. And a lot of players would have just headed that into the ground. He just looped it, didn't rush it, had a look, or is aware of those situations, and just lobbed it over Milenkovic-Savic, who was excellent on the night. So, wonderful return. He just keeps better and better, gets better. And what he did as well is it was his run that they left a 1v1 and then a slide pass in behind. Di Lorenzo thought he'd got the ball, but when Erling's coming, you make rash decisions you maybe shouldn't do. And that was the difference with the red card. Referee went to the monitor, overturned it because of the threat of Haaland. So, yeah, he set an example, a wonderful return. Records are there for all to see. And he seems like he's in the rhythm and enjoying scoring goals.
12 goals now, Isaac, in just a little under 7 games for club and country. I always feel like you have to put the caveat in 5 of those are against Moldova, but you're not really putting that in. They still count, you know?
Yeah, of course. And as well, international football, I know there's a lot of discussion about it, but, you know, you still have to put the ball in the back of the net, and it's the hardest job in football at the end of the day is scoring goals. And, you know, for his age, he seems to have been doing it for years and years now. But, I mean, even last year, you know, people were saying it wasn't his best season, but he still scored a hell of a lot of goals. And I said, if you can carry on the form that he's shown this early part of the season, then it's going to be another big season for him.
Good to have you with us this evening, Isaac. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate
Cheers.
it. Cheers.
Isaac Hayden with us on 5 Live Sport. Thank you, Brownie. See you soon. As well, Michael Brown at the Etihad, where Manchester City beaten Napoli by 2-0. Great night for Manchester United in the Women's Champions League. They're into the main draw for the first time. They beat Brann 3-0 in the second leg, so 3-1 on aggregate. Elizabeth Turland got a hat-trick on the night, and we can hear from Mark Skinner.
I asked the players to just be calm. I felt that we had, and I believed even in the first leg, we had the better quality. And I really mean, congratulations to Brann, because first leg they were incredible. They used their energy, used their fans in a really good way. I knew that if we got them back home, it would be a different story. So I believed in us, trusted us, and we were ruthless tonight. And we're going to need that. If you want to go further in this competition, you need to be ruthless. So I really enjoyed our performance, and now look, we're in the hat. We are history makers. This team continues to amaze me at how they create history all the time. And you know, our owners and stuff, and our chief exec and so on, were here tonight, which isn't really good for us too. So it just shows that just how far we're travelling in such a short amount of time.
So Mark Skinner on a very good night for Manchester United in the Women's Champions League. And a couple of big stories in Super League this evening, contrasting emotions on either side of Hull. Hull KR have won the League Leaders' Shield in Super League for the first time. They beat Warrington by 28 points to 20. So they top the table at the end of the regular season. Their rivals in Hull FC, miss out on the playoffs after a 26-22 defeat at home to Catalan. More reaction to the Champions League throughout the night here on 5 Live and on the Football Daily Pod. Adam Fleming is in for Tony Livesey, and he's next.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello, it's Adam Fleming, and these are the headlines at just gone 10:30. President Trump is flying back to America after his state visit to the UK. He signed a major technology investment deal with the Prime Minister, and they discussed migration and the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. The President also suggested Sir Keir Starmer could use the military to stop illegal migration. The High Court has rejected a fresh legal challenge to the government's one-in, one-out migrant returns deal with France. Lawyers for an Eritrean man had argued that France wouldn't look after him properly, but the court disagreed. The Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey, says interest rate cuts are still on the cards, but says it's sensible to lead them at 4% this month. The bank has cut rates 5 times since August last year, but inflation has been increasing since April. The 2 MPs who are planning a new left-wing party seem to have fallen out already. Zara Sultana has accused allies of Jeremy Corbyn of overseeing a sexist boys' club. He says her attempts to sign up new members are unauthorised and should be ignored. And now the sport with Shabnam Yunus-Jewel.
Thank you, Adam. Erling Haaland broke another record by becoming the quickest player to score 50 Champions League goals, doing it in 49 games as Manchester City beat Napoli 2-0 in their opener. Kevin De Bruyne's much-anticipated return to the Etihad lasted only 26 minutes. He was sacrificed after captain Giovanni Di Lorenzo was sent off. Newcastle were beaten 2-1, though, as Marcus Rashford impressed on his Champions League debut for Barcelona. The on-loan striker scored both goals for the Spanish side, the second a spectacular 20-yard strike into the top corner. Meanwhile, Manchester United reached the main draw of the Women's Champions League for the first time. Elizabeth Turland's hat-trick helped them overcome a deficit to beat Norway's Brann 3-1 on aggregate. At the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, Great Britain's Olympic champion Keely Hodgkinson cruised through to the semi-finals of the women's 800 metres along with her training partner Georgia Hunter-Bell. Max Burgin is through to the men's 800 metres final. Dina Asher-Smith and Amy Hunt reached the women's 200 metres final, while Zarnell Hughes made the men's 200 metres final. And in Rugby League, Hull Kingston Rovers won a historic first League Leaders' Shield as they edged out Warrington Wolves 28-20, but Hull FC's bid for the Super League playoffs ended as they lost 26-22 at home to Catalan Dragons.
What a night of football. This is Champions League Drive on TalkSport. Me, Andy Goldstein, Darren Bent alongside. Following us at 7, Natalie Soyos, live commentary. Newcastle take on Barcelona in the Champions League. The team used for that one is in. Jim Proudfoot has all the details. Jim, good evening.
Andy, good evening to you. And Eddie Howe makes 2 changes to the Newcastle side that beat Wolves. New signing Nick Voldemade is one of the players left out as Anthony Gordon comes back in to lead the line. And Anthony Elanga is in for Jacob Murphy. Marcus Rashford keeps his place in the Barcelona team. It is a weakened Barca side. No Yamal, Gavi or Ter Stegen. Frenkie de Jong has made it though, and he starts having recovered from his groin injury. Lewandowski, Araujo and Rafinha all return after being left out against Valencia. So it's Pope in goal for Newcastle, Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento, Guimaraes, Tonali and Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon and Barnes. For Barca, Joan Garcia in goal, Koundé, Araujo, Kubasi and Gerard Martin, Fermin Lopez, De Jong and Pedri, Rafinha, Lewandowski and Rashford, and Troy Deeney's alongside Natalie and myself. And Newcastle Barcelona, we're kicking off at 8.
Thanks, Jim. Can't wait for that. Also, can't wait for this one over on TalkSport 2 tonight. You can hear Man City against Napoli. Let's get the team news now and say good evening to Ian Danta. Hi, Dance.
Evening to you, Andy. Well, it's all very straightforward here at the Etihad Stadium because both Manchester City and Napoli are unchanged from their weekend wins. They both scored 3 goals. Napoli at Fiorentina, City here, of course, against their rivals Manchester United. So it's as you were from Sunday with starting 11s. Donnarumma in goal for City, born in the Neapolitan region of Italy. Let's not forget Huzanov, Ruben Diaz, Gvardiol and O'Reilly make up the back 4. Rodri holding in midfield. 4 further in front of him are Bernardo Silva, Reinders, Foden and Doku. Haaland, bidding for 50 Champions League goals if he can notch one tonight, leads the line for City. As for Napoli, well, the big story is the return of the prodigal son. Kevin De Bruyne going to have a statue erected in his honour after his extraordinary achievements here over a decade at the Citizens. He's part of an unchanged 11 for Antonio Conte back in this country. Milinkovic-Savic is the goalkeeper for the Italians. Di Lorenzo, Buchema, Buongiorno and Spinazzola in a back 4. Lobotka holding in the midfield, 4 in front of him with Politano and Gieser, who once played for Fulham, De Bruyne and former Manchester United midfielder McTominay, player of the year in Serie A last year. And on loan from Manchester United, Rasmus Højlund leads the line for the Neapolitans up top. Mickey Gray's going to be my wingman tonight, and we kick off at 8 on TalkSport 2 for Manchester City against Napoli.
Thanks, Dan. A reminder, of course, after both of those games have finished, the boys on the Sports Bar from 10 will be taking your calls. One more Billy will be coming in the studio for the end of the show quiz in just a moment, but this is your final chance to enter our biggest competition yet. 2 winners will score Oasis tickets for their September the 27th show, and 1 will win £25,000 in cash. Yes, 25 grand and tickets to see Oasis. You've got until 9 a.m. tomorrow to enter. Here's how.
18 plus, UK excluding Northern Ireland. For a chance to win, text the word Oasis to 83338 and you're in the draw. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You must have the bill payer's permission. Or you can enter for free by calling 0330 880 338. All entries must be received by the 19th of September at 9 a.m. This is a TalkSport limited promotion run on TalkSport, Talk and Virgin Radio UK stations. Full terms and conditions at talksport.com.
You can.
You can indeed. Hopefully you can. One more Billy has joined us in the studio. You all right, Bill? How's your day?
It's just to get in something as well, isn't it? Just keep talking, though.
Bill, congratulations, by the way. I hear you're going to become a dad, so that's nice news. Well done.
Yeah.
Little Billy on the way.
Yeah, apparently so. News for me.
Is that your third one?
Yeah.
That'd be nice. What are we doing for the end of the show quiz?
It's all about the
Sorry, you got on jumper. Is it jumper weather now?
No, but it was, but now it's hot out.
Have you got your heating on yet?
No.
Ben, when's your heating come on?
Not yet.
When's that come on?
A few weeks' time.
Underfloor heating for you.
November.
Right, you got underfloor heating, Bill?
No.
Benny's got it in all 3 of his ensuites.
I know, I've heard.
Right, what are we doing?
Well, my ensuite's got an ensuite, has it?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Final Champions League drive of the week.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So final Champions League quiz of the week.
We've only got 90 minutes. 90 seconds.
Wow.
Wouldn't it be funny if we made a mistake we had 90 minutes?
Andy, do you want to go first?
Well, you know the answer to that.
What's the highest attendance in European Cup history?
Okay. I'm guessing it's about 120, but go on.
99k, 109k, 135.
I'm going to go the biggest one, 135.
Yeah. Celtic.
I remember that.
Against Leeds.
Yeah.
1970 semi-final.
Yeah, so Tuesday.
Oh, there we are.
Benty, which of these English refs the Champions League final and the World Cup final in the same year?
I know it is.
Mark Clattenburg, Howard Webb, Michael Oliver.
Webb.
I would go Webb.
What year?
No, that wasn't a question. Webb.
Correct. What year?
He did the 2010.
Yeah,
because he was horrific.
Should have sent someone off.
De Jong, was it De Jong with the
somebody gave like 3 yellow cards?
Was
that him?
Yeah, it was him. Wasn't it De Jong with the flying kung fu kick in someone's chest? Didn't send him off.
No.
Yeah.
Bill pretended he knew what you were talking about, but he didn't. He just looked at you and went, yeah, but he didn't.
That was on.
You trust my knowledge, right?
Just go on, Bill. Carry on.
Andy, which of these players shares the record for the most assists in a single Champions League campaign? Ryan Giggs, James Milner, Mason Mount.
Did you say shares it?
Yeah.
With who?
A few other players, but one of these.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. A few others. Giggsy.
Yeah. Nah, James Milner.
Does he?
17-18. 8 assists.
Right, make your mind up, 17 or 18.
Oh, yeah. Both.
Right. Last question to you, DB.
Benty.
DB's getting his outro ready. I love it.
Who was the first player born in the 2000s to score in the Champions League?
In the 2000s, to score in the Champions League would be...
Going to be round about 2017.
Give me options.
Kylian Mbappe, Jadon Sancho, Phil Foden.
Foden.
Jadon Sancho.
You idiot.
2019, I think.
I think.
Brilliant.
Got to write it down.
Billy, get out of my studio.
All right.
And don't come back till tomorrow. And that's it. We're done. A reminder after both games. So building up now at 7 o'clock on TalkSport, you've got Newcastle against Barcelona, and TalkSport 2, you've got Man City, Napoli, and of course at 10 the boys will be taking your calls on the Sports Bar. An unbelievable night. Do not touch that knob. Stay where you are. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Thanks for listening. I'll leave the last line to Darren Bennett, who's got the best outro in the world. Be safe, everyone. Be safe. Go on, Benny.
Stay tuned, stay safe, and stay you.
Oh, that's great.
Get ahead of the game every supercharged sporting Saturday on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Make the warm-up a part of your weekly matchday ritual.
The game is underway.
And get an unrivaled preview of all the upcoming unmissable football action.
Absolutely first class.
With expert predictions, pitch-perfect analysis, and a top-flight lineup of guests. Guaranteed. The warm-up with Max Rushton and Charlie Baker. Saturday morning from 9 on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Doing what matters for the trade.
It's a big match day, and Coral's reward shaker has turned gold. There's guaranteed wins today. Oh, a big win for the group chat tipsters. Super tips, super-sized free bets. And that's a golden shake from the Full Kit Fanatics. A £10 cash prize to match those number 10 shirts. Play Coral's free golden reward shaker for bigger guaranteed football rewards. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Golden shaker available on selected days. Reward restrictions and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Have you seen the all-new iPhone 17 Pro? Designed from the inside out, it's the most powerful iPhone yet, with the ultimate Pro camera system. What's more, at Vodafone, you can get the new iPhone now and every year with Vodafone Exchange. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone.
Credit check and terms apply. Trade in iPhone 17 series in good condition 12 months before phone plan ends and upgrade. Every year based on 24-month plan. See vodafone.co.uk/exchange.
Our lowest price is back for Sky Sports and Sky Essential TV. Get all of Sky Sports, including more action from the Premier League and Women's Super League than ever before. Plus every F1 race. And more of the UK's top entertainment from Sky and Netflix. There's never been a better time to join. Go to sky.com for more details. Sky. Believe in better. New Sky TV customers only. Requires Sky Stream and relevant Sky TV subscriptions. Minimum broadband speed of 25 megabits per second recommended. 18 plus.
Hi guys, it's Reece and Paul from Fat Lads Competitions.
That's fat with a PH, son.
Every single week we give away cash, cars, luxury watches and tech for as little as 5p a ticket. Here at Fat Lads.
That's fat with a PH.
With weekly free competitions that you can enter for absolutely nothing. And we've given away over £3 million in prizes and have over 3,500 5-star Trustpilot reviews. So go to fatlads.com today.
That's fat with a PH.
Or download the Fat Lads Competitions app. That's fat with a PH. Are you happy now, Dad?
I am, thank you.
Over 18s only. Legal stuff applies.
This season, LiveScore Bet is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. No goal, no problem. VAR payout to the rescue. Leading at the break, celebrate your ACCA early with halftime heroes. 2 goals ahead, cha-ching, rest easy and enjoy the game courtesy of 2 Up. Celebrate every goal, every twist and turn this season with LiveScore Bet, bringing you more ways to win. LiveScore Bet, total betting. Eligible leagues and markets vary. Full T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave.
Online,
on your mobile,
on the app,
and on your smart speaker.
Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Good evening, I'm Max Scott here with your sports headlines. Napoli stars make a Mancunian return this evening as Rasmus Højlund, Scott McTominay and the legend King Kev take on Manchester City. Ahead of the game, massive City fan Oasis's Noel Gallagher told TalkSport it'll be sad not to see Ricky Hatton at the Etihad.
To South America, along with all his mates for a few days. You know, it's like he was in the band for a week. It was great. He had an amazing career. The night me and Liam carried his belts out, it was an honour for us to do that, but it was a funny night hanging out with him. Sad we'll never see him at the Etihad again, but it's life, isn't it?
That game's live over on TalkSport 2 this evening. City and Napoli are unchanged from their weekend wins. Here on TalkSport, it's Newcastle, Barcelona, where Nick Voltemade starts on the bench. Full team news from St James's Park next. TalkSport understands the PFA have approached Chelsea over the training regime of out-of-favour Raheem Sterling and Axel Disasi. They've intervened to ensure the club aren't breaking FIFA rules on isolating first-team players. We understand Chelsea feel they have complied with the rules. Elsewhere, Jose Mourinho has signed a 2-year deal with Benfica. There's more on that at TalkSport.com.
TalkSport News.
Donald Trump suggested Sir Keir Starmer should involve the military in tackling the small boats crisis. Meanwhile, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has called the first removal of a migrant under the one-in, one-out scheme an important first step.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. With a huge range of premium brands available, we've got what you need to drive away happy every time. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com and book today.
Windy in Scotland, patchy rain for northern England and western Wales, cloudy and mild elsewhere.
Kick-Off. Online, on YouTube, on the TalkSport app. Kick-Off live.
The adrenaline-charged Weeknight Football Academy.
Stamina, celebrity, light-speed Weeknight Football.
Athletic accomplishment meets peerless professionalism and pride. Superstar Football.
Kick-Off live
on TalkSport.
Newcastle versus Barcelona. For fans of the Toon Army, it's what the Champions League is all about. After a difficult summer transfer window in the northeast, which saw them lose their star striker after a soap opera of a saga, the threat of losing momentum from the dizzying heights of last season became a real possibility. But with a new striker signed on deadline day and a renewed optimism in the air, now it's time for the kind of game that dreams are made of. Barcelona might be without Lamine Yamal, but they still bring stardust and a bit of swagger too to St James's Park as they look to continue their unbeaten start to the season at a stadium where they've been beaten in the past. On that famous night, it was a trio from Toon Tino. Will we see another local hero tonight? It's Newcastle United versus Barcelona, live on the world's biggest sports radio station, TalkSport.
What a fantastic season this has been for Newcastle. Champions League football, Carabao Cup.
That feeling of unknown, you don't know who you're going to play, you don't know where you're going to end up in Europe, they're all exciting things.
So Newcastle are going to go to Paris and they're going to have a home game against Barcelona. We know that.
That game now is a must-watch.
I was at the Barcelona game years ago when Tino scored his hat-trick.
But that night he was totally unstoppable against Barcelona.
It was one of those moments that told the world English football is really, really on the up.
The cross coming in and it's a good one! It's a hat-trick! A hat-trick for Espria! 3-0!
This is the phenomenon of Barcelona. There's no pressure from inside, it is the pressure from outside.
Final whistle! A great victory for Newcastle!
You can only dream of as a fan. I can't imagine how the players hold their nerve when they walk on the pitch and that music is playing.
And a shot comes in! Absolutely fantastic effort! This is a famous night coming up. It's right up there with the Barcelona win.
That Champions League music's going to be ringing out at St James's Park again.
Rafinha! Rifles in the rebound! The comeback is complete!
And I just think there are so many teams, I look at it, who could win it. I think it is wide open. I think it's a really exciting tournament.
Good evening, I'm Natalie Sawyer, live from St James's Park as we bring you an absolute cracker of a fixture from the first round of matches in the Champions League. And might sound eerily quiet here, but I promise you, come kick-off, it'll be a very different atmosphere. There is a sense of anticipation of a great night ahead. The city was buzzing as I made my way through it to get to St James's Park, awash with black and white shirts. There's the odd smattering of Barcelona ones too. There is, as I say, a feeling of a special night that can be made here at St James's Park. We will keep you right across it here, as we will with events at the Etihad too, which will see Man City take on Napoli, which is on TalkSport 2. But the team news is in for this cracking tie. So let's bring it to you with a reminder from your commentator. Good evening, Jim Proudfoot.
Hi, Natalie. Well, the number 9 position has been the subject of much debate here, with Isak having left. New signing Johan Wisser's out for a month, but it's not Nick Voltemade who leads the line tonight. German scored the winner on his debut against Wolves. He's going to have to make his European debut off the bench because Anthony Gordon has been recalled in his place. The other change to Saturday's team comes on the wing. Anthony Elanga in for Jacob Murphy. Now, Marcus Rashford once scored against Newcastle in a cup final, and he keeps his place in the Barcelona team. They're without Yamal, Gavi or Ter Stegen because of injury. Robert Lewandowski, who scored 59 goals in his last 60 Champions League ties, was one of those that was rested from the start at the weekend. He and Rafinha both came off the bench to score twice against Valencia. Both are recalled tonight. And Frenkie de Jong starts, having recovered from a hip injury. So Newcastle have Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento, Guimaraes, Tonali and Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon and Barnes. For Barcelona, Joan Garcia, Koundé, Araujo, Pau Kubasi and Gerard Martin. Firmín Lopez and Pedri ahead of Frenkie de Jong in the midfield, and then Rafinha and Rashford wide, and Lewandowski through the middle. On the bench for Newcastle, Hall, Botman, Chow and Kraft, Asula, Jacob Murphy, Voldemade and Willock, Alex Murphy and Miley, and the keepers are Ramsdale and Max Thompson. Ferran Torres, Christensen, Casado and Dani Olmo on the bench for Barca, along with Bernal, Eric Garcia, Torrents, Badaji, Fernandez, and keepers Szczesny and Kochan. And the referee tonight is Glenn Niebuhr from Sweden.
Jim, thank you very much. And just as you were giving us the team news, I can tell you that a certain Faustino Asprilla is here in the stadium, and as you can imagine, is being mobbed by the Newcastle fans around us. We'll get to that special night almost 28 years ago to the day a little bit later on, but it's time now to look at the latest football action with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com. 18plusgambleaware.org.
Okay, southwest of us at the Etihad, former Sunderland defender and our Manchester correspondent Mickey Gray, I should say, is in situ, ready to watch Manchester City versus Napoli. But before we touch base with Mickey, as well as the former Watford striker Troy Deeney, who's here at St James's Park, let's run you through the teams then ahead of that game at the Etihad with your commentator on TalkSport 2, Ian Tanter.
Thank you, Natalie. Well, it couldn't get much tougher for Manchester City. First up in the Champions League, Napoli won their 4th Scudetto last season. They've won 3 out of 3 so far in Serie A this campaign. Antonio Conte back on English soil, and Kevin De Bruyne back at the Etihad Stadium. They're putting a statue up for him here soon because of his achievements over the past decade, and the prodigal son returns as early as this to see if he can upset Manchester City, who are desperate to do better than last year, finishing 22nd in that 36-team mega league, and they ended up going out to Real Madrid. Both teams are unchanged from the weekend, so City are the same starting 11 as for the Manchester derby. Donnarumma in goal, Kusanov, Ruben Diaz, Gvardiol and O'Reilly in a back four, Rodri holding in midfield, and then Bernardo Silva, the skipper, Reinders, Foden and Doku behind Haaland, who's one away from making it 50 Champions League goals, and he would do that in record time if he notched that 50th tonight. As for Napoli, Milinkovic-Savic is their goalkeeper. They also play a kind of 4-1-4-1 formation. Di Lorenzo is their captain at right back. Bukema, Buongiorno and Spinazzola make up the rest of the back four. Lobotka holding in midfield. In front of him from right to left, Politano, Anguissa, De Bruyne and Scott McTominay, once of Manchester United, and another man with Manchester United connections, Rasmus Højlund, leads the line for the Italians. Trafford, Bettinelli, Ake, Gonzalez, Savino, Nunez, Bob, Mukasa, Lewis and young defender 17 years of age Stephen Mfuni make up the Manchester City bench. For Napoli, Meret, Ferrante, Gutierrez, Jesus, Gilmour, Billy Gilmour, once of Chelsea and Brighton, Neres, Oliveira, Elmas, Vergara, Luca, Ambrosino and Lang are their reserves. Mickey is alongside me, as you say, Natalie. 8 o'clock kickoff at the Etihad. Manchester City against Napoli.
Ian, thank you very much. We'll hear from Mickey in just a moment, but let's welcome to our commentary team here at St James's Park the former Watford striker Troy Deeney. Evening, Troy, how are you doing?
I'm very good. How are you? Love to see you.
Nice to see you too. I suppose the big news really from this Newcastle lineup is no Nick Voltemada. After a great debut, scoring as he did against Wolves, it seems as though Anthony Gordon has been preferred in that number 9 position. What do you make of that?
I understand it. I think they're going to be without the ball. Newcastle, I think you're going to expect Barcelona to have a lot of the ball come forward, and then they want to hit them with pace and power. And Voltemada is very good with his back to goal, links the play really well, comes a little bit deeper. I don't think he offers you that threat running in behind, so I half expected that might happen. But I think Anthony Gordon is chewing at the bit, isn't he? Since getting sent off here against Liverpool, he's now in this position where he wants to go again, and I just think it's a great game for him. I really fancy Newcastle today. I really, really do. I think there's an upset on the cards. This Barcelona team going forward is great. Defensively, it's a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the getting in behind. That's going to be a massive threat for Newcastle because of the high defensive line that Barcelona like to operate with as well. But just quickly on Nick Voltemada, as I say, it was a nice debut for him. You couldn't have asked for a better one, scoring on it as well. Do you think as well with Eddie Howe it's a case of easing him into this team as well? Yeah,
and managing expectations, because when you start that so well, great header, by the way. Not a lot of people talk about that. I think it's a great ball in, but the neck muscles and the power and the emphasis on heading it down, it was a great header. When you see the likes of Gyökeres, Šeško, they've struggled to hit the ground running, and he's come in and done that. I think that's all down to Eddie and his system. I really do. I think he's coming to a settled formation, a settled way of thinking. But again, he wants to now control the narrative and say, okay, you had a good start. We're not going to have Gordon for the next game, so let's bring you back. Don't want to rush them in like Liverpool with Isak. Don't want to rush them in too early because an injury can happen, and then you're without both for the weekend. So Eddie he's excellent at managing his squad and then communicating that with his squad. But I still think we'll see Voltemade towards the end of the game, and again trying to keep Anthony Gordon with his reps up ready to hit, so he's ready to hit the ground running. But also I just think there's a tactical tweak today.
Well, Mickey Gray is at the Etihad. He can join us now because Mickey, you were at that Newcastle Wolves game, weren't you, at the weekend on Saturday? So you saw him at first hand, Nick Voltemade. What's he going to bring eventually then in terms of consistency to this Newcastle team?
Well, hi Natalie, hi Troy.
Hello, mate.
Yeah, look, he's a throwback centre forward, isn't he? I think there's quite a few sides have gone and bought big centre forwards, 6'5", 6'6" centre forwards, and he actually had a very good debut. I think Troy just touched on it there. His hold-up play was very, very good. He isn't that striker who's going to run him behind, but I think if you play to his strengths, and Newcastle can certainly do that with, you think about their full-backs that they have, and also the wide players in Barnes, Gordon, if he actually plays out on the left-hand side at times, and Elanga, he's going to create opportunities for them. And I think with his aerial threat, there's no question in the Premier League he's going to cause a lot of defenders a lot of problems. I mean, he took his goal fantastically well. They're certainly going to play away tonight. Newcastle is obviously trying to run in behind him because Voltemade is not that type of player. Obviously Eddie Howe's had a look at the way that Newcastle sets up, but I don't think you just have to look at the front three. I think their three midfield players are as good as any in the Premier League, and I think that they're primed and ready for Champions League football. I said it a couple of weeks ago, Natalie, I think Tonali is one of the best midfield players in the Premier League, bar none. I think he's that good. His energy levels are just absolutely off the charts. He scores goals, creates opportunities, but he helps out defensively that some people don't see. I think Newcastle have got a real chance tonight under that crowd at St James's Park. It's going to be an incredible atmosphere. And I think with certain individual players from Barcelona not playing tonight, I think they've got a real chance of getting something from the game.
Yeah, that midfield three for Newcastle, they're an exciting three. Troy.
Yeah, I think they're the best in the Premier League. I totally take Mickey's point, but tonight they're going to be under the cosh because De Jong, Pedri and Firmino are very, very good. Both going forward, but the little pockets that they pick up. Tonali for me, sorry, I heard something in my ears there. Tonali for me is excellent, and I think he's one of the key cogs. But again, that three has to work great with the ball and without the ball. I think going forward they can cause problems running off the back of this midfield. And again, I just fancy it. Again, Mickey touched on it, this wonderful crowd here. It's a great atmosphere, a great place to play. But they've got to manage the expectations. They can't think every time they go forward they're going to score, because Barcelona will kill you with passes and they'll pass it to death. And then when you get a little bit excited, they've got the pace of Rashford down one side, Rafinha, and obviously no one's speaking about him, arguably the best poacher in world football, Lewandowski. It's a real good game, and I'm really, really excited for it, really am.
Lewandowski, who grew up wearing Shearer on the back of his shirt, he was talking about not that long ago. Mickey, what about the defence for Newcastle? Take out Nick Voltemade for a start, 6'6". It's a big back four that they have, especially with Dan Burn. There's going to be an element of physicality needed from this Newcastle team to sort of master Barcelona.
Do you know, Natalie, maybe Manchester United should have a look at the way that Newcastle went about their business and bought in players that were already tried and tested in the Premier League. And people like Livramento, I know he's only been there a short period of time, but he's been absolutely outstanding, whether he plays right back or he plays at left back. But Dan Burn, tried and tested defender who came to the Premier League and signed for Newcastle, but knew what the Premier League was all about. I think he's been absolutely sensational. Goes under the radar a little bit, deserved his international debut, 100%, even the goalkeeper as well coming in Nick Pope. But Fabian Schär knows the football club as well, inside and out. And Kieran Trippier, huge experience. Now look, yeah, they're not pretty on the eye at times. What they try and do is they just get the ball into those midfield players as quick as they possibly can and use the pace of Livramento down that left-hand side. And we know what quality Kieran Trippier's got if you let him get over the halfway line. And that's why I think these front three in Barnes, Gordon and Elanga will get opportunity tonight. They know each other's jobs. They know they need to defend first and foremost. You look at how well they've started the Premier League season, albeit the results haven't been there, but they've kept clean sheets. Should have won the game against Liverpool, or certainly should have got something out of that game. It works. And Eddie Howe knows how to organise a team. I know this is a different scenario altogether, Champions League football, but all the hard work from last season, they've deserved Champions League football back at St James's Park. It pains me to say that, but I think that football club, it's ready for it. It really is.
Troy, they won for the first time against Wolves on Saturday. It's been a bit of a slow start for Newcastle, but what would a win, do you think, against a team like Barcelona do for them, confidence-wise, optimism-wise, going forward?
I think it'd be great for them in the Champions League. Look, I think they've had a disrupted summer. Obviously, the whole speculation, every interview has been about Isak. They've done their business. I totally understand what Mickey's saying with the tried and tested. But I also think Eddie just knows what to do. I think it's so refreshing for players when you look at your manager and go, yeah, he'll get us through this. Last year they had a difficult patch. He got them through it. I think their squad is arguably better now when everyone's fit and available. When taking Isak out, you go Valdemada and you go Vissa. I think it adds a bit more. But we can just hear that wonderful music playing in the background. This place is special in a Premier League game. Tonight it's going to be electric. It's going to be through the roof. Barcelona are going to have to deal with it. And another thing we haven't spoken about, I wonder what Mickey thinks. Hans Flick is a real high line, gets after him, condenses the pitch. I think that's why Eddie's looked at the front three and go, do you know what, if we're in trouble, we can just flip one round the corner and let them chase it. And I think in a foot race, you'd be really hard stretched to get anyone who can catch Elanga. Yeah. Anybody.
Just as you were saying, I was thinking Elanga too. Go on, Mickey, very quickly.
I agree with Troy. I think even if you look at Barcelona over the years, we've always seemed to talk about the midfield players that they've had in the team and the forward players, and rightly so, because they've been sensational players over the last 10 years, 20 years. Defensively, I don't think it's something that coaches, when they walk through the door at Barcelona, really worry about too much. They just think to themselves, well, if you score 3 goals, we'll score 4. It's been their DNA for many, many years, and it's been very successful. But Hansi Flick going in there has been very successful. He wanted to bring Lewandowski in just to give them that extra bit of quality, if you like, up front. But there's a big chance for Newcastle to get at Barcelona tonight. And just a little quick one here as well. I wouldn't be putting any bets on Newcastle to get a result against Bournemouth at the weekend if they put everything in towards this game tonight against Barcelona.
Yeah, there might be a lot of exertion tonight. We will see. Mickey and Troy for now. Thank you. That was all thanks to Ladbrokes. It's 18 and over, gambleaware.org.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
I do have a feeling come kick-off we are going to be shouting to be heard, because I think the atmosphere is starting to slowly ramp up. The expectation is there from everyone in this stadium. You are tuning into Kick-Off Champions League special on TalkSport. Shortly we'll look ahead to the game that Mickey Gray is at the Etihad as Manchester City host Napoli. That's your TalkSport 2 offering as we bring you a choice of listening on the TalkSport network tonight. Now coming next, we'll revisit a legendary night here 28 years ago when a certain Colombian scored a hat-trick for the Toon.
Kick off on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. 18 plus gambleaware.org. Kick off on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
No one sees your small business like you do. The feeling when that unexpected big contract comes in. The butterflies. But that's the exciting bit of it being your business. And you wouldn't have it any other way. So breathe it all in. When your business is your life, we exist to help you live. Search O2 Business.
Summer's nearly over. It's time to get back to real life. Luckily, Cinch has got all the essentials sorted. And we're not talking about new textbooks. Let's see. The biggest range of cars to buy entirely online? Check. Free 90-day warranty? Sorted. And faff-free Cinch servicing at a Marshall store near you? Absolutely cinched it. Everything you need and not a pencil case in sight. Cinch it for yourself today. Visit cinch.co.uk. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Terms and exclusions apply.
That's not level, mate. Oh, while you're here, we know you have a lot to get through every day. Searching for low prices shouldn't be one of them. That's why Screwfix check prices daily on over 1,000 essentials and basics. Screwfix. Low price, checked.
The Monopoly game at McDonald's is back, and with a 1 in 4 chance to win instantly on pack, you could get your hands on a £2,000 Jet2 holiday, a Big Mac, Merlin annual passes for 4, and even more epic prizes. Go on, it's your go. 18 plus, UK, ends 21st of October. Selected menu items, subject to availability. App may be required. See mcdrules.co.uk.
Welcome to Currys. You're looking at the A-rated Hoover Pro Wash Series 5 washing machine with proactive wash tech to remove up to 99% of daily stains.
Wait, you just said that without moving your lips.
I'm using telepathy. It uses less energy than talking.
So, do you know what I'm thinking?
Yeah, and I don't know why penguins can't fly either.
Delivery, installation and recycling for only £35. Energy efficient tech made easy. At Currys. Add installation recycling at basket and 21st of the 10th. T's and C's apply.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform. Or the coordination to use it. Even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
Sunday, traditionally a day of rest. Time to reflect on the week gone by. But not for the TalkSport Bet Boffins, because they've been beavering away again to bring you yet another sensational Sunday Super Boost. Arsenal versus Manchester City. Both teams to score. Current price 5-8. Super boosted price 5-4. TalkSport Bet. Busy broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. Offer available from 8 a.m. Sunday the 21st of September. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. GambleAware.org.
Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Saturday afternoon, live Championship football on TalkSport 2.
That is absolutely extraordinary!
Sheffield United versus Charlton.
Coverage from 2:30, kick-off 3 p.m.
A goal to celebrate!
Saturday afternoon, king-size coverage of the EFL. Live on TalkSport 2.
Newcastle United have waited a long time for nights like this at St James's Park, but UEFA Champions League debuts don't come much tougher with Barcelona and their legion of stars in town. But if Tino Asprilla can repeat his man of the match performance in their qualifying win over Croatia Zagreb, then who knows what might happen here.
And Asprilla scores Newcastle's first UEFA Champions League goal. Comes from their talismanic striker, and Asprilla! Now they really are in dreamland. Out comes the somersault, because with just over half an hour gone, Newcastle are 2-0 up. It's another one in for Asprilla. Quite incredible. It's a hat-trick for Asprilla, and Newcastle are now really in dreamland. And the whistle goes, and it's a famous night at St James's Park, thanks to Tino Asprilla's hat-trick.
This is Kickoff on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Kickoff tonight comes from St James's Park then for Newcastle against Barcelona. Both sets of teams now are out warming up ahead of this 8 o'clock kickoff. Loads of cheers, as you can imagine, as the Newcastle team came out. A fair few boos for the visiting team as they made their way out onto this pitch, where we are expecting to see some sort of flag display, not a tifo, but a flag display that's going to go around the whole of the stadium. We'll wait to see what it will be, but there are pockets of gold flags that we have no idea what they will reveal. That is to come, but let's reflect back on that famous night then. Back in 1997, when Tino Asprilla scored that fantastic hat-trick to help Newcastle to that 3-2 victory over Barcelona, what was their Champions League debut and their first ever meeting with Barcelona as well. Let's bring in Troy Deeney, Mickey Gray, and also our commentator here at St James's Park, Jim Proudfoot, to reflect upon that. And Jim, I'll come to you first, because we haven't heard from you for a little while. What a night that was for Newcastle, wasn't it?
It was just a remarkable night. And they'd gone into it without a great degree of confidence, because Les Ferdinand had left the club. Alan Shearer had done his ankle ligaments, I think it was. So they went into that season really struggling for strikers up front. Tino had scored 7 Premier League goals in a year and a half here on Tyneside. So you'd have been long odds that he would get a hat-trick against Barcelona. It wasn't a vintage Barcelona side. That makes it sound as though I'm taking something away from the achievement. I'm not, but it just was one of those sensational nights where everything went right. 3 up at Newcastle, and it's like the Stanley Matthews-Stan Mortensen FA Cup final. Everyone remembers the Stanley Matthews final, even though it was Mortensen that got the hat-trick. This is the other way around. Everyone remembers Tino. Keith Gillespie that night was just sublime. Did he ever have a better game? It was just remarkable.
I was going to mention him because he doesn't get the credit in that sense, but he did set up a couple of the goals, didn't he, for Asprilla, certainly. And these are the kind of nights, Troy, that heroes can be made.
Oh, absolutely. I just said to Jim, I don't want to make everyone feel I was 9 years old when that happened.
I was a little bit older as well.
But so I remember more of the pictures in the back of the paper, that type of stuff from that night. Obviously John Barnes played as well, a hero in my household. So I just think these are nights that are made for people who have got the flair, got that little bit of, I don't care if I make a mistake. This is what we call in the game, and Mickey could allude to this, being brave. Being brave isn't making a big tackle. Being brave is, right, if you make a mistake and this crowd get on you, do it again. And Asprilla was that type of player. I remember being a kid scoring in the house and pretending to try and do his cartwheels at the end. Went really, really bad, I promise you that. But that's what it was all about. And that's where kids like myself look at games like this and get infused to ever play the game. And for me, I think it's going to be a massive night. Again, don't want to get too carried away, because this is a great Barcelona team and I'm watching them warm up and the ball is zipping already, let's just put it that way. But I think Newcastle are going to do something tonight, and dreams will be made.
Mickey, we were talking about obviously Asprilla's hat-trick and how fabulous that was, and also Keith Gillespie, you know, as a former left-back, occasionally left-winger as well, you can appreciate what Keith Gillespie did that night. Sometimes you just have to get a feeling that you can get the better of your opponent, like he did, to get down like he did to the byline, make those crosses that led to those goals.
Well, I think Keith went under the radar a little bit. I hope he's listening to this, because he reminds me of this all of the time. But Keith was a wonderful talent with a lot of pace, who he didn't really have that trick. It was just a drop of the shoulder and just kick the ball past your fullback, and he just delivered crosses into the box. An old-fashioned right winger, if you like. And I wish there was a few more knocking around now, Natalie. I've got to be completely honest with you, because that was his job. He used his pace, and when he got that move from Manchester United, I think Andy Cole was involved in that deal, wasn't he? I think that was when that happened, when he went to United and Keith came to Newcastle. I don't think people expected Keith to be the player that he was, but he grew into an unbelievable player. I mean, one of Northern Ireland's best, without a doubt, but his end product was as good as I think I've seen. And the Geordies absolutely loved him. And yeah, of course, the forwards who score the goals, Troy, they always seem to get the plaudits, don't they? But it's the hard work building up to the goal from the wide players. And Keith certainly went under the radar at times on the football pitch. He certainly didn't go under the radar off the pitch, because had a few nights out with himself and Tino Asprilla, his famous house parties. I went to a couple of them, but I'll talk about that when I'm off air. But,
you tease.
No, but I mean, you're talking about two really talented players. Just touching on Tino Asprilla.
Yeah,
he was a bit out of the ordinary as a player, wasn't he? I want to say unbelievable talent first and foremost, but kind of gangly. You never knew what you were going to get from him. I remember that goal at Liverpool, the 4-3 game, I think it was, when he scored with the outside of his right foot, when the goalkeeper came out his 18-yard area. I don't know if Jim might remember that one, but that was what he brought, something that you didn't expect. And I think having that type of player at your armoury just does not give you an opportunity when you've got the people like Alan Shearer who were injured and other players who wouldn't have been playing in that game. It's up to somebody like Tino Asprilla to step up to the plate, and boy did he do it that night. I mean, his goals were just phenomenal, and what a performance that was.
If you think, guys, that Newcastle played, I don't know, 1,200, 1,500 games since then, and yet still here we are 28 years on and we're still talking about it, and that was his night. Newcastle fans will know this, supporters of other clubs might not. He never scored for the club again. That was him done, because he then went to Parma in the January, and Shearer got himself back fit, and Tino left and he went to Serie A. He played about another dozen or so games after that Barcelona hat-trick, didn't find the net again, and that was him done. But what a footnote.
It's amazing, isn't it, when you think about one game, isn't it, Jim, at the end of your career? I mean, Declan Rice will probably get talked about at Real Madrid by the end of his career. Somebody will mention that to him every single week. Troyes was obviously scoring that goal in the playoffs and mine was missing that penalty. It's brilliant. It still lives with me now.
Very good, very good.
Fabulous. Well, right, we'll have more. We'll have more from the guys here at St James's and from the Etihad as well. But we should say, as I was making my way into the stadium, obviously the iconic Sir Bobby Robson statue was draped in a half and half scarf of Newcastle and Barcelona, a manager revered so well and so much by both clubs, having played such an important part in the journey for both. Fabulous to see he is so well loved up here as he is in Barcelona. It's time now to get an odds update with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com. 18+ gambleaware.org.
So it is a huge night here at St James's Park as Newcastle make a return to the Champions League. And if you think they can get the win tonight, well, they're best price 5-4. Barcelona 29-20 to come away with the victory this evening, whereas a draw is best priced at 13-5. And what about the first goal scorer market? Well, there is no Nick Voltemade in this starting lineup, who likely would have been the favourite had he been in this 11. But instead, if you fancy Newcastle to get off the mark first, well, Anthony Gordon is 18-5, while Harvey Barnes is priced at 7s. And as for Barcelona, well, the legend that is Robin Lewandowski is at 29-10, and Marcus Rashford, as he returns to England since moving to Spain, is next with 19-4 as his odds. That was the look at the latest odds with Ladbrokes. 18 and over, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Okay, let's take you back to the Etihad then. Before we discuss that game, let's hear from Pep Guardiola. He doesn't count his side among the favourites for the Champions League this season.
Currently we are not. And just enjoy the moment, the journey. We are happy to be here. In the past we have been and just won one, so that is a lot for difficulty, and is just focusing tomorrow, the game we have to play, start well this competition. Like apparently they have more games than the previous seasons, but when you start with a bad result, always is more difficult. And last season we draw first game against Inter. Hopefully this season we can do a better result.
Mickey Gray, do you agree with what Pep Guardiola is saying there, that they're not the favourites for the Champions League, or is this just Pep mind games?
Well, what I would say, Natalie, is he was asked the question if he was one of the favourites, and I think he's heard that they're not at the top of the tree alongside Liverpool, Arsenal, Paris Saint-Germain. And if I'm completely honest with you, I agree with it this season, certainly at this moment with Man City, because I've not seen that polished 90-minute performance from them yet. And I think that's one of the reasons they look leaky. They look as if they concede goals. Erling Haaland, of course, is on fire at the moment. But I think when you look at the quality that Arsenal, Liverpool and Paris Saint-Germain, just to mention those three sides, and I've left Real Madrid out of that, by the way, I'm Bayern Munich. So, yeah, I think the sides at the moment look better than Manchester City, have to be brutally honest with you. You know, in time that might change, but we saw how difficult it was for them to get through the group, if you like, if that's what we're going to call it, last season. They didn't get off to a good start, and I think that's something that he wants to put right, starting with some wins and get some points on the board, because when you look at it, it was atrocious, and he scraped through, was it 3 wins, 2 draws and 3 defeats last season in the first 8 games for Manchester City, and they were lucky to get through. And then unfortunately for them, they met Real Madrid yet again. So yeah, I still think there's room for improvement for City. Players are still bedding themselves in. If you look at the back four tonight, the 2 fullbacks are very, very young, and they're going to have to learn the hard way, because this Napoli side will ask questions tonight.
It's interesting when you're talking about this initial league phase, because you go back to sort of December time, it looked as though PSG were actually heading out, but such was the new year. They turned a corner, and we all know what happened after that. Ian Danter is part of your commentary team. Dance, are you with us?
Hello.
Just checking. Just checking.
Always lurking.
Always lurking. Lovely to hear. Not worrying in any way. Let's talk about this game then, in the sense of, after that Manchester derby, which was a fantastic victory for City in the end, do you think that might be the result that's helped to turn a corner for them?
Well, possibly. Certainly, seeing Tijani Reinders play at the Club World Cup made me sit up and take notice and thought, well, that's a terrific engine room acquisition. I'd actually seen him live for the first time when I watched the Netherlands at the Euros last year. Saw the first game that they played, and I thought, well, this guy's he's box to box, he's got the lot. So him and Rodri together in the midfield offers so much protection for those young fullbacks that Mickey was just talking about. Haaland, as Mickey's also just said, has started the season, gone off like a train for club and country, so that settled everybody down a little bit. There's this Donnarumma factor. Can he train on as a passing goalkeeper under Pep Guardiola? Guardiola's just going to get better and better. I love him as a centre half. Yeah, I think there's every argument, Natalie, that they've turned a corner, and good grief, they've got strength in depth, haven't they?
Well, what I would say, Dance, is they never really got tested at the weekend. Let's be brutally honest with you, against Manchester United.
No, there's other tests to come. Napoli, this will be a sterner test as they will have had so far, Natalie, because Antonio Conte has changed the 3-5-2 system he was known for at Chelsea, and he's gone back to a flat back four. It's working for him. He won the Scudetto last year. They're 3 from 3 in the league this year. De Bruyne's really enjoying himself at his new club. He'll be extra fired up here tonight. I always liked watching Anguissa when he played for Fulham. I thought he was a real menace in midfield. Seeing him up against the likes of Reinders and Rodri will be a fascinating one for me to watch tonight.
You mentioned Kevin De Bruyne, his return to the Etihad, but there's a whole host of familiar Premier League names also returning, with Scott McTominay and Rasmus Højlund as well. Mickey, in terms of those particular players, they know what it's like to come up against strong Premier League players.
But they do, Natalie, yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, we all know that Kevin's going to get a wonder reception when he walks out of the tunnel at the Etihad Stadium, and rightly so. What he achieved at this football club, I mean, 19 trophies is just absolutely phenomenal. We saw his goals, we saw his assists throughout the years, and I think he's also a huge miss for Manchester City. Dan's just quickly mentioned there Reinders. Look, Reinders is no Kevin De Bruyne. It's going to take him 7 or 8 years to get to that level if he can get anywhere near it.
He's a different player.
Well, he's irreplaceable, Kevin De Bruyne, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Scott McTominay. Look, I've heard all the hype, and look, Italian player of there last season, and he deserved to do that. He saw his goals. Look, he's won a title across in Serie A as well, which is wonderful for him. But he's playing in a more advanced position than he probably did for Manchester United, and I'm sure he's learnt a lot over the last couple of seasons while he's been over in Italy. So it's going to be interesting to see how he performs tonight. And Rasmus Højlund, look, it never worked for him at Manchester United. I've done a comparison, a lot of people have done it. Is he better than Sesko? Well, it's not really saying much, to be honest, at the moment, is it? But he got his goal at the weekend after the first 15 minutes. He did miss a sitter in the first 2 minutes, but we know he's got the strength. We know he knows how to play against Premier League sides. So if he puts himself about tonight, he might send a message even across to Manchester United and say, well, this is what you've let go.
All right, Mickey and Ian, enjoy tonight. Thank you for being with us here on TalkSport, but you can tune in to TalkSport 2 for full commentary of Manchester City versus Napoli then in another cracking Champions League tie tonight. That will be in the company then of Mickey Gray and Ian Danter. Download the app to listen and swipe over to TalkSport 2. You're tuning in to Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. It's 18 and over. BeGambleAware.org.
Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ GambleAware.org. Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ GambleAware.org.
Managing your business is a big task. To then stay on top of the numbers as well, you're only human. That's why the Intuit QuickBooks AI-powered platform supports your business growth as the #1 recommended cloud accounting software. Intuit QuickBooks. Based on a survey of 506 UK accounting professionals. Verify at quickbooks.co.uk/verify.
Welcome to Currys. You're looking at the A-rated Hoover Pro Wash Series 5 washing machine with proactive wash tech to remove up to 99% of daily stains.
Wait, you just said that without moving your lips.
I'm using telepathy. It uses less energy than talking.
So, do you know what I'm thinking?
Yeah, and I don't know why penguins can't fly either.
Delivery, installation and recycling for only £35. Energy efficient tech made easy. At Currys, add installation recycling at basket and 21st of the 10th. T's and C's apply.
This season, LiveScore Bet is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. Take VAR Payout, where we settle goal scorer markets on Premier League matches as winners, even if the goal is chalked off by VAR. This applies to both singles and bet builder legs, because LiveScore Bets love rewarding goals, not taking them away. Don't let the review get in the way of you celebrating. LiveScore Bet, total betting. Pre-match single, multi or bet builder bets on selected player markets on English Premier League only. Paid as a winner if goal is ruled out by VAR. T's and C's apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
At Aldi, we're delighted to tell you that we've regained our crown. Yes, we've won which cheapest supermarket for August, beating our competitors, even with their loyalty card prices. Just goes to show you're onto a winner when you shop at Aldi. Visit aldi.co.uk/awards for more.
We're Leyland Trade. We could spend the next 30 seconds talking about our big passion, paint. But we can read a room. You just want to know it'll get the job done, and get it done right. So we'll just say this. We've been keeping brushes in business since 1922 by keeping things simple. No jargon, no faff, just top-notch paint. Leyland Trade. Enough said. And we've still got a few seconds to spare.
Calling all little wildlife explorers. Playmobil is now in Happy Meal. Look, is that a seal? And a sea turtle? They've been around for millions of years, just like me. Which will your little ones discover? Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 14th of October from 11 a.m, Playmobil comprised toys only, subject to availability.
Join Midnight Casino and discover a whole new world! With hot slots, jackpots, live casino roulette, and blackjack at the ready. Come and play your way. Get 100 free spins when you spend £20 on eligible games. Search Midnight Casino or download the Midnight app today. Midnight. Casino done better. You decide. New customers only. Reward restrictions and T&Cs apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
This is the kick-off of Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. We're not long away from kick-off. It is building lovely and nice here at St James's Park then for Newcastle against Barcelona. The flags are starting to be waved by the sea of black and white as the Newcastle players make their way back into the dressing rooms after their warm-up. The fans here are full of expectation for what could turn out to be a very special night once more. They've enjoyed it before, but they want it again. Let's bring you a reminder of the team news. Here is your match commentator, Jim Proudfoot.
Well, on a night that calls for pace against a high Barcelona, it's Anthony Gordon that starts up front for Newcastle. He's in for Voldemada, Elanga in for Murphy, Rashford starts for Barca, and Lewandowski and Rafinha are amongst those recalled as Hansi Flick makes 4 changes to the team that puts 6 past Valencia. So Pope's in goal for the Toon, Trippier, Sherburn and Livramento, Guimaraes, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon and Barnes. And then for Barcelona, Joan Garcia in goal, Koundé, Araujo, Kubasi and Gerard Martin, Firmino, De Jong and Pedri, Rafinha, Lewandowski and Rashford. And kick-off around 15 minutes away.
Jim, thank you very much. Right, let's discuss Newcastle's opponents then tonight, Barcelona. They come into this after a big 6-0 win against Valencia at the weekend. Certainly not a bad way to warm up for it. The Spanish football expert Terry Gibson was on the Sports Bar last night talking about this unbeaten start to the season for the Spanish side, and he says, well, it's not been as impressive as it might seem.
It's been interesting. The first game they won 5-0 away from home at Mallorca, but Mallorca had 2 players sent off in the first half. The second game they were down 2-0 at half time against newly promoted Levante. They won 3-2. They struggled. They should have got beaten the third game against Rayo Vallecano. They drew 1-1 away from home. And then at the weekend, they were absolutely delicious to watch. 6-0 against Valencia, against a passive Valencia that played 5 at the back, 4 in midfield. A striker that was a million miles away from the rest of his teammates. There was no aggression. Clearly the wrong tactics to play against Barcelona. And it was a weird lineup from Hansi Flick. When you got the team, you looked at it and thought, my eyebrows were raised, and I think this is taking a risk because Valencia on their day can be a decent team. But Fermin Lopez, who was one of those players I looked at and thought, why is Dani Olmo not playing? Why is Fermin Lopez playing? He scored 2 great goals. Rafinha and Lewandowski both started off on the bench. Both came on and scored 2 goals. Pedri was at his best. And Marcus Rashford, it was probably his best game for the club so far.
That was Spanish football expert Terry Gibson then giving us his thoughts on this current Barcelona side, who are eager to end their 11-year wait for glory in the European Cup after coming up short in the semi-finals of last year's competition. Let's bring in Troy Deeney, who is part of our commentary team, as well as Jim Proudfoot here at St James's Park. And, you know, Troy, when you think about Barcelona, you can't help but think of all the sort of Galacticos of the past, etc. Does this have the same sort of Stardust feel to this team yet?
Not yet, but there is superstars within there. There is also a crop of young players that not many people in England will know about if they're not watching La Liga regularly. Again, for me, when it comes to it, the one is Fermin. I think he's exceptional in that 10 role, gets into loads of wonderful positions, and we talk about Wirtz being excellent. He's right up there with him. This midfield three is very, very good. I agree there with what our Spanish expert was just saying. I think this Barca team is good on its day, but if you do what Valencia did, which is sit off and wait and think you could just hit them on the counter-attack, you're going to be in trouble. You have to give them a punch, you have to give them a boxing referee, a little jab to say, right, we're live, we're game. And I think that's why Eddie's got that front three there, Jim.
And Newcastle certainly won't play that way. I think that you're absolutely right. That's why Gordon is playing up front. But it's a key tonight, potentially Bruno Guimaraes. The way that he is ratting around, it'll be protection for Tonali in behind him. But Guimaraes up against Frenkie de Jong, trying to turn over possession in high areas. And that could be one of the areas that Newcastle can hurt Barcelona. The other thing is, we talked about it a lot, they'll play with a high line, not necessarily the quickest. Gerard Martin playing at left back, and Elanga up against Gerard Martin could be a key battle. If Newcastle are going to have success tonight, it could be that area that is absolutely key for them.
Yeah, that's the part I was looking at, that right side of the pitch for Newcastle with Elanga, but also if Elanga gives you 60 minutes of high intensity work, you can take him off and put Murphy on as well, and it's like for like. That's got to be an area they're looking to attack down. But I just fancy it with that Hansi Flick high line. I just think Newcastle are smart enough, and that midfield three, yes, they like to play, but they're street smart enough to just do them around the corner, the old one into Roy Keane, flip it around the corner, say chase that, and I think that could be a real key tonight, both from throw-ins and in gameplay.
How big a miss, it might sound an obvious question, is Lamine Yamal?
It's a completely different team, and again, without making this about Marcus, he doesn't play if Yamal's playing tonight. In the big games, Marcus Rashford will be coming off the bench and add in. At the moment, he's getting a moment to shine. It was a great cross. I disagree that he's been playing very well. He hasn't put together a complete game yet, but that cross he put in for Rafinha at the weekend shows Marcus Rashford that we all know there's a player in there, there's ability there. It's just can he do it consistently. Lamine Yamal is a legend in the making. He's a legend now, and he'll be a legend forevermore.
Okay, the atmosphere, you might well start to hear it here. It is building brilliantly here at St James's Park. The flags are flying like crazy. I wish we could work out what it is spelling out here in the stadium. We can't see, unfortunately.
It's
Jim?
NUFC.
Oh!
NU.
I was about to say, do you need glasses?
I can't see it properly. Honestly, I can't.
You're too close to it now. That's the problem.
Although you're closer. Yeah, you saw it. But anyway, we won't go into detail. It's brilliant though. Huge flags, small flags, fans full of anticipation, fans full of excitement for the Champions League returning once more to St James's Park. We will continue the build-up to what is set to be an electric night here at St James's Park as another huge Tifo-type flag is unveiled, back in black and white, they say. Oh, the other flag is being unveiled now as well, but it hasn't quite reached. I think it says Newcastle United. They are, as I say, you can hear it. They're pumped. They're pumped for something special. We will return then to St James's Park in just a moment. You're listening to Kick Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. It's 18 and over. Gambleware.org.
Kick Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18 plus Gambleware.org. Kick Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18 plus Gambleware.org.
There's a Peugeot SUV for everyone and every need.
Sport for choice. I like it.
From the compact 2008, the stylish 3008, to the roomy new 5008.
Weekend adventures, here we come.
Now available on 0% APR with a minimum 20% deposit.
Sounds like a 100% match.
Book a test drive on Peugeot.co.uk. Offer ends 30th September 2025. Personal contract purchase subject to status and availability. T's and C's 18+. Excludes plug-in hybrids. Stellantis Financial Services.
Yo, football fans, listen up! BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10, you get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18+. Please gamble responsibly.
The Monopoly game at McDonald's is back. There's over £2 million worth of cash prizes to be won. And a chance to get your hands on some epic prizes. Go on, it's your go. 18+, UK, ends 21st of October. Selected menu items. App may be required. May depend on winning moment. See mcdrules.co.uk.
Power up your business with the new iPhone 17 Pro. With breakthrough battery life and advanced security, it's the ultimate Pro iPhone for staying ahead. And at Vodafone Business, you can save more thanks to our trade-in guarantee. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone.
Eligibility, credit and trade-in checks apply. Subject to terms.
Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, time to reflect on the week gone by. But not for the TalkSport Bet Boffins, because they've been beavering away again to bring you yet another sensational Sunday Super Boost. Arsenal versus Manchester City, both teams to score, current price 5-8, super boosted price 5-4. TalkSport Bet, busy broadcaster, bring it on bookie. Offer available from 8 a.m. Sunday the 21st of September. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Ticket please. Thank you. Tickets, please, madam.
Sure, let me just... Oh, this jacket's got so many pockets.
No rush.
Got it on eBay. Vintage, one of a kind.
I just need your ticket, madam.
Couldn't find it anywhere. Then, ta-da! eBay. Total bargain.
That's nice.
Oh, thank you.
But I still need to see your ticket.
Oh, yeah, sure.
With great deals on things you love, you can't help but say when it's eBay. Things people love.
Whatever kind of football fan you are, TalkSport and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day. Whether you're a front row seater or a prawn sandwich eater, a half and half scarf wearer or a lifelong faithful torchbearer, a retro shirt for every game or bare-chested, even in the rain. For all the latest news, reaction and odds this season, don't miss the Coral Daily Download every morning from 6 on TalkSport with Coral. We're here for the fans. 18+. Gambleaware.org. Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Established and excellent evening star of football. Kick-off live on TalkSport.
You're listening to Kick-Off, the Champions League, live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. We're counting down to kick-off here between Newcastle and Barcelona at St James's Park, then in the Champions League. It's Natalie Sawyer here, alongside the former Watford striker Troy Deeney and Jim Proudfoot as well. Listen to the crowd as they gear up for kick-off, which is just minutes away. More tifos have been unveiled. In front of me now, the biggest magpie tifo I've ever seen before in my life, where there's a little nod in the corner to that fantastic night back in 1997 when Faustino Asprilla scored that hat-trick to help Newcastle to that 3-2 win over Barcelona, the first time they'd ever played each other, and also a nod to Keith Gillespie as well, who was instrumental in that victory as well. Troy Deeney, if I come to you... No? It's so loud, he can't hear me.
Sorry, I lost my headphones for about 3 seconds there.
It was blown off by the flames and by the spirit and everything. What can a night like this do for those Newcastle players?
I just think there's no need for huddles, there's no need for team talks. If as a player you can't get up for this, you're in the wrong game. This is all about controlling your emotions today. Eddie will be trying to bring it down, bring the intensity down. I was here when they played Liverpool and it was an exceptional night. They went down to 10 men and they battled and they came for it. I do worry about Guimaraes because he is the orchestra, not only on the pitch but of this place. And if he feels it gets a little bit flat, does he dive in a little bit recklessly and go after it? But for today, this is a wonderful atmosphere.
Well, the teams are making their way out. So this game is brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. and that iconic Champions League music is back here at St James's Park. It's what the fans have been wanting for a number of years since they last tasted it, and where it ended in the group stage. They will hope to go better this time around. It is a Champions League double on TalkSport tonight. Over on TalkSport 2 right now, they're bringing you commentary of Manchester City versus Napoli. Right here, though, it is another blockbuster of an evening of Champions League football on TalkSport as the mighty Barcelona are in town, or should that be in tune, as they take on Eddie Howe's Newcastle United. Let's just sample that atmosphere for a moment. It really is spine-tingling. Right, let's hand you over to your commentary team then. The former Watford striker Troy Deeney is alongside your match commentator, Jim Proudfoot.
Natalie, thank you, and a very good evening to you. Welcome to St James Park, one of the great footballing cathedrals perched on the hill on the north side of Newcastle upon Tyne. Its site makes it an imposing feature of the skyline, visible for miles, giving the football club an all-encompassing omnipresence in a city where to so many everything is black and white. There are no shades of grey as top-class continental football returns to Tyneside. Through the dark years, they craved nights like this, nights that invariably felt so far away when the dream of being Champions League regulars seemed fanciful. Now, they've qualified for a second year in 3, something they've never managed before. But if the aim is to make matches against Europe's elite part of the furniture right now, they still come around with a sense of wonder and aura that's all the more special for those years of struggle. And what an opening fixture this is. 5-time European champions Barcelona, and everything this fixture entails the Geordies of a certain age. If you're a Newcastle fan and you don't remember Faustino Asprilla putting Barca to the sword, you've been regaled with the stories 100 times. It is one of the most famous individual performances that anyone in the black and white has ever produced. And 28 years on, almost to the day, Tino's back on the tune. But who, the current crop, can take up his mantle in Mac's history? This is how the two teams line up. Hope in goal. Trippier, Sherburn and Livramento. Tonali, Guimaraes and Jolinton. Alanga, Gordon and Barnes. For Barcelona, Joan Garcia, Koundé, Araujo, Kubasi and Gerard Martin. De Jong, Fermin Lopez and Pedri. Rafinha, Lewandowski and Rashford. And tonight's referee is Glenn Nyberg from Sweden. Newcastle in the famous black and white striped shirts. Barcelona in their change kit tonight of pinky orange. Araujo just making his way down to the near side, and just a few last minute adjustments for Anthony Gordon. Right, to say the Alice band's in place, all right, but his boot isn't.
No, they made him change his socks. His socks were cut too high, so they made him change his socks. And Jason Tyndall just there helping him out there, being a real good coach. But I'm sure that wasn't part of the pre-press conversation.
Well, listen to this roar. A city that lives and breathes it, where the football takes precedence above everything else. Tonight, it's one of the biggest games the Toon has seen for years. In the context of the last 20 years, just rubbing shoulders with Barcelona is victory in itself. But can Newcastle draw on the spirit of Asprilla and 97 to beat Barca for the first time since Tino's most famous hour? Newcastle will be kicking up the hill in the first half. Barca kicking from left to right as we look at it towards the Gallagher end. And they've got us underway with a high ball that's played forward, headed on by Rashford, looking for Lewandowski. Newcastle can clear with a high up and under from Guimaraes that is returned on halfway by Araujo. Barcelona captain Guimaraes able to stick his foot on the ball. Lay it back here for Fabian Schär. Ball over the top from him is just a little bit too long for the run of Harvey Barnes. Should be mopped up easily enough at the back by Jules Koundé. Here's the pressure on the goalkeeper. Electrifying press from the Newcastle front two. And Joan Garcia's clearance was a poor one. Then Barnes is eased down inside the penalty area And those on the Lees's end thought it was a penalty. Barnes himself didn't. He was straight back up on his feet. That's, though, the Newcastle game plan in microcosm, Troy Deeney.
100%, but the one worrying thing there for Barcelona is Garcia took an age on the ball. It's like he didn't know Harvey Barnes was going to double press. I believe this is the weakness for Barcelona, this back five. They're young, they're inexperienced, and the press, they're not used to that in Spanish football as well. It's not as intense as it is in the UK. So I'm expecting Newcastle to really identify that, get after this team, spin them as many times as they can, but then when they get an opportunity to play, it'll all be in Barcelona's half.
And it goes without saying that tempo is going to be so important, a real key feature. Here's Rafinha, who's scored in every game he's ever played here at St James's Park, setting up for Min Lopez, and he has drilled that maybe 25 yards wide. Yeah, just unfortunately hit the right foot, left foot before he shoots with his left. But again, just in the build-up to that, it's a wonderful pocket he picks up between Tonali and Guimaraes, gets it on the half-turn and plays it instantly out to Rafinha. They're just so quick, so slick with his movement. They're going to have to worry about him. I really, really like watching him play, Jim. 2 Champions League ties have already finished. Bruges beat Monaco 4-1 with 3 goals in 10 minutes coming up to half-time. And Copenhagen and Leverkusen drew 2 each with 3 of those 4 goals in the last 8 minutes in Denmark tonight. Manchester City against Napoli underway live right now over on TalkSport 2. And we'll keep you updated with Eintracht Frankfurt against Galatasaray and Sporting against Kairat. This one is 0-0. 2.5 minutes in. And a free kick that Kieran Trippier will take for Newcastle near the edge of the centre circle. First chance for Newcastle from a set piece. It's just flighted forward. Dan Burn, the inevitable target, and he's going to get there. Tucked it inside the box. Araujo with the clearance. It's much more up than out, but Barca will be able to bring it under control with Rashford. He can't find a way past Sandro Tonali over on the far touchline. He puts it out of play for a throw that'll be taken by Barca inside Newcastle territory. 3 minutes gone, 0-0. Great start for the Toon.
Excellent start for the Toon, Jim. I think that's another area that we haven't spoke about. Just the height difference that Newcastle have from set pieces, and that will and that want to go and head it. Definitely an area from corners, but even from just inside Barcelona's half, they showed they're going to put balls into the box and make this Barcelona team face their own goal as many times as they can. It's a real key one for Newcastle, so like keeping the interest of this fan base. They don't want it to ever go quiet. So whether that be a tackle, a ball down the side that somebody chases, they're just going to have to keep this fan base for 90 minutes, keep fanning the flames, and this is doing it again.
It's back to the goalkeeper, and again it's panic-stricken. Did he not learn his lesson the first time? It's gone out for a throw to Barca over on that far side. They laid it back to Joan Garcia, who's making his European debut tonight after his summer move from Espanyol. And he wanted a second touch. He hasn't got time for that second touch with Gordon and Barnes chasing him.
Absolutely not. But one interesting play that Barca do, they keep Rafinha or the winger on the opposite high and wide, and that's the ball there from Rafinha that they've got to look at. He just plays into Rafinha in his own half, and first time he's trying to find Marcus Rashford. So just keep an eye out for that, Jim, as it develops. While Newcastle's press is great, if they get out, it's a foot race on the opposite side, and I think they're allowing Livramento to go in. So if they get it wrong, Newcastle, it will be Rafinha versus Dan Burn.
And Rafinha has it now. Turns inside, shown inside by Livramento. That was Guimaraes that came back after Tonali had been beaten. The Brazilian is able to poke the ball forward. Araujo wins it back. Livramento with a touch. Slightly heavy touch, but he had time just to survey his options around him. He's laid it forward for Kieran Trippier. Trippier out towards the right-hand side for Anthony Elanga. Elanga plays it in, and it's a missed kick from Gordon coming to meet it on the edge of the 6-yard box. Just got there a fraction early. And he's ended up flicking it with his trailing foot, and he couldn't get any kind of decent contact on it at all. But that was the first time that Elanga got the ball in a high wide position. He did his part. It was quite brilliant, but Gordon couldn't find the finish.
Excellent play there from Elanga. Goes past Martin with ease. That's the first bit of sign that Newcastle, when they get an opportunity, give it to
down the right-hand side goes
ball in. And the only problem with playing a winger up front is that's a striker's finish there that just needs to come on and just pass it into the corner. Unfortunately for Gordon and for Newcastle, just missed his kick. It comes out the other side. But again, excellent from Newcastle. Just penning back this Barcelona team. I wonder if Barcelona are thinking, we knew they were going to press, but I didn't think they'd be this good and this quick.
Well, Newcastle have clearly identified Joan Garcia as a player, a goalkeeper that's not particularly confident with the ball at his feet. I think the way that he has approached the game in the opening 5 minutes, twice wanting to take 2 touches, that they have been caught cold by the intensity of this Newcastle press.
Yeah, 100%. But even when they go out to fullbacks, it's like they're not used to being pressed this high up the pitch.
Guimaraes rolls in for a big chance for Harvey Barnes. It's wide. Wouldn't have counted anyway. Flag is up.
Great play from Guimaraes. Turns the ball over, drives at the heart of the back 4, and just a little slip ball in. We're just watching a replay here. Oh, he's just offside, Harvey Barnes. Just goes a little early, but the worry for me, try to dink it, just finish it, just put the ball in the back of the net, and then they can come back and check whether it's offside. Worry nowadays with forward players, they always try and make the finish look good. The best finish is the one that goes in the net. Doesn't matter how it gets there. Just go in with a bit more conviction.
Those are the thoughts of Troy Deeney. We're 7 minutes in here on TalkSport. Electrifying night on Tyneside, 0-0. And again, the Newcastle press has got possession back in a very high area. It was Elanga that time. Ball played back towards Guimaraes on the edge of the box, didn't get there. Trippier, though, wins the throw off Rashford. It's a good battle, that. Kieran Trippier against Marcus Rashford. 2 men who know each other so well. Trippier, of course, who played out in Spain for a bit. He actually won 3 of his last 4 games against Barcelona when he was playing for Atletico. So he won't be fazed by what he's facing tonight. Here's Nick Pope, 100th Newcastle game for him this evening. Long ball forward. Araujo heads it. Joelinton backpedaling, does really well to bring that down on his chest, and still off balance. Flick a ball to his left for Livramento. Tonali tried to roll it round the side of Koundé. And it goes out of play for a throw to Newcastle. 0-0, 8 minutes gone. The worry for Eddie Howe at the moment will be that Newcastle is so much on top. They've got to make the most of this advantage.
Yeah, 100%. But now what they're doing, they're settling, and they force Barcelona to back up.
Barnes again, Tonali back for Barnes, left-hand side of the penalty area. Just testing Joan Garcia's handling with a low skidder towards the far post, hoping that the goalkeeper tipped it into the path of Gordon. He didn't, and it remains 0-0.
It's great play again. Harvey Barnes just with a 1-2 with Tonali on the edge of the box. I actually think he's gone with the wrong option there. Oh, really good for Marcus.
He's turned Trippier, and now he's got plenty of green grass to run into. Running down the hill towards Cher. He's inside the box, a little step over, and he's fired it wide. That
little passage of play might encapsulate Marcus Rashford as a whole. As that ball gets played into him on the edge of the halfway line, he lets it run through his legs, sails Kieran Trippier, sends him to the shops. He's running, he's direct, he gets into the edge of the 18-yard box. When we want him to be calm, show that real quality, little step over and drags it. It doesn't even go inside the 6-yard box, I don't think. It looks like he hits it with his heel. It's really, really poor. And if he wants to be the calibre of player that we all know he can be, which in my opinion on his day he's right up there with the very, very best, he has to get that more consistently in his game.
Well, he was 8 yards out, the angle wasn't particularly tight, and he missed the side netting, not just the near post.
Yeah, it's poor, but again, let's not take away from the start. That's the
Absolutely.
bit what you were just speaking to before we had to cut for Barnes. Newcastle have been on top, but Barcelona have those special players in the team that can spin the game on its head. You don't want to give them too many chances. That was really simple there. Kieran Trippier got a little bit too excited, jumped early, got sold a dummy, and then they're in at the back line, 3v3. If Marcus Rashford had a bit more quality, a bit more pizzazz in that final area, it's probably 1-0 Barcelona, and we're going, they don't deserve that, but that's the quality when you play the Champions League.
This game brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. 0-0 through 10 frenetic minutes. Now Pedri laying it out towards Rafinha inside the penalty area and passes it past Byrne, but too far ahead of Koundé. The right back making his way forward, and it's an easy one for Nick Pope to be able to gather. Barca, who come into this having lost only 9 games out of the 64 that Hansi Flick has been their manager for. Newcastle, for their part, only 1 win in the last 6 games in League and Cup. Araujo does well. Deals with the threat of Gordon and Elanga. Heads the ball back for his goalkeeper, who just drops the ball by the penalty spot and now will play it out towards Koundé.
That little bit there when it came into Rafinha is the bit of Dan Bird's game which has gone to the next level. He could have easily ran in and tried to get really close, but instead he stands, he holds his position, and he allows for Koundé to run behind him. So once Koundé runs behind him, he thinks, I can't get it, he now shifts his position, Rafinha plays the pass, and that's why it goes through. Dan Burn of old, especially would have been at Brighton, at Fulham, would have jumped, would have got in there, tried to be a bit too easy, and would have made it a simpler pass for Rafinha. But excellent play from him. He's choosing when to go and when to back off. Listen, we know Dan Burn isn't the quickest, that's not being disrespectful to him, but he's one of the smartest now. He knows when to go, when not to go.
Livramento wins an aerial battle against Koundé and just got caught on the back of the head as he did so. The referee realises now and stops play. About 30 seconds before that, Lewandowski had come back and dealt with the ball on the edge of his own penalty area, and then he got caught on the Achilles and was down for a couple of minutes as well.
There was a great moment, Jim, just in the build-up there while you was talking. Newcastle player down his left-hand side, it goes into Livramento. He plays inside to Joe Linton, and Joe Linton took a bad touch, but that high line of Barcelona was right up, and it literally just needed a little chip over the top, and it was a foot race between Elanga, Gordon and Barnes against the back four of Barcelona. And Eddie Howe just behind was saying, that's it, that's the one. So clearly they've worked on that. Something to keep an eye on as this game develops, but I think Newcastle will be thinking, let's play a few passes short, bring them in, and then let's make it a foot race over 30 yards. And again, I just think the way that Elanga went past Martin earlier on, just play down his side where you can.
Hansi Flick has just caught Frankie de Jong over. Is having a word with him, maybe just try to slightly adjust the balance of things in the midfield. De Jong the deepest of the three, and then Pedri playing in a sort of a half and half position with Firmine ahead of him at 10. Livramento's okay. He's received treatment for that bang that he got to the back of the head in an aerial challenge with Koundé. He's going to be allowed back on. Joelinton had just dropped in at right back for a moment, but Livramento just indicating to Joelinton he was okay. He was going to be allowed straight back on, so Joelinton pushed forward into midfield. 13 minutes gone here on TalkSport. Newcastle winning that famous game inspired by Asprilla back in 1997. They have met Barcelona 3 times since and lost them all. Barca with a really good record against English opposition over the years, although Newcastle, for their part, have won their last 3 against teams from Spain. Koundé with a miscue high up and under towards the edge of his own penalty area. Kubasi comes out, wins it twice. Played forward, almost managed to get it out towards Elanga. Now Trippier will come forward. He's chipped it inside the penalty area. Barnes peeling away at the far post, has got it. Trying to take on Koundé, wins a corner. The slightly miscued cross, but Koundé's towed it behind and out for the first corner of the night.
Yeah, I think Trips has chose the wrong decision there. As it breaks to him, it's a really good pass from Anthony Gordon into Elanga. He tries to take it into his stride. Good defending. He cuts in on his right foot, off his right foot to his left. I think he has to get the shot away. He then chipped it to the back post, and to be fair, Harvey Barnes has worked something, but they were never going to score at that moment. I would have expected Trippier to take a touch and then just get the shot off and see if he can test this young goalkeeper in Garcia.
Galatasaray lead in Germany away to Eintracht Frankfurt. City Napoli 0-0 over on TalkSport 2 right now, as again we bring you a choice of listening. Here at St James's Park's 0-0. Trippier takes the corner short, gets it back from Gordon. Rafinha clears, but only after it's gone back over the line and out of play for a corner. Newcastle will hope that that's the least effective corner that they have tonight. It was probably one that worked well in training. The execution wasn't quite there, but they've got another opportunity, and I think this time it will go directly inside that box.
Yeah, just wanted to get a little 1-2 there with Anthony Gordon, bring out the first postman and allow Big Dan Bird to attack it, but unfortunately the set from Gordon wasn't quick enough.
Has gone short this time towards the edge of the penalty area for Tonali. Back for Trippier again, it's in deep, and Joan Garcia got there. Guimaraes was making a run across the face of the goalkeeper, but the ball was too high for him, and Garcia could catch it. Still 0-0 with 15 minutes gone on TalkSport.
As soon as they play the short, Rafinha in that hole goes sprinting out to try and help up and make it a 2, so they empty the front post space, and that's what Newcastle have clearly worked out. A little short, drags him out, and then attack the space and hope that their attacking players get there early. Guimaraes was there, but a little bit too high, as you said, Jim.
Now Araujo trying to invite the press, breeze past Joelinton and Clips the ball out towards Marcus Rashford on the Barcelona left. Back he goes to Kubasi, still only 18, but already 7 caps for Spain behind him. Now out towards Koundé. Koundé laying it back for the blonde-haired Dutchman De Jong, who'd been a doubt for this game because of a hip problem, but fit enough to play. Araujo, a white bandage around his right wrist, Keith Lemon style. For the only mention he gets tonight. The ball is over on the Barca left again. Rashford just trying to divert it in towards the edge of the penalty area. Couldn't find Lewandowski, and it's cleared by Cher. Back he goes for De Jong again. De Jong parallel the halfway, just knocks the ball square. Now to Araujo. Barca stringing the passes together. They're trying to invite the Newcastle press this time. Livramento obliges. Koundé's turned elegantly away from him to find Rafinha in space, right in front of Eddie Howe. He clips it forward, but the former Leeds man's ball is easily knocked away by the diving header from Cher. Barca have a player down in the heart of the midfield. It's Kubasi. Now they look for Rafinha with the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, and Burns sliding in on the edge of the D did well to knock that away. Lewandowski wins a 50-50 in the air against Livramento, and Newcastle's Quarantino is forced to chase out and put the pressure on Rafinha. It's worked back by Barcelona towards De Jong. This is their best spell of passing football in the game so far, forcing Newcastle back inside their own half. Frenkie de Jong inside the centre circle, turns one way and then the other. He works the ball forward into the feet of Rashford. Rashford has scored 5 goals against Newcastle in his career. Now to Frenkie de Jong. De Jong back towards halfway again. Play down the inside left channel for Rashford. Probably about 20 or 30 passes in this Barcelona move. They're not really making too much headway. Pedri, though, the good ball between the lines, can find Fermin Lopez. Rafinha near the corner of the penalty area. Left-footed in, swinging delivery. Lewandowski going up for it. He's headed it wide. And Koundé coming onto the rebound has blasted high and wide. Good ball inside the penalty area, that, and the defending good enough to stop Lewandowski having a clean header on it.
I think it's a really good ball from Rafinha. It's actually Nick Pope gets a little hand on it because Lewandowski nicks it. But I think that's where Nick Pope, for me, is the best English goalkeeper we've got. Commands his area really well, knows when to come, knows when to sit off. But as you say, they're really, really good play from Barcelona, keeping the ball, 20, 30 passes. And Newcastle were really calm in that low block. They kept it going. But again, that man who I spoke about before, Lopez, just picks a lovely pocket. And if you don't put pressure on De Jong, they'll find, and Pedri, they'll find those passes. And once they get him on the half turn, it's real trouble because they've got that quality. So again, a real good example of what Barcelona can do, but Newcastle will be happy and proud that they can keep it at distance, and if it's going to be crosses, they can handle most of them.
Frenkie de Jong has just given a free kick away. He wasn't happy with the decision, and immediately Hansi Flick just told him to calm down. It's only a free kick conceded on halfway. He thought that he'd won it fairly with a shoulder barge against Joelinton. No, the Swedish referee thought otherwise. Bruno Guimaraes out on the Newcastle right has won a throw that Trippier's going to come forward to take. Home form's been a little bit patchy here. I mean, Newcastle were excellent in that defeat to Liverpool, but that one of 2 defeats that Newcastle have suffered here in their last 3 matches at St James Park. They've got another free kick here. This one is almost midway inside the Barcelona half as Gordon is fouled. Barcelona just retreating. Araujo throws the ball back. Trippier retrieves it, throws it forward for Elanga, and again it's the cue for Dan Burn to make his way forward, for Cher to make his way forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Joelinton, another 6-footer who's waiting for the right delivery if it can come. Elanga and Trippier, the 2 players that are standing over this. Still 0-0 Man City Napoli over on TalkSport 2. 0-0 here as well, with 20 minutes gone past in the blink of an eye.
Don't be surprised if they don't work something here, Jim. 5 behind the ball looks a bit different for this Newcastle team.
In from Trippier towards the edge of the penalty area. Didn't get the height that he wanted. Barnes heads it back. Oh, it's a really poor header. And now Rashford will chase, but Trippier comes back and gets there to bail Livramento out. He was caught by Rashford. It's a free kick to Newcastle. But that was a poor touch from Barnes. Just a back header, a blind back header towards Livramento. Didn't put enough on it. And Rashford had read it, but couldn't make as much headway as he wanted.
Really weird set piece there from Newcastle. 5 behind the ball as they whipped it in. It looked like they were going to play something. They don't, and they still get done on the counter-attack. It's 5v2 in their favour. Really strange one, that. I think Jason Tyndall won't be too happy down below us with how that played out.
Tonali has had a really good start of this season, taking this free kick for Newcastle very, very deep, punting it forward towards Dan Burn, easily dealt with by Araujo. Now Barca will turn it forward again, and Tonali finds himself as the last man back up against Lewandowski, and on your head, Troy. No, not quite, but the clearance was good enough from Sandro Tonali. You're listening to Newcastle Barcelona in the Champions League. It's live on Talk Sport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Now we're midway through the first half. Burn with a clearance. Livramento hooking it back in. Guimaraes flicking it on. Tonali out towards Elanga. And he's up against Gerard Martin again. Travelling with pace inside the penalty area. Martin got his angles right that time. Effects the block. And Hansi Flick gives him a very visible round of applause. Trippier does well to deal with a long ball that was played down his touchline for Rashford to chase. Barca calming things down with Kubasi going back for goalkeeper Joan Garcia, who again wants a second touch. The difference being this time he's got time for it. And a third, and a fourth.
Look how high Livramento is. The press from Newcastle is amazing, forcing Barcelona to go long.
But when they do go long, Newcastle have lost their defensive shape. It's with Rashford. Rashford inside the Newcastle penalty area. Clever little reverse. It's played on. Joelinton's touch. Went back towards the edge of his 6-yard box. He cleared before Fermin Lopez could get there. But that clearance doesn't find touch. And Rashford will be able to pick it up. Pedri, De Jong. Now played back again for Kubasi. To Araujo. Newcastle playing with such a high-paced intensity in the opening 15 minutes. Maybe just forced to have a little breather now, and Barcelona have been on top for the last 3 or 4. Trippier's going to be able to clear this time though. Down the touchline for Guimaraes. Gordon drops back, trying to get himself back onside, but the run from Elanga was from an onside position. Barnes is in the middle, sliding in, and the goalkeeper saved it at the near post, kicking it away for a corner.
Wow, what pace from Elanga there. From deep, lovely ball over the top on that halfway line, like we spoke about. Absolutely ran past everybody. So quick, so decisive. What a ball across the 18-yard box. For me, Harvey Barnes has got to do better with that. He's concentrating on hitting the target. Probably should score. If you ask me, if he gets that again, he'd expect to score.
Well, he's made 2 previous Champions League appearances, Harvey Barnes, both as a sub. One for less than 9 years ago, one in Newcastle's run a couple of years ago. Just in need of a goal. He's gone 10 without one. There's been a red card in the game over on TalkSport 2, incidentally. Giovanni Di Lorenzo has been sent off. Originally shown a yellow card. VAR's upgraded it to red. It's still 0-0 Man City Napoli. But the Neapolitans are down to 10 men live over on TalkSport 2. 24 gone. It's 0-0 here at St James's Park. Ball headed away. Cher trying to turn it goal bound. Pedri stayed down injured inside his own penalty area. Barca laid a ball upfield for Rafinha to chase. There were 3 in black and white around him. But Pedri's okay. He's back on his feet. Free kick to Barca on the edge of their own box. 0-0 here. We've talked about the fact that Newcastle started with a very definite game plan to put the pressure on that back line and press. Now in the last 5 or 6 minutes they've dropped off. They've tried to draw Barcelona onto them, but that means that the high Barcelona line is coming deeper and deeper as the ball is played forward towards Rafinha here. Rafinha getting to the byline, wins the corner off Livramento. But what it's doing in condensing the play back down towards the Gallagher end, it creates even more space for Newcastle to try and exploit, as they did on the counter a few moments ago.
Yeah, but again, I was here, and I don't want to put a curse on it. I was here for the Liverpool game where Newcastle started excellently. They dropped off for 3 or 4 minutes just to catch their breath. Bang, Gravenberch scores, and it just gets that same feeling again. It's really hard to do this same type of level of energy for 90 minutes, so Newcastle need to ride out these next 5 minutes.
Barca's first corner, and it's going to be taken by Rafinha. It's hit him really deep towards the far post, headed by Cher out of the penalty area. Barca pick up the loose ball. Rashford's got it. He's 35 yards out. Poor ball from him. Livramento got there ahead of Rafinha. And then Tino's touch a little bit heavy. Rashford comes back and has fouled him. Leans over his international teammate to apologise, but he knew exactly what he was doing there, curtailing the counter-attack. And it's a free kick to Newcastle.
It's not a foul. It's not a foul. It's a throw-in. It's a great tackle. I'm going to give him so much credit. Great reaction from Marcus Rashford. It's a poor ball. Sprints across the pitch. He makes a tackle. Hits the ball off against Livramento. Livramento goes down with how hard he hit the floor. But it's a great play for Marcus Rashford defensively, and it's Barcelona ball.
Yeah, I did him a disservice. Livramento's back on his feet. Just left hand to the rib cage. He's making his way over here. He's okay. Doesn't need any treatment. Play will resume with a throw, which Jules Koundé, former Europa League winner in his Sevilla days, will take. Eventually, launched down the line. Byrne heads it back for Newcastle. Livramento under immediate pressure from Fermin Lopez has been fouled.
They don't rush, do they, Barcelona, on anything? They play at their tempo, do it their way. The manager is obviously in a wonderful, wonderful position. Just so confident in the way that he plays. I think Newcastle need to just see these next 3 or 4 minutes out with the ball. Try and win some fouls like they just did here from Tonali. Keep it low, make this Barcelona team come, and then spin the ball around the side again.
Tonali's just been fouled. Joelinton was glad that he did, because Tonali had laid the ball off to the Brazilian before he was caught. Joelinton gave it away. That could have been dangerous, but the referee giving the free kick for the foul on the Italian. Newcastle very grateful for it. Gordon's touch a little bit heavy. Fermin Lopez is ratting around. Byrne wins it back. Cher clears. Oh, good ball. Some 50 yards forward. Then Joelinton forward. And it goes through to the goalkeeper. Joan Garcia is able to pick it up. 0-0.
Poor, wasn't it, from Joelinton? Great ball from Cher. Poor from Joelinton. Just taps it round the corner instead of wrapping it in. Goes all the way through to the goalkeeper, but again on that top line it's 3v3, and I've backed Newcastle every single time.
28 gone, it's 0-0, and a free kick is given Barca's way over on the far touchline, and a yellow card is shown to Joelinton for the foul. First player to have his name taken tonight. It's his second yellow card of the season. Incidentally, in that Man City-Napoli game, I told you that Di Lorenzo was sent off, so Conte needed to make a tactical adjustment. He took Kevin De Bruyne off. And by all accounts, the Belgian was a little bit surprised to see that it was his number that came up.
Yeah, he's had a great start though, hasn't he, for Napoli. I think maybe that, just without being there, would probably be take him off, add some more legs in there. No, it's going to be a difficult game without the ball now, so unfortunately for Kevin, it happens to the best of us, mate. You get dragged at sometimes when that happens.
Needs must. 28 minutes gone. 0-0 here at St James's Park. Newcastle with the better of the chances. Barnes forcing a save out of Joan Garcia, who did really well to kick it away at the near post. Gordon missing a good opportunity very early in the game with a shot, a cross from Elanga that he didn't really get hold of. Counter-attack could be on at the other end here, in towards Rafinha. Byrne heads it away. And it'll be played for by Livramento. Now Rafinha's got it. Rafinha midway inside the Newcastle half. He's given it away to Trippier. Guimaraes out to Elanga. Elanga making his way forward down the right-hand side. Was Gordon caught off the ball. Play goes on. Barnes couldn't get to the cross. He goes back out to Elanga, though, from Koundé's clearance. He's laid it off to Guimaraes on the edge of the penalty area. Little ball flicked out towards Elanga. Stands it up. Araujo heads it away. And he's just been able to get it clear of Tonali on the edge of the penalty area. Back in this time from Barnes. Joan Garcia comes to the edge of his 6-yard box. Good handling. Makes the save. 0-0.
Elanga again down that right-hand side, offers so much with his pace. They can't get there. A little bit surprised the referee did call the foul on Gordon in the middle there, because he had to slow it up, because his foul there from Araujo would have got him in.
Now the other end, Rashford has it, and Rafinha unmarked for the moment inside the penalty area, but Rashford couldn't get past Trippier to deliver a cross, and Kieran Trippier stands firm. Really good defending. Trippier then thought he was fouled. Pedri has picked up the loose ball on the edge of the Newcastle box. He's laid it back for Frenkie de Jong. Ball inside the penalty area. Rafinha with the header. Didn't get enough on it. Under pressure from Byrne and Livramento. And it's a glancing blow off his forehead that goes wide.
Yeah, Kieran Trippier just down at the moment. I think he had to give everything there to try and catch up with Marcus Rashford. Great ball in on that last bit there from Marcus, but wonderful defending from Livramento. Just runs Rafinha under the ball, makes it difficult for the Brazilian to get his head on it. But again, Newcastle just need to take a breather. I think on the balance of this first half, they'll feel that they should probably have a goal, at least have a few more better chances. But it's just that clinical edge, and maybe that's where tonight Avissa would have done really well for them. Having Gordon on the left, having Avissa through the middle. He's got the pace, but he's got that natural instinct to score, and I think at the moment that's the only bit that's lacking.
Yeah, it could be another month before Newcastle fans see Visser in the black and white. He's got a knee problem at the moment that he picked up on international duty. Here's Koundé coming forward over halfway into Frenkie de Jong, who's waved up to his feet by Cher after the challenge. The referee says it was a foul on Lewandowski, and it's a free kick that Barcelona will take inside Newcastle territory again, as Cher will be spoken to.
I don't think that's a foul. I think as a striker you're hoping you get those as fouls, but never normally get them. I just think the more I'm watching this Barcelona team, Jim, and I don't know what your impression is, they're just taken by surprise by the physicality, the intensity that Newcastle play. I don't think they get this in La Liga. I really don't.
Well, that is certainly the case. Slowly try to acclimatise to it. Frenkie de Jong will play the ball to the left-hand side of the Newcastle box. It's headed away, and then Joelinton gets it further clear. The retreating Kubasi, such an elegant centre-half, has brought the ball under control. Pedri with a nice touch, then gets it back again from Koundé, and then Pedri put under pressure, but Joelinton couldn't win it back. And then Frenkie de Jong will get it, and he siphoned it out of play because Rashford is down. It's not Rashford, I beg your pardon. Over on that far side, they've got Araujo down, injured inside the Newcastle box.
He's took a little elbow from Trippier, and again, it's nothing that makes you stay down. I just don't think they're used to this physicality. I think when Barcelona roll into town, other than playing against Atletico and Real Madrid, I think it's very much that you back off and you hope to survive in the games. This is the difference for me in the Premier League and La Liga. When you come to the Premier League, it doesn't matter if you're playing Burnley, it doesn't matter if you're playing Liverpool, you're going to get a physical battle. Then the quality comes out on top, and I think Barcelona and their players just struggling a little bit as it comes to 33 minutes into this game.
It's still goalless though. We've got more live football coming up for you over the course of the weekend, of course. The small matter of the Merseyside derby at Anfield on Saturday, 11 o'clock the build-up for a 12:30 kickoff. Liverpool-Everton. The same time, the M69 derby between Leicester and Coventry is over on TalkSport 2. Troy's at West Ham on Saturday afternoon. Game day live at 2:30 with the award-winning Adrian Durham. Sheffield United Charlton, our live championship game at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and then the West London derby, Fulham Brentford, an 8 o'clock kickoff, exclusive to TalkSport on Saturday night from Craven Cottage. And more of the same on Sunday, including the WSL clash between Manchester United and Arsenal, kicking off at 2:50 on TalkSport 2. Frenkie de Jong's got possession here for Barcelona. Kubasi, dark head, thick set centre half, plays the ball out towards Rashford, who immediately knocks it back for Frenkie de Jong. Now to Kubasi again. De Jong maintaining possession, square to Pedri. Newcastle backing off. Clever flick from Firmine, gets it back, couldn't find Rafinha, can't find Lewandowski. Shot blocked immediately at the source of danger there by Cher. And Barcelona get it back out of Rashford. Ball inside the penalty area. Retreating back header from Cher. Lewandowski coming in the far post. An acrobatic volley that missed the target. Flies out towards the far touchline. Barcelona come again with De Jong. De Jong inside the penalty area. Rafinha couldn't get there. Burn sorted that. Now a right-footed ball played in. Lewandowski digging out a left-footed shot. That's hit Burn. Left-footed one back from Rafinha into the side netting. And Newcastle survive.
And survive is the word. Bodies on the line. Cher, Burn, Trippier right at the end there. But how good are this Barcelona team? How calm are they in and around the box? 25 yards out. Would see players shooting, lashing at it. They play the extra pass. They play the extra pass on top of that if they need to. Really, really good, efficient play. But great defending from Newcastle.
Have scored Barca in each of their last 32 games in League and Cup. Actually, in the Champions League, Their record's arguably more impressive because in 10 of the last 13 matches they've played in this competition, they've scored 3 or more. Haven't really had too many clear openings so far tonight. 35 minutes in, 0-0 somehow. And Koundé watches the ball over the line away from Harvey Barnes for a throw that'll be taken on the Barcelona right. You're listening to Newcastle Barcelona in the Champions League. It's live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We're here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Pressure from Tonali, forcing the error. Pedri's ball back for Koundé, was hurried, and it's come off the Frenchman and had to play for a throw that Tino Livramento is going to come forward to take. 9 minutes from half-time. Tonali going square towards Bruno Guimaraes. Pressure telling from Pedri. Play forward by Rashford. Lewandowski, pink shirts, shuffling forward really quickly. Out he comes for Pedri. Newcastle, as he takes it wide, have been able to very quickly get their shape back behind the ball. Fermin Lopez losing out. Pedri has it again though. Frankie de Jong. Koundé in space on the Barcelona right. Ball in from Koundé. Knocked away on the half volley by Byrne. Good control from Pedri, who's becoming increasingly influential now. Koundé though getting it back. He goes back for Araujo. Kubasi is going to be able to bring it forward. Now in the midfield, De Jong. The possession was relatively even at the start of the game, but the longer the match goes on, the more Barcelona are having of the ball. Expected that would be the case with that initial Newcastle storm kind of blowing itself out. They're never going to be able to play at that intensity for a consistent 90 minutes. They're having to manage the match. But in doing so, they're just ceding possession more and more as half-time approaches. Kubasi, De Jong, straight ball forward from him. Rafinha drifting in off the flank, almost playing as another 10 alongside Fermin Lopez for the moment. Ball has gone back for Pedri. A possession actually 67-33, so 2/3, 1/3 Barcelona's favour. Rashford trying to wriggle his way through the penalty area. Trippier forces him wide. A cross-come shot takes a deflection. Livramento watching it every step of the way, made sure it didn't go over the line. Now under pressure from Koundé, tries to bring it away, but he's ended up giving it away. Backheel flick plays Fermin in. Fermin to De Jong on the edge of the box. De Jong wriggling free. Play back towards Rafinha. Rafinha trying to get away from his compatriot Bruno Guimaraes. I think maybe the referee just bought that. It is a free kick to Barca. 10 outside the box, right of centre.
Yeah, it's good play from Rafinha. He just bought that, as you say. Just leads his body into Guimaraes there, goes down. But it's wonderful play for Barca again. In this final third, the last 25-30 metres of the pitch, they just keep it. They're just calm. They expect you to get that nervous energy. You being Newcastle, to do something a little bit weird and we'll pick you off. Livramento tries to clear it, has no out ball, so has to try and run out from the back here, and unfortunately he gives the ball away. But this is real energy, real pressure now that's coming on from Barcelona. I expect Newcastle are just going to have to dig in for the next 5 or 6 minutes to get to half time.
So Rashford standing over at Rafinha too. There are 3 in Newcastle wall. Rafinha strikes it, and Pope had it covered as it went over the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, nice easy one there for Pope. Just high and a little bit ugly. Interestingly, Rashford wanted it though, and Rafinha just let him know that he's still the big boy here, and there's still a ranking order. He just has to wait his time.
Well, sorry, I was just going to say Rafinha scored 16 goals in his last 16 Champions League ties, so there is a ranking order.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was just going to say, I can see as this game goes on, Murphy being a real good acquisition for Newcastle to bring on. Harvey Barnes just down in front of us here, blowing a little bit heavy, been asked to do a lot of work both going forward and defensively. I just think with that raw pace of Murphy, he loves to defend anyway, but it's the same skill set type of Elanga, and I think he could cause a lot of trouble later in the game.
Increasingly these days it is a squad game, and it's the ability and skill of your best 3 or 4 players on the bench so important. Barnes with a nice reverse out of the left-hand corner flag that's been picked up by Livramento. Then the ball back towards Barnes, and the referee has said it's a Newcastle ball for
I think it's a corner given, I think.
And Elanga's going to come across to take it. So corner number 4 for Newcastle. Elanga has had some lovely moments. We talked about Keith Gillespie and that famous victory here against Barcelona and the damage he did down the right-hand side. Langer has put over a couple of telling crosses, but as yet, no Newcastle player has been able to make one into an assist. Can they from this corner? That Elanga will swing in from the Newcastle left. 4 to go to half-time. In front of the Lees is out. Byrne is there. Cher is there. Joelinton trying to make himself a nuisance right in front of the goalkeeper. Burns actually got in between Joelinton and the goalkeeper as the ball comes in. Goalkeeper got a couple of hands to it, could only palm it away softly towards the edge of his penalty area. Barca clear. Trippier runs round it, gets to halfway, smacks it forward again, flicked on by Byrne, the tallest man on the pitch. Cher lets that run, and it will come down for Elanga, coming in off the left flank. Back for Cher again. Right-footed cross, not enough height on it. Headed away by Rashford. Livramento inside the centre circle. Hooks it forward. Slightly awkward bounce. Araujo didn't know whether to stick or twist and coming to meet it, but the flag is up against Joelinton, and it's a free kick to Barcelona.
I don't think he's offside there, but I think because of the perception of Barcelona having that high line, I think they get a few calls at the 50-50. They get that, because Joelinton's not offside there for me. Again, old basic rule, don't let the ball bounce. Barca do that and Joelinton wins it. Again, no, just Newcastle in that final third. We speak about how good Barca are in that final third. Newcastle seem to rush, hurry, and kind of be a little bit tense when they're crossing the ball. Not that much quality yet. If they can add that in the second half, they'll be in all the time.
And they might be in here. Fermin Lopez down the right-hand side. Byrne did well, got back, and so too did Tonali, who stretched out a right foot and could bring Fermin Lopez's ball into his stride. Joelinton heeds the cry of man on. Trippier brings it forward. Now Elanga is up against Martin again, going down that right-hand side, twisting and turning, triggering his way through. Joelinton, really poor cross, but he's going to be able to find Anthony Gordon, who can keep it alive on the left-hand side of the penalty area. And now he gets to the byline and wins the corner with a driven ball in that Koundé can block.
Really good play again. We've spoke about him all day. That Elanga down that right-hand side, weirdly elected to come back in. I fancy him to run at Martin and get something in the byline. Little ball from Joelinton, a good play from Gordon. Keeps the ball alive, keeps the pressure on. Can Newcastle deliver that little bit of quality now, Jim, that will probably get them over the line?
Eintracht Frankfurt have equalised at home to Galatasaray. It's a Davinson Sanchez own goal. That means that all 4 Champions League ties underway at the moment are currently all square. 0-0 at City over on TalkSport 2, 0-0 here. In comes the corner, headed away by Frenkie de Jong by Lewandowski, I beg your pardon, on the edge of the 6-yard box. Comes back out for Livramento. Another high hanging ball forward, but that's going to be easy for Joan Garcia to be able to come out and claim, notwithstanding the aerial presence of Dan Byrne in front of him. And he's bowled it out quickly, and now Koundé can come forward. 90 seconds to go to half-time. Maybe a couple of minutes to be added on. Frenkie de Jong into the feet of Pedri. They're back for de Jong, back for Pedri, back for de Jong. As quickly as you can say it, they're playing the passes. Kabasi now. Rashford coming short, wanting the ball into feet, and he's laid it straight back and does so again to find Pedri. Gerard Martin out on that left flank. The under 21 international left back. Able to turn. Frenkie de Jong on the edge of the centre circle. Pressure coming in from Gordon. Newcastle fans trying to sing their side through to half-time, knowing that the interval is getting close. Joelinton, a nice bit of trickery in the midfield, bit of ball juggling. Gordon likewise, and then Guimaraes is caught. Poor challenge coming in, and the referee produces a yellow card. Bruno Guimaraes still down, holding that right knee. That was a really poor challenge from Gerard Martin.
Guimaraes is trying to get him stay down here to get VAR to have a look at it. It's a poor tackle, it's high, but I think it is a yellow. I don't think it's as bad as he's making out. I remember Van Dijk doing that against Gordon. He stayed down just long enough that VAR had to look at it. But I'd be surprised if you get a red card for this.
Well, the VAR tonight is Jérôme Brissard, the Frenchman, an all-Swedish officiating team here on site. We're into 2 minutes of added time, but those 2 minutes won't start until play resumes once they got Guimaraes sorted out. And now Joelinton and Rafinha, 2 men who know each other well from their international days as teammates with Brazil, and they were just having quite a heated debate as they made their way forward into Barcelona territory to face this free kick.
Yeah, I think Rafinha's just letting him know I'm still the boss, and Joelinton's just letting him know that this is a Geordie welcome. When you're here, you're going to get booed and you're going to have a lot of pressures. I just want to get your opinion, Jim, just on Newcastle. Will they feel it's a good first half, or a first half of what if?
Well, my take is that it will be a good first half, that they've laid a solid foundation, that the game plan has been good in the two phases we've talked about, that they can, when they turn over possession deep, they can hit on the counter-attack, and when they can push forward down the right-hand side, their pressing game is potentially able to cause joy. But I think you're also right that it is a question of what-ifs, and they'll look at the half chances that have been created and be rueful of the fact that at least one of them wasn't taken, and they were in the opening 15-18 minutes of the game much the better side. Dan Burns putting the pressure on Koundé here and caught him late. That was a poor one, and Koundé has rolled and eventually stopped by the hoardings. There was a ball that Dan Burns stood no chance of winning when he actually made the tackle and the contact with Koundé. He was about a yard over the touchline, and he's got a yellow card.
I was going to say, he'd do really well to not get a yellow card for that. He hasn't intentionally gone to harm him, but it's just late. He's trying to block the ball, and it's one of them where the fullback just kicks into Dan Burn. It'll be a yellow card. It'll be a sore one for Koundé as well.
Eintracht Frankfurt 2, Galatasaray 1. Can Yüzen has now scored in 4 successive games for the German side. Galatasaray coming into tonight have won 16 in a row. Wow. But they're trailing 2-1 at Eintracht Frankfurt. And Sporting League Kairat by a goal to nil. The Kazakhstan champions trailing to a goal from Trincao, his 4th of the season, is Sporting's top scorer now. Well, the 2 minutes of added time continued to be elongated by stoppages. Firstly for the foul on Bruno Guimaraes, and now that one on Koundé, who is back on the field and hobbling away. Burn in the book. Joelinton's also been booked in the first 45 minutes for Newcastle. And the free kick, bearing in mind that the challenge from Dan Burn was basically in row C, and the goalkeeper has decided he's going to try and take the free kick almost level with the right hand side of the box, and has half got away with that. Plays the ball forward, Burn heads it away. Eddie Howe acts as the ball boy, in fact lets the ball roll past him into the Newcastle dugout, and Koundé is a brave man as he goes in to retrieve it. Takes the throw quickly, back he goes for Araujo, and that is half time. And it is to an extent a question of what might have been. Anthony Gordon with an air shot and a great Ilanga cross very early in the game. Harvey Barnes wrapping his left foot around another perceptive ball in from that right flank, only to see Joan Garcia kick it away at the near post. Lewandowski's had a couple of moments as well. Newcastle, I think, will be quietly pleased with what they've achieved. An 8 out of 10 performance from them, but still they will think there is room for a little improvement. Half-time at St James's, a really good watch, despite the half-time score of Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0.
You're listening to the Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise. Rent a car, whatever it is, they're here for a few boos there for the officials as they are the last ones off the pitch. Do you know what? The atmosphere was brilliant just before kick-off. Troy, it certainly died down towards the end of this first half. It feels like the nerves are creeping in with the Newcastle fans.
I don't know if it's the nerves. I think just Barcelona got a little bit stronger, and like we say for the players, it's hard for the fans to be 45 minutes as high and keep that tempo that they did at the start of the game. I think Barcelona did an excellent job just towards the last 30 minutes onto 45 of just keeping the ball, making sure that Newcastle realised, right, we're going to be doing the same thing all day. So if you drop off for 2 or 3 minutes, we'll get our chances. And they'll feel that the longer the game goes on, they can pick off the game. But I just think for Newcastle, it was catch your breath, go again. The next 10 minutes will be just as intense as the start of the first half. They'll go in behind, try and get that Gallagher end right up with them and get after it, and try and force as many throw-ins and corners in this final third. And for Newcastle, I think they'll be a little bit disappointed. That's why I asked Jim in commentary, a little bit disappointed that they didn't get a clearer chance or at least a goal in that, because I felt it was there for them, especially in that first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it was electric. The pace of the game was breathtaking at times.
You don't know how. I genuinely think sometimes that when I played football, 3 years ago, it must have the fitness levels must have gone up 200%, because This Newcastle team, they just go and go and go. And again, now you look at the bench, they've got players that when they take 2 or 3 off, they keep it the same, and the intensity will be there. It's just whether that quality will be there long term.
And someone you obviously picked out pre-match was Anthony Elanga, and a lot of the good work from Newcastle have come down that right-hand side.
Yeah, I think for both teams, the right-hand side is the key area of danger. Elanga and Rafinha for Barcelona, him cutting in on his left foot and putting some lovely balls in, and frankly for Nick Pope, was able to deal with it. But for Elanga, he's been exceptional going forward. Just want a little bit more quality in the final third. He did one good pass to Barnes, but after that then started coming in on his left foot, cutting back. And I just think when you've got Martin on a yellow card now, just run him every single time, because he can't touch you. And if you get near the penalty box, he's going to have to back off. So make it so Barca end up thinking we're going to have to change him or have to take him off. So I think Elanga's the key. I do think as well as the game develops, Murphy will come in and add a little bit on this left-hand side as well, because Barnes is good, but he's better at getting the ball and driving at you. This is a game that needs you to run without the ball, and I think that's more Murphy's wheelhouse.
Another thing we mentioned obviously was the fact there was no Nick Voltemada in this team, that Anthony Gordon's been preferred, possibly down to the pace of this side. But do you think, if you go back to the start of this season, that was one of the big issues with Newcastle, didn't have that number 9. I don't want to mention the name Alexander Isak, but I'm doing it. They missed that focal point. Is that the problem in this Newcastle team to a degree?
Yes, but with Voltemada they play completely different. As I said, he's going to come and link the play, and I don't know whether he can do the defensive duty on the back of De Jong and Pedri like Gordon has. He's kept them honest, kept it going back to the 2 centre-halves. He's a great football player, but I think Visser's missing in these moments, in these types of games. Again, you're a Brentford fan, you know the energy and the intensity that he brings. If they had Gordon on the left, Visser through the middle and Elanga, this would be frightening for Barcelona, because all you would have to do is keep doing it time after time, turning it round and see if they can do it. I think Voltemada, who is excellent and brings you a different skill set, I just don't think he gives you that level of intensity that Newcastle have played with.
But you're right, obviously with Johan Wissa, especially at Brentford, he played with a front 3, very similar obviously as Newcastle do too, but he's out for some time, probably not back until after the October international break, after he picked up an injury while representing the Democratic Republic of Congo. Troy, for now, thank you very much. Coming up next, we'll continue to build up to the second half here at St James's Park, where it's a little quiet at the break, but I'm sure once those players make their way out for that second half, it will be ramped up once more. This is Champions League live on TalkSport.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ gambleaware.org. Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Have you seen the all-new iPhone 17 Pro? Designed from the inside out, it's the most powerful iPhone yet, with the ultimate Pro camera system. What's more, at Vodafone, you can get the new iPhone now and every year with Vodafone Exchange. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone.
Credit check and terms apply. Trade in iPhone 17 series in good condition 12 months before phone plan ends and upgrade. Every year based on 24-month plan. See vodafone.co.uk/exchange.
The Monopoly game at McDonald's is back. Play today with the Philly cheese stack, so you can enjoy 2 beef patties, crispy grilled onions, and a melted cheddar cheese sauce. Go on, it's your go. From 11 a.m. until the 21st of October, participating restaurants, subject to availability, app may be required. 18+, UK, see mcdrules.co.uk.
Sunday, traditionally a day of rest. Time to reflect on the week gone by. But not for the TalkSport Bet Boffins, because they've been beavering away again to bring you yet another sensational Sunday Super Boost. Arsenal versus Manchester City. Both teams to score. Current price 5-8. Super boosted price 5-4. TalkSport Bet. Busy broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. Offer available from 8 a.m. Sunday the 21st of September. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
We're Leyland Trade. We could spend the next 30 seconds talking about our big passion, paint. But we can read a room. You just want to know it'll get the job done, and get it done right. So we'll just say this. We've been keeping brushes in business since 1922 by keeping things simple. No jargon, no faff, just top-notch paint. Leyland Trade. Enough said. And we've still got a few seconds to spare.
In the UK, there are more than 3 million lost pensions.
Find us.
At AJ Bell, we're on a mission to reunite you with yours. In fact, every time we track down a pension, we ring a bell. It's really quite fun. If you love the sound of bells, it's definitely not a little annoying. Can we turn the music up a bit? These bells are doing my head in. Open an account today and let us help find your long-lost pensions. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. Pension criteria apply. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
It's a big match day, and Coral's reward shaker has turned gold. There's guaranteed wins today. Oh, a big win for the group chat tipsters. Super tips, super-sized free bets. And that's a golden shake from the Full Kit Fanatics. A £10 cash prize to match those number 10 shirts. Play Coral's free golden reward shaker for bigger guaranteed football rewards. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Golden shaker available on selected days. Reward restrictions and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gogh? 1 hour and 80. And hear passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talk Sport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Initiate adrenaline pumps. Kick off live on TalkSport.
This is your final chance to enter our biggest competition yet. 2 winners will score Oasis tickets for their September 27th show, and 1 will win £25,000 in cash. Yes, £25,000 and tickets to see Oasis. You've only got until 9 a.m. tomorrow to enter. Complete T's and C's are available here.
18 plus, UK excluding Northern Ireland. For a chance to win, text the word Oasis to 83338 and you're in the draw. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You must have the bill payer's permission. Or you can enter for free by calling 0330 880 338. All entries must be received by the 19th of September at 9 a.m. This is a TalkSport limited promotion run on TalkSport, Talk and Virgin Radio UK stations. Full terms and conditions at talksport.com.
Okay. Champions League Live here on TalkSport comes from St James's Park, where at half-time it is goalless between Newcastle and Barcelona. But it's been an electric game. Pace has been the word of that first half, up and down, both sides, causing all sorts of problems, but perhaps that final finish is what has been lacking. The Newcastle players, substitutes that is, are warming up on the pitch as we speak, with a certain 6'6" Nick Voltemada amongst them as well. Let's just bring you some breaking news that's come out of the Premier League this evening, and Wolves have confirmed that their head coach Vitor Pereira has signed a new 3-year contract, as we expected. Troy, it's been a difficult start to life this season for Wolves. So does that surprise you in some ways, this new deal?
I'm surprised he's taken it, to be honest. I thought he would be one of those managers that would walk away, if I'm being totally honest. Keeps having his team stripped of their best players, and the investment isn't there that keeps you in the league. Maybe Wolves look at it and think, with this manager, the way he plays, the way it is, yes, it's going poorly at the moment, but they need to bring out some positivity, and they can stay up just off his coaching. Maybe they think their squad is just better than the 3 that came up. Personally, I think they're in trouble. I really do. I think they're in trouble.
I mean, we did see when he took over the sort of lift it brought Wolves. But as you say, this season, 4 straight losses, bottom of the Premier League. It's a dire situation.
A striker whose head's been turned because he thought he'd be here. He thought he'd be playing in nights like this. So if he doesn't play, they've got no goal scoring threat. They've lost Cunha, they've lost Nori. It's just year after year they keep stripping the team away and expecting the manager to do miracles. So for me, I think it's great for him, it's great for the fan base to get excited about, but it's going to be a real difficult year.
There's another little bit of news to bring you with regards to Manchester United's women, who have made it through to the main draw of the Champions League for the first time, as they defeated Brann 3-0. That was 3-1 on aggregate, as Elizabeth Turland's hat-trick gave Mark Skinner's side the victory. So a great accomplishment for Manchester United as they reach the Champions League proper. Right, let's bring you the halftime odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com. 18+gambleaware.org.
Okay, the halftime odds at halftime. Newcastle now a best price at 19-10 to come away with the victory here at St James's Park, whereas Barcelona are now at 7-4, and the draw is a price of 13-8. That was the latest odds with Ladbrokes. It's 18 and over. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com. 18+gambleaware.org.
Just to let you know, over at the Etihad, it's also goalless between Manchester City and Napoli. The visitors, though, are down to 10 men. Their captain, Giovanni Di Lorenzo, was sent off for a denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. It was a VAR intervention that led to that, with the referee having to go to the monitor to change the original decision that he made, which was to award a yellow, and then upgraded it to a red as he brought down Erling Haaland when clean through. So can City make that extra man count? Well, second half commentary on that one will be over on TalkSport 2 with Ian Danta and Mickey Gray. Download the app and swipe between all of our stations. You won't miss a thing. Now, the latest episode of the brand new TalkSport Daily podcast is available right now as European football expert Kevin Hatchard joins Ollie Klink to discuss why we're so obsessed with Jose Mourinho and whether he should still be considered the special one. Tune in on the TalkSport app or wherever you get your podcast from. Okay, it is goalless here at St James's Park, but especially for the neutral, it's been pretty exciting from that first 45. But the second half is about to get underway as the players continue in terms of the substitutes with their warm-ups. So let's take you back to Troy Deeney to get his reflections on that first half and what you think Newcastle can do to make a breakthrough in this second half.
More of the same, a bit more positivity in the final third for me, a little bit more belief that they can actually go and score, that they can hurt this Barcelona team, but also that little bit of calmness when they don't have the ball, because it's going to be a little bit more than a 10-minute stretch now. I'd expect Barcelona to shift the ball a little bit quicker in the earlier parts and then try and dominate in Newcastle's defensive half. But for Newcastle, excellent. We're just looking down at the subs they've got now. What a squad they've assembled. Everyone being fit and healthy, this is going to be a real good squad for Newcastle, and I expect them to be going through this phase in the Champions League and finishing in the top 6 for the Premier League. Really good squad, really good business, and you probably expect them to go again in January.
Absolutely, and with Johan Wieser to return to this team as well, that only bolsters their attacking options, which will be great for Eddie Howe.
How did you get that Brentford player in every single time?
Hang on. I didn't even mention Brentford. You mentioned Brentford. I just said Johan Wieser. You may have heard the sort of smattering of boos. Well, that's because the Barcelona players have now made their way out. Let's listen. These are the Newcastle players as they head out then for this second half, where the fans will hope that this will be a better 45 for them, that they will make the breakthrough and get those 3 points on the board as they make this return to the Champions League. Can it be a special second half? Well, we'll find out with your commentary team. It is Newcastle versus Barcelona on TalkSport. So this game is brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. Let's hand you over to your commentary team then. Troy Deeney is alongside Jim Proudfoot.
Nat, thank you. Just been downstairs, Troy, and bumped into a mate of mine, a Newcastle fan. Said, what do you think? He goes, I'm worried about the yellow cards. Joe Linton and Dan Burn having both been cautioned. He said, simply cannot afford to put ourselves in a position where we pick up 2 yellows for any player. And I said, okay, that's fine, but Gerard Martin, the left back for Barcelona, you could argue might be the most susceptible player on the pitch to a second yellow of those that have had one so far. We are back underway. Newcastle are taking the kick-off. Tonali just whacking it straight down towards the corner flag. But the referee wasn't happy. I think a few of the Newcastle players had encroached, and so he's asked for the kick-off to be retaken. No changes at half-time. Newcastle piping goal. Trippier, Sherburn and Livramento. Guimaraes, Tonali, Joelinton, Alanga, Gordon and Barnes. For Barca is Joan Garcia, Koundé, Araujo, Kubasi and Gerard Martin. Lopez, De Jong and Pedri, Rafinha, Lewandowski and Rashford. I used to watch going back 30 years, I used to watch a bit of Southampton. Was covering them home and away, and that kick-off always used to be done to get the ball out of play for an early throw, because in those days getting the ball out of play for an early throw was seen as a good thing. I haven't seen that kick-off that Sandro Tonali has just done for a long time. I mean, we saw what was going to happen the first time of asking. The second time he's just done it again, just in a bid to try and get Newcastle to be able to condense Barca well inside their own half right from the kick-off.
It does. He puts Barca right inside their 18-yard box. But what it does, it gets his crowd up again, and we spoke about it at the end of the first half. They're going to want to try and really bring this Newcastle team and energy of the fans back like they did in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the first half. So expect the same again. Loads of forward passes, loads of balls in behind, and expect Newcastle to pressurise Barcelona and get this fan base excited again like they did in the first half.
Gerard Martin taking a throw, flicked around the corner by Pedri. It hit Bruno Guimaraes. Now Gordon chasing after the goalkeeper, who we saw in the early exchanges of the first half was desperate to have the time to take a second touch. That's what he's used to. Hasn't really got it tonight. Got it clear that time. Livramento then wins it back. Barnes trying to cross from the left flank, ends up letting the ball hit Araujo, and it's out for an early Newcastle corner. 90 seconds gone in the second half here on Talk Sport. Still 0-0.
There you go, getting the crowd up again. Just that simple ball down the left-hand side. Barnes getting to it, gets you a corner, and that whole end again. The Gallagher end is up and ready to go.
Tonali is waiting, hands on hips on the edge of the D, feigning indifference. Guimaraes is right in front of the goalkeeper. Share on the edge of the 6-yard box. Barnes by the penalty spot, in towards Dan Burn, and the header from Joelinton off balance, flashes just wide. Probably Newcastle's best corner so far. Really good delivery. Joelinton took a step off, then attacked the ball, but he couldn't quite get it to do enough, and it's gone wide at the top right-hand corner.
Great ball in for Malanga. Just watching the replay, it just skims Joelinton's head. Just mistimed his head. If you put a little bit more on that, Newcastle are one up, but again, just being positive.
And now possession's been turned over again, allowing Barnes to get a shot in on the Barca goal. That's blocked by Araujo. Goes back out towards Livramento. And out for another Newcastle United throw. Joelinton will go across to take it. I'm sure he's not going to take it. He's just retrieved the ball for Livramento. Joelinton, the last man to score a goal for Newcastle in the Champions League. He's one of only 3 current Newcastle players who have scored for the Toon Army in this competition. The other 2 being the centre halves, Dan Burn and Fabien Schär. Will anybody be able to add their name to that roll of honour? Potentially from this long throw. Livramento arching the back, hurling it in. It's headed on at the near post. It might break Gordon's way. It doesn't quite. Joan Garcia picks up the loose ball. 2 or 3 Newcastle players were appealing for a handball there. Barcelona goalkeeper has whacked it upfield, trying to get Rafinha isolated against Livramento. He put too much on the clearance, and it's just gone straight through for Nick Pope. 3.5 gone second half. Still goalless. Still highly entertaining and steeped in intrigue. Tonali. Gordon's made his run too early. Not sure that Elanga did, but he then checked. And he's made the point to Tonali that pass has to be played earlier, for the way that they're all trying to play on the shoulder of the last Barcelona man. It's gone through for the goalkeeper again.
Again, really good play. I do think that did hit the hand by the way the ball span up, but it's just one of those unintentional ones. But again, really excellent start from Newcastle. Getting Elanga down this right hand side is going to be the key to them winning this match.
Pedri's inside the centre circle.
How good is he to watch, by the way? Every decision, you think he's going to go play forward, he cuts back and keeps the ball. Just looks elegant on the ball. What a player.
I don't know what his pass completion rate is tonight, but it's going to be very high 90s. Lewandowski just trying to thread the ball through, might be able to do so as well. Rashford, Schär has been cleaned out by that, but it could be a goal-saving block. I don't think he knew much about it at all. Rashford trying to arrow one towards the top right-hand corner, and it has knocked Schär off his feet. I don't know that it's knocked him spark out necessarily, but he is lying on his back inside the penalty area, and that will have properly hurt.
Yeah, he's took that one clean on the jaw there. He's gone down. Let's hope he's okay. But again, Barcelona, really good play, just playing through the lines. into Lewandowski's feet. As he gets half turned, Dan Burn comes a little bit late. He just plays a lovely little ball through the legs, and again it's Lopez in there. That man again, for me, one of the most special talents in world football at the moment. Lopez, really good player, breaks to Marcus Rashford, good first touch. Looks like it's going in from our position here, just behind the goal. He looks like he's going to go straight into that far corner, but it's a great block from Cher. As you say, don't know much about it, but it's caught him right behind the ear as well, so he could potentially be out as well here. Hopefully he's not.
We're just seeing the close-up on our monitor that made it look as though he was okay, that he hasn't been knocked out by it. But he'll be feeling that for days.
Yeah, that's like the boxer punch, isn't it? Where you just get caught just behind the ear, on the jaw, and you go down. But he's took one for the team there, square in the face. They're just checking fucking cushion. Hopefully he's okay and he's up. He won't want to come off as a player. You don't want to come off in these games. And obviously, 2 centre halves on the bench as well. He doesn't want to give his place up. He's earned his place, sure. So I'd be surprised if he comes off now.
Yep, Sven Botman and Malik Chow are both waiting. Chow, who's played in the Champions League semi-final in the past with Milan back some 3 seasons ago. Sven Botman, who had that long problem with a knee injury that cost him 10 months. The Dutchman frustrated, I understand, at the lack of playing time that he's getting at the moment. Cher's okay. Probably seeing 3 of the ref as he speaks to him. He's just told him that having had that treatment, he has to vacate the scene for the obligatory 30 seconds and he's coming off. But he's going to be able to continue, I'm delighted to say. This game brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. Elsewhere, Man City 0, 10-man Napoli 0 over on TalkSport 2. Rashford works the ball back for Pedri. He's only 22. He's already played 200 Barcelona games, which gives you an idea of just how good he is. Well, I think Yamal might be on 300 by the time he's 22, but they are generational talents. Pedri showing for the ball now with his arms above his head right in front of us. About 3-4 yards inside the half that Newcastle United are attacking in this second period. Dan Burn lays it out towards the Newcastle left. Barnes just plays the way that he's facing. It's gone back for Trippier. Trippier's out on the left and Livramento on the right at the moment for Newcastle. It'll be interesting to see whether that's a tactical change or just the way things are developing. What a ball from Livramento, finding Ilanga on the right hand side of the penalty area. Pulled back for Joelinton. Livramento making his way forward, rolling towards Bruno Guimaraes. He couldn't quite get there. Barcelona clear. Back for Trippier. Joelinton again. Joelinton to Ilanga, right hand side of the box. Gordon goes up for the header. Koundé beat him in the air. And it's cleared out towards Ilanga once more. Now Trippier back at right back. Into Bruno Guimaraes inside the penalty area. Little drop of the shoulder. Setting it up for Tonali. And a rising drive is caught at the second attempt by Joan Garcia.
Much better. But again, what a ball from Livramento. Just takes a touch in the right back area. Just slips it down the side. Ilanga's got Martin on toes. Martin has to back off. Can't go with the high line. And Newcastle playing, as you say there, ends up with a wonderful shot from Tonali, but straight at the goalkeeper.
And Joelinton has played it into him again. And Tonali looking for Gordon, really well dealt with by Kubasi. And here comes Pedri. Pedri all of a sudden marauding forward, almost got the defence splitting ball past Cher. It was cleared by Burn in behind him. And out for a throw that'll be taken on the Barcelona left. A little bit semi-finalists last season, I'm sorry Troy. A 3-3 at home and a 4-3 defeat away. They led 3-2 away in stoppage time. And 6-5 up on aggregate, conceded to Acerbi. And then in extra time to Fratesi. Beaten in the semis. Haven't played as a result of that in any of the last 10 Champions League finals. Rashford, not his best, as you will be able to judge from the reaction of the crowd. And he just tried to hook his left foot underneath the ball from a prohibitively tight angle. And he's blazed it way over Nick Pope's bar. We've played 54, 0-0. Thomas Tuchel is here tonight, watching on, as you would if you had a free seat anywhere in the house. Oh, yeah, I'll come. Marcus Rashford, just one of those that he will be watching. Of course, Dan Burn, another Tino Livramento against Barcelona will be something that Thomas Tuchel will be eager to see with how he's dealing with it. And I think that Martino will have passed that test. Pope to take this goal kick 10 minutes into the second half.
I was just going to ask you there, Jim, before I rudely interrupted you. I apologise for that. I just think that this game's getting a little bit too stretched for Newcastle's liking now. When they can set everything up in front of them and go and attack, I feel like Newcastle are in a really good position with that high press. But when it gets a little bit stressed, just that midfield, the battle just comes a little bit solid. What a ball.
Bruno Guimaraes, the perpetrator of it, goes out towards Harvey Barnes. Barnes turns inside to try and get away from Koundé, who's blocked his cross. Livramento gets it back to Barnes. Barnes wanting to work it onto his right foot again. Once more, is able to pick it up. Shoves it down the line this time. Livramento gets there first, wins another corner.
Again, it's just building, isn't it? It's just building really, really nicely for Newcastle. Just feel like if you're Eddie Howe now and Tyndall, you're there questioning when do we make the changes? When do we bring it on? Because at 55 minutes, you're in the ascendancy and you don't really have to change much, but you'll get that feeling that maybe if we bring the big fella on, he'll come on and score us that goal, and does that take away from what you're already doing?
Will that be the first change, or just wonder whether the first change might be Murphy for Barnes?
Yeah.
Another Newcastle corner. Swung in from that left-hand side. Byrne attacking it. He's got the top of his head to it, no more than that. And then Barcelona clear and win a throw. Erling Haaland breaks the deadlock. City 1, Napoli 0 over on TalkSport 2. Erling Haaland's 6th goal of the season, his 50th in Champions League football. He's got there quicker than anyone ever before him. Milestone goal. And it was live for you over on TalkSport 2. City 1, 10-man Napoli 0. We're waiting for the deadlock to be broken here. Bruno Guimaraes losing out to Fermin Lopez on the edge of the Barcelona box. Koundé will get it away and plays it forward up the right-hand side, and all of a sudden Newcastle has stretched. Lewandowski is free at the far post. Scher has had to go and try and aid the defensive cover around the ball. Lewandowski free, but they can't get it in towards him. Rafinha laying it back. Now worked forward again by Frenkie de Jong. Koundé, left-footed ball. Rashford, 1-0 Barcelona. Man who once scored in a cup final against Newcastle has now scored against them in the Champions League as well. Ball clipped in from the right-hand side. Rashford came to meet it. Powers a header into the bottom left-hand corner. It's his first goal for Barcelona. His first in the Champions League for nearly 4 years. And Newcastle, for all the positives, trail Hansi Flick's Barca by a goal to 0.
What a header this is. Really good play again for Barca. They're just keeping it alive there. Really calm in and around the edge of the box. De Jong plays the ball out, just out to his right back there in Koundé. He cuts it on his right foot, takes it back into his left, and puts a delicious ball right onto the penalty spot. I think Fabian Schär will be a little bit disappointed from a defensive point of view, but take nothing away from Marcus Rashford. What a header. Neck muscles in, times it perfectly, powers it into the far corner. Nothing Nick Pope can do. Really, really good goal, and we touched on it just before, didn't we, Jim? Little bit too stretched, little bit too much, in my opinion, played into Barcelona's hands, and I expect Newcastle now to make a few changes.
Well, Murphy's already been called back. Here's Rafinha. He's got the better of Joelinton. Now back towards Rashford again. Newcastle had to stand firm. They simply can't afford to concede another. Fermin Lopez, and he's right for the right-footed shot towards goal. And Scher's there again to bravely put his head to it to divert it away. Knew what he was doing that time. It's out for a corner.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed when he watches that back. He's just caught on his heels for the goal, but it's a great header from Marcus Rashford, and hopefully that gives him some more confidence, because a good, confident Marcus Rashford is a great one for England.
His last Champions League goal had come back in October 2021 for United against Atalanta. He's ended a 12-game barren streak in this competition. He takes this corner, headed away at the near post twice. Newcastle can't get it to sanctuary though. Fermin Lopez with the ball in, lovely pace on it. It's not quite enough height. Cleared out as far as Koundé. Side foots it forward, Joelinton. Gordon chasing from inside his own half, was onside, but not enough care taken with the pass from Joelinton. Barca's high defensive line should have been exposed that time. It wasn't. And they'll be able to bring it forward again for Fermin Lopez.
Really poor from Joe Linton there. It's a simple pass. As it breaks, it's breaks on the edge of the 18-yard box, and he's just got a simple 15-yard pass into Anthony Gordon, who's running through the middle of the pitch. He'll be one-on-one, gets it horribly wrong, puts it out wide, and I think Cher's got a bit of a problem from that second header. Maybe he's going to have to come off as well.
Yeah, so I think that Cher might have to be replaced. I think that Joe Linton might be replaced because Willock has been called back. Voltemada is ready to come on as well, and now Malik Chow is being called over. So it's going to be Chow for Cher as a result of those two blows that he's got to the head, and I think we're going to see Murphy, Voltemada and Willock coming on. So potentially a quadruple change. Hurtsler did it the other day for Brighton against Man City. They were 1-0 down at home at the time, and were able to turn it round as a result of that. It brought instant dividends. Will Eddie Howe be able to do that similarly here?
I think it's really interesting now. Just looking down at Botman down to our right, he's clearly not happy that he's not coming on, but I just think he's got into that weird position with having so many injuries, Jim. There's no denying he's an unbelievable footballer, arguably their best centre-back, but you just can't trust him anymore. And I just think when you're looking down your squad now and down your bench, I think Eddie Howe's thinking, I can't trust you to come on, get up to speed and stay on for the remainder of the game. So interesting changes now. Voltemada coming on adds a different dimension. They saw Newcastle get into the final third, have a load of crosses, but no real striker in there.
So the changes will be made. Chow on for Cher because of injury. Barnes and Elanga, the wide men, replaced. The absence of Elanga potentially a bit of a surprise. Murphy coming on. Gordon will switch out to the flank. Voltemada has come on as well, and Willock for Joe Linton, as we suspected would be the case in midfield. Joe Linton was on a yellow card, and you sense that was playing on his mind a little. 17 gone second half. He's a big unit, Voltemada, the big blonde-haired striker with a moustache, which does make it look as though he's something straight out of 1982, but apparently that's fashion.
He looks like a cool kid. Really interesting that Elangas came off. I thought he had a good first half. Had a lot of progressions down his side past Martin. Maybe Murphy is a bit more game with the crosses as well, and maybe the weekends played into his mind. But again, Gordon just driving down his left-hand side.
No, they got to Bournemouth, sorry Troy, at the weekend. Bournemouth away. And then they got Bradford here in the League Cup before Arsenal come here in 10 days' time in the Premier League. They've got a free kick for a foul by Koundé on Gordon. Gordon's gone out to the left. Murphy's on the right. And Voltemada playing through the middle. Trippier is going to go across to take this free kick. 18 minutes gone in the second half. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 1. Sporting have doubled their lead at home to Kairat. Trincao has scored both of those. Eintracht Frankfurt 3-1 up at home to Galatasaray. City 1, Napoli 0 through Erling Haaland. Jason Tindall doesn't look happy. He's hands outstretched on the bench. Tonali taking this free kick, looks even less happy now. The hands stretched even wider. Tonali's overhit that by some distance, straight into the hands of the goalkeeper.
I think he's just speaking to Trippier just in front of us. He wants to just move the ball and get this Barcelona to move out of shape, and they can get in. Oh, what a ball.
And it's down towards the right-hand side for Rafinha, who goes towards the corner flag. Checks, turns away from Livramento. Can't get on the end of the back heel. Flick ball back into his path from Koundé. Then Chow took matters into his own hands with a little push. He's been able to head that cross away. Comes out for Koundé again. Koundé to Fermin Lopez. Pedri takes over. Work to his left for Gerard Martin. Rashford goes square for Pedri. Barcelona then happy just to go that little bit deeper back towards the edge of the centre circle. And Frenkie de Jong plays it forward to Kubasi, another prodigiously talented youngster at the heart of the Barcelona defence. Referee did absolutely nothing for Pedri there. He just stood in his way. Rashford, brilliant defending by the Swedish official. He's made his best contribution of the night. Pedri
This is where Newcastle don't want to be, though, isn't it, Jim? Chasing the ball, getting the game stretched, running on to Newcastle all the time. I won't be surprised if we see Hall come on for Trippier in a little while as well. Bring Livramento onto this right-hand side. Try and get a bit more pace. Try and make Rashford and Rafinha defend if they want to go away from here with a win.
Man City 2, Napoli 0. Jeremy Doku has scored the second. 2 goals in 9 minutes there. And Conte's men are a man down, 2 goals down. Bird's got to make sure that he doesn't lose possession there. Very nearly did to Rafinha. He got away with it. It's gone out of play for a Newcastle throw. So the problem with the Botman injury is that they've only got 1 change left now, so 25 minutes to go. Much as he might want to make that change at fullback and bring Lewis Hall on, he's got to be mindful of the fact that if they get another injury, they're done. They can't make any more changes after that. So
he was it 10 months last year with a knee injury, was it? I think it was a long time, and you know, you just can't take that risk. Again, he's an exceptional football player, but unless you start him, you want him to build into the game. Coming into a game like this, where the intensity's high, the emotion's high, I think it'll be a big ask for someone who spent a lot of time off.
Rashford, the goal scorer, has headed it on. He couldn't find Lewandowski. He got a second bite at the cherry that he wouldn't have expected, and then has pinged one in off the underside of the bar. That is Marcus Rashford rolling back the years in front of his international manager. As good a goal as he will ever have scored in the Champions League. Trying to flick it forward towards Lewandowski and couldn't find it. Then when it comes back to him, minimal backlift, and he has absolutely larruped it off the underside of the bar and in. And Marcus Rashford scored twice in 8 minutes, and Barcelona lead by 2-0.
Wow, what a hit this is. Marcus Rashford take about, got Tonali chasing him down. He just breaks to him on the 25 yards out, cuts on his right hand side. Tonali's pushing him to get off balance, and he just sets his sights. It's a wonderful hit, and he hits the underside of the bar, and in 25 yards out, no chance for Nick Pope. Man United fans have got the question, where has this Marcus Rashford been? Because oh my God, this is unbelievable. That talent is what we all know he can do, Jim. We know he's got that. It's because we don't see it consistently that we get frustrated. Marcus Rashford happy in an environment where he has to thrive. Unbelievable strike. Well done, you.
Well, you made the point earlier that he's probably only playing tonight because of the injury to Lamine Yamal. I don't think there is an awful lot of probably about it. He wouldn't have been playing had Yamal been fit. Back on English soil, desperate to impress. What a 10 minutes he has had. The header was good. That goal is scintillating.
Yeah, unbelievable. Again, I have this chat so many times. My only frustration with Marcus Rashford is we don't see this offered enough. And again, he is at Man United. He got rewarded for playing average at times, in my opinion. But he has the ability. There's no doubt about it. He's got the ability, Jim. And I think for England fans, we'll probably make the argument it's a World Cup year. So is this what we see? But we need to see it more regularly to fulfil the potential we know he has.
You're listening to Newcastle against Barcelona in the Champions League. It's live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. So Barcelona have lost Kabasi to injury. So the numbers that came up, that was weird. Numbers that came up, 5 and 15, and number 7 went on. They have not, the fourth official has just not got a clue what is going on. 15 is going to come on, and that is Christensen. And there's Christensen, the Danish international, former Champions League winner with Chelsea. And the other change is going to be Lewandowski coming off and Ferran Torres on to replace him. So they put the numbers ball up for Kabasi coming off, and Ferran Torres just raced on. That confused everybody, including your commentator. Christensen is on, the heart of the defence, replacing Kabasi. And Lewandowski is off, and he's been replaced by Ferran Torres, who has made one previous visit to St James's Park, and he scored a hat-trick for Manchester City. He's got 4 goals in 2 games against the Toon, and he's on for the final 20 minutes to lead the line. Newcastle 0, Barcelona 2. When that second goal went in, Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall just stood motionless. Couldn't look at each other. Couldn't catch anybody's eye. They just stood, knowing that they'd been undone by a moment of brilliance. And however you look at this, and Barcelona's canny game plan and the fact that they've had the most possession, 2-0 does not tell the story. Newcastle trying to get back into it. Murphy, high ball inside the penalty area. Goalkeeper lets it bounce. That means that Gordon can keep it in. But his first touch went the wrong way and straight out of play for a goal kick that will be taken by Barca. And Newcastle need 2 for a point with 20 minutes to go.
Jim, we spoke about at the build-up here, Asprilla having those moments for a Newcastle player to come and do it. This could be Marcus Rashford's coming out party for Barcelona. He hasn't hit the ground running at this moment in time in Spain, mainly because of Lamine Yamal getting limited time. But this is one that could endear him to the Barcelona faithful. They just now go, oh, that's why we signed him. That's the player we got. Excellent for Marcus. Very, very happy for him. Very, very happy.
Reached the quarterfinals of this competition with Villa last year in that first loan spell away from Old Trafford.
How much pressure does this put on Amorim now, by the way?
Yeah. Here's Willock. Voltemada making a run ahead of him. Willock waited too long and the crowd couldn't hide their dismay. Possession turned over and Barca get it forward quickly again for Rafinha. It's got Ferran Torres trying to make a run across the near post. He's then peeled away to the far, and the shot from Rafinha whistles just past the far post. That was close.
And that's the difference between the two teams. Really good play from Willock. It's a simple ball out to this right side to Murphy. Gets intercepted by Martin. Straight into Rashford. First time, whips it down the line. Gets Rafinha off, and they finish the action every single time. Could have scored, but a real good shot. It just keeps this Liverpool crowd knowing it's a really, really good team. Really good team.
If Newcastle were to lose this, it would only be their 4th home defeat in the last 32 European ties, which is a good record, until you consider that would be 3 in a row within that run, having lost to Dortmund and Milan a couple of years ago. Now 2-0 down in this one. But such is the format of the competition. I think the vast majority of people love it. I certainly love it. I think it's great, the way that they've rejigged the competition. But it does give that safety net. Last year, 16 points for a top 8 finish. So you can lose your first game. 5 wins and a draw and a defeat from your next 7 will take you to 16, and that gets you through, straight through, past the playoff phase. If you get 12 points, that's winning 4 or winning 3 and drawing 3 of your last 7. That will keep you alive in the competition. So there are no mortal wounds at this stage, but this will feel like a blow against the Barcelona side, who Newcastle were going toe-to-toe with for at least the opening half hour of the game and spurned a couple of good chances. Good throw from Trippier in towards Voltemada on the right-hand side of the Barca penalty area. Goal back for Newcastle completely changes things. A tall, gangly striker. Little 1-2 between him and Bruno Guimaraes. Then it's nodded down by Tonali and hitch kicked away from the edge of his own penalty area by Gerard Martin. Chow turning elegantly, getting away from Ferran Torres. Works it out towards Livramento. Just over 15 to go. Down towards Gordon. Gordon coming in off that left flank. Well, he started the game leading the line, has now gone out to the left-hand side. Voltemada, clever touch from him. Bruno Guimaraes, good save. Goalkeeper got his hands to it. It was better from Newcastle. And a lovely little flick from Voltemada around the edge of the penalty area to play in Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, having that focal point there, just allowing him to flick it round. Guimaraes was thinking about trying to get it out to Murphy, but takes a better touch, better option. Again, Marcus Rashford now with this pace and power, he just looks like a different player.
And on a hat-trick, and he's taking on Trippier. He's inside the penalty area, and he's beaten him. Beat him for pace, didn't quite have the strength to get past as well, and then Tonali is fouled, and a yellow card is shown to Fermin Lopez for his challenge, which stopped Tonali. But worryingly for Newcastle, you talked about the fact that they might want to bring Lewis Hall on, might have to bring him on now. Hopefully it's just a touch of cramp for Trippier as he sprinted to try and get back there with Rashford. But the indication from Dan Burn, who's leaning over his teammate, doesn't necessarily look that good. Trippier's back on his feet without the need for initial treatment, but the signal from Byrne appeared to suggest that they were going to have to make a change, which you would imagine would be Hall coming on and Livramento swapping flanks.
Unless they go for it, maybe go to a 3 at the back, maybe put Murphy actually at wing back. Oh, Botman's coming on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, you've called it. Botman's going to be coming on, so Trippier off, Botman on. So they'll play Botman, Byrne and Chow as 3 centre-halves. Probably drop Murphy in one side, Livramento at wing-back the other.
Yeah, and then go, and then look. Yeah, so what he's doing there, just breaking it down, he's got the 3 at the back. He's gone to the 2 in midfield with Guimaraes and Tonali, and then 2 10s as well. He's just told Gordon to come inside. So their wing-backs will be Livramento and Murphy, and then have 2 10s just inside it. He's just trying to get the message across to Gordon to come off that byline and come inside there. Just play in and around the big man, and then have your runs from deep, which hopefully with this high line of Hansi Flick you can get in on and be onside.
So Gordon playing as one of the inside forwards, and this man the other, Joe Willett. Good ball from him down towards Murphy, attacking the penalty area, but his cross hit Gerard Martin. Murphy shepherds the rebound over the line and out of play for a throw, despite the best endeavours of Pedri. 14 to go, 2-0 to Barcelona. Throw taken, and Willock retrieves it. It looks as though Newcastle had lost it. Botman finding Byrne, out to Livramento, down the line for Gordon. Voltemada in the middle, Willock is joining him. Gordon couldn't get a cross in. It was Araujo that defended it. And the referee is just going to stop play. Araujo has gone down, he's holding his knee. And it's his race run.
I think it's more calf, Jim. I think he's just cramping again. These centre backs have been asked to do so many sprints, especially because they get that high line at Barcelona. It's a 30-40 metre run every time, and just thinking he's getting a little bit of cramp now. He's chasing down Anthony Gordon, so we'll give him a little bit of a break.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was a player that there were a few concerns with coming into tonight. So Danny Olmo's going to come on, who has been linked in dispatches with a move to Newcastle. They reckon about 70 million quid. Eric Garcia, the former Man City centre-half, is waiting as well. Ball inside the penalty area, headed on by Dan Byrne, but cleared. Goes back out to Livramento. Stands the ball up. Botman has headed it, keeps it alive. Rashford's defensive header, not so good. Falls Chow's way. Chow with great persistence is able to work it around the corner. Willock with a low ball in. Goalkeeper read it well. Joan Garcia comes out, saves it on the edge of the 6-yard box. I think Eric Garcia for Araujo is a change they're going to have to make pretty quickly now. And Danny Olmo will get the opportunity to come on as well. Don't know who he will replace. Maybe Firmino, maybe Rashford.
Maybe Firmino because of the yellow card earlier, and maybe try not to get anyone sent off. But again, there, just that final ball in there from Livramento. You've got 5 big players in the box. Just have a little bit more quality. I think that'd be the disappointing thing for Eddie after the game. I want to hear what he's got to say about them as an attacking force. I think defensively, without the ball, they've been excellent. 2 wonder strikes from Marcus Rashford, one with a header, and obviously the strike we spoke about. But with the ball in that final third, it's just not been good enough.
2-0 Barcelona lead. 2-0 Man City lead Napoli over on TalkSport 2. Sporting 4, Kairat 0. Eintracht Frankfurt 5, Galatasaray 1. And also of note, Women's Champions League third qualifying round, Manchester United are through. They've beaten Brand 3-0 tonight, 3-1 on aggregate. Hat-trick from Elizabeth Turlan against her former club, seeing United through. Got 11 minutes left in this. It's 2-0 Barcelona. We'll be taking your calls on the sports bar from 10:15 tonight with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy opening the sports bar for business. 03717 223344. Newcastle fans, love to hear your reaction. How frustrated are you with what you've seen and heard tonight? 2-0. Do the positives outweigh the negatives despite the scoreline? Frankie de Jong getting the ball forward here for Fermin Lopez to Rashford. De Jong again inside the centre circle. Eric Garcia still waiting to come on. Pedri protecting the ball well under duress. And then Fermin plays it back for Araujo. Ball clipped over the top here for a decent run inside the penalty area. Botman is back making the challenge. No foul on Ferran Torres, although they were pretty irate on the Barcelona bench. They thought it was a big case to answer there. Newcastle get it forward quickly. Gordon chasing after it, but losing out to Koundé, and Newcastle now having to feed off scraps in the Barcelona final third. Since the changes have been made, I don't think anyone's got any complaints that they were made, but they have lost their shape going forward, and the chances just aren't coming now.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy. Again, just the ball over the top is the one, but they're doing it to a pass or two too early, so it's going to any one of the centre halves, that they're just going big over the top, and they're already set for that. What Barcelona don't want you to do is pass one or two times, because then that allows for them to go and press what Hansi Flick wants, and then you spin it. And Newcastle will do that great in the first half, just don't seem to be doing it that well in the second. Martin coming off as well, which again, yellow cards.
So Marcus Rashford is one of the players making way here. He'll get a big ovation from the travelling Barcelona support, which he turns and reciprocates. Dani Olmo is coming on. Big embrace for Rashford from his manager. Just got caught there, actually. That last ball off the ball with a finger underneath the eye. Dare I say it was a little bit of a Hansi flick from Malik Chow on Marcus Rashford.
Very good. Very, very good.
Did it really take till the 81-minute mark to throw that in? Barca will get it forward towards halfway. Brought back down again by Fermin Lopez. Frankie de Jong has got it, and Araujo turns it back to his goalkeeper. So he has stayed on, but Rashford just left the field, big beaming smile on his face, and haven't always seen that in recent times. Tonali bustling his way through. Frankie de Jong stops him, fouls him, gets a yellow card.
I was just about to say that, Jim. How nice it to see Marcus Rashford beaming from ear to ear. Clearly got the manager's trust. Brought him in because he knows he can get the best out of him. It can only be a good thing for England. It can only be a good thing for England. But tonight, I think we'll leave everyone with that frustrated feeling.
Yeah.
I think Man United fans will be frustrated. I think England fans on the whole will be frustrated, because when he's like this, he is unplayable. But we don't see it enough. Over the last 5, 6, 7 years, we haven't seen it enough.
Newcastle take the free kick. Gordon flicking inside the penalty area, not close to finding a man. And Newcastle set-piece delivery has been another source of disappointment tonight. They have possession on the right-hand side with Chow. He's continued his run. Murphy used him as the decoy, turned inside, and then a little reverse. He was looking for Voltemada. Barcelona cleared. De Jong. Fermin Lopez making a run from inside his own half. He's onside as it's played forward. Willock the only man back, but it was backheeled straight to him as they look for the reverse for Ferran Torres. Newcastle visibly wilting, though. They look shattered.
Murphy's been poor since he's come on. Decision making's not been great. I alluded that he would have a real good half, because he has always running in behind, but now with the formation change, they're asking him to be a little bit cuter, a little bit smarter on the ball. He just keeps giving the ball away. I think that the pace that this Barcelona team have decided to step on it from a pressing point of view has caught him off guard coming off the bench.
You're listening to Newcastle Barcelona in the Champions League. It's live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. That double Barcelona change, incidentally. Eric Garcia on for Martin and Dani Olmo for Rashford. Pedri's got the ball. And here's Eric Garcia, who made 36 appearances for Manchester City. He's playing his 120th game for his hometown club tonight. Filling in at left back, very versatile defender. I think already this season has played right across the defensive line for Flick's men. Here's Christensen, another one of the substitutes. Willock then has cynically lent into Eric Garcia as he tried to play the ball past him. He's fouled him. No yellow card, but a free kick that Barcelona will take. 6 minutes to go. The clock's ticking down pretty rapidly now, and there's no sign of a Newcastle fight back.
You'll see a lot of this. So this is where the inherent winners is what I'm going to call them. Throughout all of the system, they're used to winning. There's an expectation to win. They will just now, every opportunity they can to kill the game, to slow it down and take the sting out of this Newcastle team, they will do. Again, they'll still have to try and get a win where they can, a shot off, because they'll want to kill this game off at 2-0. They know only takes a set piece to get back into it. but Barcelona now will rack up 200-300 passes, just allowing this Newcastle team to try and come out and draw one of them out and try and get a third to put the nail in the coffin.
Pedri, De Jong, now Dani Olmo in the heart of the midfield. 3 more home games for Newcastle in this Champions League campaign, and when you've started your campaign with a home defeat, they do take on that extra importance. The next one's match day 3, Benfica, or as they are now officially called, Jose Mourinho's Benfica. Come here. We will be here for that one as well. Live commentary on TalkSport for that game in the 3rd week of October. They've got a trip to Belgium to take on Union Saint-Gilloise between now and then. Athletic of Bilbao come here, and PSV are the other team that come here. They've got Paris Saint-Germain away, match day 8, and they need to get the business done before that, you would think. And seemingly going to get off to a losing start. Everything that they're trying to do now is just going wrong. There was a long, raking ball out towards Anthony Gordon that missed him by 15 yards, and Barcelona can play out from the back pretty comfortably with Christensen.
It just shows the level, doesn't it, of the Champions League. You can play well for 60 minutes and just get killed with 2 moments of quality. I think this Barcelona team is excellent going forward. I think there's been loads of opportunities and loads of examples of the weakness that they have defensively. But I think Newcastle could be proud. I think they can come away from this with so many takeaways. It's like, okay, we can still get through this competition. We just need to tidy up in that final third, and that's probably why they didn't want to lose Isak. That little bit of extra quality, that little bit of game changer, that at the moment they're going to have to be a little bit more workmanlike to get it done.
Of course, it's all ifs, buts and maybes, as opposed to ifs, mutts and babies, which is something completely different. Ifs, buts and maybes. But had Isak been here, that early chance that fell Gordon's way, would it have been a different story? It's all completely academic, of course. Newcastle coming in off the left flank. Willock can bring it towards the edge of the penalty area and then turn. He's got Gordon making a run outside him. He's turned back the other way and he's turned into trouble, Joe Willock. The Newcastle substitutes have disappointed tonight. And Barcelona on the counter-attack might be able to set up a 4 against 3. They can. Forward they come towards the edge of the penalty area. Big moment here for Rafinha taking on Botman. Newcastle have got somebody's back. And the layback from Rafinha to Fermin Lopez sees him fire it over the bar.
And that's the difference, isn't it, between a team that's not used to being in the Champions League and a team that expect to go deep into the Champions League. The quality in that final third is all on show for Barcelona. They're just so comfortable, and they never pick the wrong pass in those moments. Newcastle turn it down there, as you just said. It's a simple pass from Willock. Just give it to Gordon, who's on the outside on his own. Weirdly turns in, trying to do too much, and then ends up losing the ball again. Guimaraes just turning away there. The ball's on to hit Murphy for the diag, straight through to the goalkeeper. Just not good enough in these final moments for me, Jim.
Yeah, they have lost their way quite substantially over the last 20 minutes. Understandable to an extent. I mean, they put so much into that opening 70 minutes. But, 10 minutes in, when they were on top and the intensity was there and the press was forcing errors and frightening the life out of the goalkeeper, we made the point back then that when you're on top like this, against opposition like this, you have to make the most of something, and they couldn't do it. And as a result, it's unravelled and got away from them as Guimaraes sends another spinning ball straight out of play with the outside of the right boot past Murphy for a throw.
Yeah, and just going back to that point, you alluded to the chance with Gordon. If Isak's there, we expect him to at least hit the target there. And it is moments in games. If you go 1-0 up in the first 10 minutes, I was at the Spurs game on Tuesday, it changes the whole atmosphere. You as players, then you start to settle, you relax. And I just feel that emotional toll of this game and playing against Barcelona has just started to wear on them in the last 15 minutes. But Barcelona players, again, serial winners, expectation, they know we just keep doing the same thing, we'll grind you down, and eventually you'll make mistakes and we'll pick you off then. So I just think it's just at moments in games and moments in time. I think Newcastle are a good team, they're not a great team yet.
This is better from them though. Bruno Guimaraes, Willock, Gordon, there's one back in the 90th minute, and maybe, just maybe there's some light at the end of the tunnel. The best Newcastle move for about half an hour. Ball played down to the right-hand side, worked in, Murphy, Willock, Gordon made the run off the left, side foots it in. It's Newcastle 1, Barcelona 2. The flag rightly stayed down. They've thrown themselves a lifeline.
First time we said in the last half an hour, some quality. What a ball from Murphy. Just played out on his right-hand side. And he feeds it in behind the back four for Gordon to come on. We talked about it in the first 10 minutes, not getting that chance away. This one he wasn't missing. Great finish. And now it's game on.
And there are 7 extra minutes.
Oh no.
Tonali with his arms up around the shoulders of Danny Olmo. I think the referee's been a little deceived there. It is a free kick that will be taken by Barcelona 20 yards outside the Newcastle box. 7 minutes of added time. And all of a sudden, a little bit of hope where there was none.
Also now you'd expect every free kick, every ball to go in the box, make it uncomfortable. The big man has done well for him, hasn't he? Up top, he's given them a base to link the play off. Again, doesn't offer you that running in behind, but it gives you a base. It makes the two centre halves of Barcelona become legit and real and have to try and press.
And now Barca, as you would expect them to do, as you would want them to do if you were one of their supporters, are managing the situation. They're taking the sting out of it. The resumptions are tardy. Murphy has gone in there. Eric Garcia's gone in. Eric Garcia is down hurt. You could easily have seen the free kick go the other way there. And Murphy with a look of incredulity across his face when the referee gave the free kick to Barcelona.
This is the bit of football that infuriates me. Yes, they're Barcelona, but there's a linesman, there's a fourth official. We're right behind that. That's never a foul. But the Barcelona players now playing on that. They're going to go down, they're going to claim for everything. This needs the referee to be a bit stronger here, be a bit braver, because there's no way that that's a foul.
Garcia plays the ball forward. That's not a foul either. Botman in really strongly. Hansi Flick using his managerial experience, trying to convince the referee every time one of his players goes down, trying to get in the ear of the fourth official. Barca are going to make a change, and they're going to be bringing on Marc Casado. Defensive midfielder. He started the first 7 Champions League ties last season. He's a Spanish international. He's only got a couple of caps for his country. He'll replace Fermin Lopez, who is leaving the field as slowly as he can. Meanwhile, I think it's Graham Jones on the Newcastle bench got booked. Eddie Howe's backroom staff not at all happy with Barcelona time wasting and the way that they're going down. Something was said, and Graham Jones from the coaching staff has been cautioned. 3.5 minutes of added time played, 3.5 to go, but we're going to see more yet after that. Here's Pedri, right hand side of the penalty area for Barcelona. Rafinha pulling it back towards the edge of the box. Another opportunity for them to try and work it inside that penalty area where Ferran Torres is waiting. Played out towards Koundé, but it doesn't get there. It does it the second time of asking from Casado. Pedri again, he's been brilliant tonight. Such an understated way, but he's been magnificent. Newcastle win it back. Long one over the top from Livramento. Gordon has to let it bounce. Voltemada makes a run ahead of space on the Newcastle right for Murphy. Didn't come close to finding it. Livramento's been excellent, wins it back. Has to check his run to stay onside. Gordon feathers it into his path. Back from him to Tonali. 20 yards outside the penalty area. Newcastle in possession, but it's come off Tonali and out for a throw to Barcelona.
And just the way that they pressed, Tonali turned out there, went to go back to Dan Burn, and Rafinha was already there, just cut off the pass. Again, I know Newcastle, it's been added time and they feel they've got to get to it, but they've just got to add a little bit of calm when they get into the final third. Barcelona being excellent players, going down, buying fouls, in no rush, eating up clock. As I said earlier, Jim, it needs a little bit of a stronger referee here to get it going, because if this stops at 7 minutes, it's embarrassing. They've been down for 3 of the minutes already.
Yeah, it can't possibly. Well, it should. Well, it shouldn't possibly. is what I should have said. Christensen in possession, wants to go back to his goalkeeper. Man City have won. They've beaten Napoli by 2-0. It's a really poor clearance from the goalkeeper, but he got it towards halfway. Newcastle with the player down hurt. Play goes on. Barcelona 3 against 3 again. They're inside the penalty area. He's laid back. Dani Olmo, great save from Pope. It's an outstanding stop that keeps Newcastle's faint hope alive. Botman then volleys it away, but surely it should have been a free kick to Newcastle upfield.
Absolutely. Again, for all the fouls that have been given for Barcelona, that's a foul on Tonali, but what a save from Nick Pope. Again, great play from Rafinha down that right hand side, feeds the ball into Olmo. He gets a lovely strike down into the bottom corner. Nick Pope, great strong hand to it. Newcastle need to regroup here. They're chasing, they're getting very frustrated, but this is what Barcelona want. They play to keep the ball. They don't mind having all the possession, but you've got to be a little bit brave, a little bit smarter, get the ball and then just be calm afterwards. Easier said than done, obviously, Jim.
Yeah, minute to go. We reckon it probably should be at least 2 minutes to go yet. But Newcastle need the ball if they're going to create one last chance. They might be able to now. No, it's going to be a corner. A right-footed rasping drive from about 25 yards out, really well struck by Ferran Torres, and it took a deflection on its way through that saw it dip alarmingly quickly, but it cleared Pope's bar. It's gone out of play for a corner. Clearly Barca in absolutely no hurry to take this whatsoever. The assistant referee has walked onto the pitch just to remind Rafinha of his responsibilities, that the game isn't up yet, and he's got to actually pretend that he's interested in taking this corner.
But you can't have the fourth official, the linesman coming on the pitch saying hurry up and he carries on walking. You've got to book him at that point.
Rafinha takes the corner short, gets it back, has a shot. Pope saved it. Now they've got to get it forward quickly. One last chance. The 7 minutes are up. How much longer is going to be at it? Chow being pulled back. It's got to be a yellow card, surely. Good one to take from Casado. It's a professional foul. Just wanted to break it up and let Barca get their defensive shape back. And the 7 minutes are up, and Hansi Flick is complaining, but they've made a change in this 7 minutes, so that has to add 30 seconds on before you've even contemplated the time wasted.
And 10 seconds before they took the corner, he was saying to his centre-backs, 2 more minutes left. Funny how the time goes faster when you don't have the ball, isn't it?
He's doing what he needs to do. I'd want my manager to do the same. He knows he's wrong, though. Pope with the ball forward, looking for Botman. Can't find Voltemada. Poor clearance. Falls Livramento's way. He can't find a way through, but it's a Newcastle ball over on the far side. They've got to get one match ball off the field so that Livramento can take a throw with the other. And the delay in getting the first match ball off has seen Pedri booked. All on this then. A Livramento long throw inside the penalty area, and Newcastle have got 7 forward in black and white to attack it. Livramento arches the back, hurls it in. Byrne trying to flick it on, half cleared by Olmo. Right-footed effort through a crowd. Goalkeeper can only have seen it late, but he made a comfortable save. Joan Garcia got his hands behind it, and Barcelona believe now that they are there. Garcia kicks it upfield and then punches the Tyneside sky in delight. It's a win for Barcelona on a night where Marcus Rashford produced 2 moments of brilliance, one of them quite spectacular, to win the game for his new club. Newcastle, excellent for the vast majority of the first half, lost their way in the second, particularly after the deadlock was broken. Anthony Gordon threw them a lifeline. They never really looked like taking it, albeit that Garcia had to make a save with the last touch of the night. Newcastle off to a losing start, and Barcelona have beaten them by 2-1. What a night, though, of Champions League football here in Newcastle.
You're listening to the Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. I mean, I've just been sat here watching, obviously, and I'm exhausted just watching it, Troy. It has been a game that has certainly had everything in terms of just sheer commitment from both sides.
Yeah, I think it's a game that Barcelona will be happy with. Obviously they got the win, but I think there's so many positives for Newcastle to take away from that. Yes, they scored right at the end, but there's a quality element to it that Eddie Howe will be disappointed with. In that final third, they got into really good areas, but they just weren't clinical enough. And I think they can take loads of positives because defensively, the press all worked. But again, set pieces, they were poor. They were much bigger than Barcelona and never really caused them any problems. And then the crosses in the final third. If it wasn't for Murphy with the cross, all the subs who came on as well were really poor. Didn't offer too much more. So again, loads of positives for Newcastle. Them and their fan base will feel this was one that maybe they could have nicked a draw. But for Barcelona, they just showed the quality of winners. They keep doing the same things. They manage the game exceptionally well for a young team. When it got to 7 minutes and it was one goal in it, I think they got 15 fouls, made a sub. They must have eaten up 5 minutes of clock. Really, really impressive. And again, we have to say it. We give him stick, but Marcus Rashford delivered today. He was excellent today, and it's great to see him smiling. He's just down below us, absolutely smiling. Gritty from ear to ear. Long may that continue, not only for him, but for England.
I mean, building up to this game, we talked about rolling back the years with Faustina Asprilla, but it did feel like Marcus Rashford rolled back the years with that performance as he picks up the Player of the Match award.
Yes, it did. Again, is it a complete 90? I'd probably argue not, but you don't need to. When you've got, as a forward player, if we could have the impact on the games, he had two massive chances, a header and a shot. Both of them went in. The shot was unbelievable. One of the best goals I've seen live. He's getting pushed off balance as well from Tonali. Hits a wonderful shot across his body, inside the bar and in. But again, it's just, I go back to it, just seeing him smile. How many interviews have we seen at Man United where he just looks like he's carrying the weight of the world? Again, not to make it about Man United, but for here at Barcelona, it's a foundationally set. Come here, work hard, deliver. We expect to win. And I think Marcus Rashford will thrive in that, and I hope it does long term. But I do believe once Lamine Yamal comes out, he's going to have to get used to coming off the bench and adding that type of quality all the time, because Lamine Yamal is just a special footballer. And
I know obviously he's not playing in that central forward role, but we often talk about forwards, they're there to score goals, and that's what he delivered today in front of Thomas Tuchel as well. Absolutely. Again, I think we said this on our show a couple of weeks back. For me, he's on the plane already. He's already going. Why? Because Tuchel loves him. What he offers is the pace, the power. Do I think he deserves it? On tonight's showing, absolutely. Over the course of the last year, definitely not. But the manager has been brought in to do a job, and when you get these performances from Marcus Rashford, we only need one of these in a late stage game, a quarter-finals, a semi-finals, hopefully a final, and no one will care how he's played for the last year. I just hope for him, being in this environment, with this type of people, with this type of manager, with the demand, with the expectation, it takes him to the level we knew he could do. And away from England and the spotlight that's been on him over here, really. No, because there's got to be much more spotlight in Barcelona. But maybe different though, maybe slightly different. It's more intense out there. Just ask Trent Alexander-Arnold. Yeah, it's intense out there. But my point is, he's not the star player. They're looking at Lamine Yamal, they're looking at Rafinha, they're looking at the homegrown players. Yeah. It gives him an opportunity to shine in that environment, but also because they've all came through there and a lot of the players are homegrown, they're not going to allow him to get away with things he could get away with at Man United. And I've always said this, it's not Marcus's fault that he was allowed to get away with it. It's structurally at Man United what he was allowed to get away with, and in that he was rewarded for being mediocre. And now we're hopefully going to see the best of him, and that, if that happens, I will be the first one on air, on radio, on newspaper, on Instagram if I have to say I was wrong. And I'm happy to do that, only if he keeps performing like he did today. Well, it's time now for us to pick our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The UK's #1 football experience.
Kick-off live on Talk Sport.
The Here for It hero on Talk Sport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Well, Troy, you've got to deliver now. Who's your standout performer?
It's not going to be Marcus Rashford.
Okay, I thought that was going to be the one. Okay.
It's going to be Pedri.
Okay.
When you watch a game of football and you see a young man, over 200 games, I think Jim said he's played already for Barcelona. And then sometimes you watch players and they just rise above everybody else. He never gave the ball away, demanded the ball in every tight area. You name it, I don't remember him giving the ball away. I'm just looking at Jim. Did he give the ball away, Jim?
I'm just looking at the stats. So pass accuracy was only 91%. I would have thought it was even higher than that. 113 touches. He won 10 of his 13 ground duels, but he was just, that doesn't begin to tell the story, does it? It was his composure. He could receive the ball under duress, players around him, and he would make something happen. He was, the ones that he's been marked down on there would be almost impossible situations that he was played in. He just exuded quality. A brilliant performance.
Yeah, and I've played against some exceptional players in my time, and when you play against like Kevin De Bruyne at his best, Yaya Toure, David Silva, Ozil, and you just go, how did he get out of there? I did that watching today. Like, there was certain moments he's just picking the ball up. He's excellent. I want to give Marcus an honourable mention. The 2 moments of quality were great. But again, if you're looking at it as a whole performance, he did have a couple of moments in the first half where we saw the ugly, but we saw the quality as well. But for me, Pedri just rose himself above everybody else by 5 or 10%, and that's why for me he's man of the match.
All right, that was our Here For It hero, man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The Here For It hero on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here For It. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Okay, over at the Etihad then, Manchester City got off to a winning start.
City will get us underway. They'll be kicking towards the south stand as Haaland tries to make tracks downfield. The challenge that comes in, but the ball was won by Di Lorenzo, says the referee. Haaland thinks otherwise. Lorenzo's gone to ground, and out comes the red card for Giovanni Di Lorenzo. Napoli are down to 10 men on the 20-minute mark. Ball flicks into the area. Haaland suddenly heads it over the keeper, and that gets rid of all the frustration for Pep Guardiola and his team, because now Erling Haaland has 50 Champions League goals in record time in this competition. The guy's just a phenomenon. Oh, lovely turn from Doku at the edge of the area, weaving his way through. Doku, oh, what a goal! What a magnificent individual effort from Jeremy Doku. Oh, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant, and an outstanding finish at the end of it. He's deserved that. And the referee decides enough is enough, and Manchester City get off and running with 3 points against difficult opponents in Napoli. They win it by 2-0.
You're listening to Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes, 18 and over, gambleaware.org. Well, Mickey Gray was on commentary duty on TalkSport 2 alongside Ian Danter for that game at the Etihad. He can join us now to reflect upon it. Mickey, 2-0 then it finished to Manchester City. What did you make of that game?
Yeah, it probably ended up being an easy night for Manchester City, Natalie, as certainly when Napoli went down to 10 men after the red card from Di Lorenzo in 20 minutes, and they just had to find a way and be patient at breaking down a very stern back line of Napoli tonight. And the brilliance of Phil Foden, the finish from Erling Haaland certainly did that to get them off and running, and then the second one from Jeremy Doku was just a completely different goal altogether, but the magic he showed inside the 18-yard area and the finish was absolutely sublime, and he's shown really good form at the moment. I think Pep Guardiola will be pleased because these players could kind of down tools a little bit after that, because they know they've got a big game at the weekend. He was able to make a lot of changes, but I think the performance tonight was a professional performance. I wouldn't say it was fantastic, but they got the job done in the end.
Indeed. Wasn't quite the homecoming that Kevin De Bruyne hoped for, though, was it?
No, and I think everybody in the stadium was actually disappointed. You know, he showed signs of, those long balls that he plays over the top. He did a couple of them while he was on the pitch, but to be able to leave the pitch at the time he did, because he had to make changes, Antonio Conte, when they did go to 10 men, it was a real gutter blow, to be honest with you, because I wanted to see more of him. I think everybody in the stadium wanted to see more of him, but you see the reception he got as he came out and as he left the pitch, and at the end as well, he did the full circle, applauded the whole stadium. It was absolutely brilliant. He deserves it. He's an iconic figure here.
Troy, let me ask you, Erling Haaland scored tonight. That's his 12th goal in 7 games for City and Norway this season. His 50th Champions League goal in just 49 games. As Jim was telling us in commentary, the quickest player to reach that milestone. So for you, is he the best pound-for-pound striker currently?
He's the best goal scorer and the best poacher. I'll always take Isak. I think Isak can do, he's probably a throwback, he can do everything well. I don't see a real weakness in his game. I think Haaland will always talk about his link-up play and with his back to goal, but that goal record he has is frightening. It is frightening, and everyone who plays fantasy football, you keep him in. Anyone who's going to watch a game, you put a bet on him. You just know he's going to score. So while Man City have that, and now they have Donnarumma at the other end, for me, they're always going to be in games. They're always going to be there. And if they can click, I'm sure Mickey can add better to this, but if they can click and get it all right, then they'll be a real force both in the Premier League and in Europe.
Well, I think they still look a little bit vulnerable defensively, Troy, Man City. I don't think they're the finished article by a long stretch when you look at the two young fullbacks they had tonight. But going back to your argument of, well, not an argument, debate, I suppose, from Erling Haaland and Alexander Isak, I just look at what Haaland's won in his career, and he's still a young centre forward. He's basically done it all, and he's going to do a lot more. I mean, his record, 50 Champions League goals in 49 games. He's broken Ruud van Nistelrooy's record, who took him 62 games, and that's 13 less for Erling Haaland. I mean, how many is he going to have by the end of his career? I think he's equal to Thierry Henry's 49 Champions League goals tonight. So it just shows the numbers what this guy is achieving, and people can criticise him, his build-up play and what he does outside of the game, but he's not bothered. He's just a goal machine. And Isak is an outstanding player, rightly so, and he's going to tell us how good he is in a Liverpool shirt, because he's going to be given the opportunity to show us how good he is. But you can't look any further than Erling Haaland. If you want to win football matches and you want somebody to score goals, he is the go-to man.
Mickey, thank you very much. Also to Ian Danta, who joined us earlier before the game kicked off at the Etihad. My thanks also to Troy and to Jim as well here at St James's Park. A reminder for you that TalkSport has its own bespoke European football show with Danny Kelly and Andy Brassell. You can listen to Trans Euro Express at 9 p.m. on Sundays. It's also available as a podcast on the TalkSport app or via your favourite podcast platforms. That's Trans Euro Express on TalkSport every Sunday evening, reviewing the best in football from the continent. Don't forget, on Saturday lunchtime we will bring you an exclusive commentary of the first Merseyside derby of the season. That comes live from Anfield on game day. Get your calls into the lads now, though, on the Sports Bar to have your say on tonight's results. Jamie and Jason will be waiting. So Manchester City started their Champions League campaign with a 2-0 win over Napoli, and right here at St James's Park, well, a Marcus Rashford double inspired the visitors to victory despite Anthony Gordon's late consolation as it finished Newcastle 1, Barcelona 2.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ gambleaware.org.
MyMotorworld.com.
Do you need protection and gloss for your car? Use new CarPlan Demon Shield. Get up to 6 months of brilliance in just 10 minutes with a simple spray and wipe. CarPlan Demon Shield, the smart paint work sealant for your car. Let the demon do the work. Buy now at mymotorworld.com. mymotorworld.com.
Check out PayPal. 3% cash back on my day out to the beach. I got cash back on a train ticket to Brighton. Ow! Ow! And I used PayPal to buy this speaker. Get ready for some Brighton rock. Last month I got cash back on this sweet portable barbecue. How do you want your burger? Medium, rare, wet?
Your trusted way to pay. Now with 3% cash back all summer. Sign up in the app. Check out PayPal. Promo ends 30th of September. Activate offer in the app and select a category each month. Max £15 per month. T's and C's apply.
Yo, football fans, listen up. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18+. Please gamble responsibly.
Join EE, the UK's fastest growing broadband provider today.
Why is so many people joining?
For starters, you get up to £300 to leave your current contract.
So I can leave now, with 7 months left.
Exactly. And Wi-Fi controls means back-to-school bedtimes are a breeze.
Right. I need some of this.
Well, then join the broadband switchers choosing EE.
Up to £300 credited to your EE account. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims. New customers, 56% availability, 24 months terms apply.
When you're growing a small business, you need someone who understands the ins and outs. And whether you're a tailor or an accountant, you need the tools to succeed. With an HSBC small business banking account, you'll have free accounting tools and access to our business specialists, virtually or in person. Because whatever your small business looks like, we're with you all the way. Search HSBC Small Business Banking Account to get started. Subject to application, eligibility, credit check and T's and C's. Visit hsbc.co.uk for details.
Sunday, traditionally a day of rest. Time to reflect on the week gone by. But not for the TalkSport Bet Boffins, because they've been beavering away again to bring you yet another sensational Sunday Super Boost. Arsenal versus Manchester City. Both teams to score. Current price 5-8. Super boosted price 5-4. TalkSport Bet. Busy broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. Offer available from 8 a.m. Sunday the 21st of September. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Separate your buttocks from your Beckenbauers and play Power Pro with Einheld Pro Power Tools on TalkSport. Identify different Deutsche Football Heroes every day to win ein fantastisch All-Star VIP Bayern München Mega Adventure and a cool, cordless Einheld Pro Twin Kit. Enter now at TalkSport.com/win and play Power Pro all next week and drive on TalkSport with Einheld Pro Power Tools. The new kit on the block.
Champions League live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
On DAB, on the app, and on your smart TV.
Supercharged, super confident, super strength, late night football talk.
You are absolutely deluded.
It's the nation's favourite sports speakeasy, where for some reason, it's always your round. The Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport.
All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. I'm Jamie O'Hara. Over there, Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Newcastle? Anyhow, can you hear me anyhow? You must have won a hell of a beating on deck. Cheryl Cole, I beat the final boss. You must have won a hell of a beating. The best fans of the world. Can you hear me, best fans of the world? You must have won a hell of a beating. Jason Tindall, Matt Hancock, the top palace. Can you hear me, top? You must have won a hell of a beating. Shirley Obi, Angel North, Alan Shearer, Sam Fender, Steve Harmison, Sam Fender, Stevie Harmison, Sam Fender. Can you hear me, Alexander Isak? You must have won only left. You must have won a hell of a beating. Peter the Newcastle man, Nuki Brown, Ale, Greggs. Can you hear me, Greggs? You must have won a hell of a beating.
Scored so many goals. Something wrong with you. Oh, the Champions League game week is over, and we'll get into Chelsea getting spanked as well, but loads of action tonight. Marcus Rashford, oh my word, what a performance he put in. United fans, how you feeling? You got to be happy for him. You know, you got to be happy. He's one of your own. Gone and done the business tonight for Barca, a proper team. Elsewhere, Haaland, he continues crazy goal-scoring form tonight. They each passed Napoli. Newcastle, though, outclassed on the night. We'll get into it. Give us a call. 03 717 22 3344. Hello, mate. How are you?
You all right, matey?
I'm good. Big night, Champions League action.
Another big night. 3 on the spin.
No, it's been great. Good stuff. What did you make of it? I mean, look, we watched the Newcastle. That was the main one because it was a big night for them.
Yep. Started well.
Started all right.
Started really well. They
run out of gas.
Well, they do that well, actually, Newcastle. They get the crowd up. They're on the front foot. I think that's why Anthony Gordon might have started. That high energy, that high press. And for the first 20 minutes, Newcastle at them. Really at them. They were battling down the hatches, Barca.
Yeah.
And then they weather the storm, and then Pedri starts getting on the ball, and they start stroking it about. Yeah. But I still felt that Newcastle had the measure of them. I still felt that Newcastle were very much where they wanted to be. Second half, again, started well. They pushed pressure on the edge of the box. Didn't really threaten, though, did they? No. Harvey Barnes had that one chance early in that, midway through the first half.
Anthony Gordon missed one as well.
Anthony Gordon's missed. Yeah. And
Langer was causing all sorts of problems.
Early start of the game. Yeah. They were electric, Newcastle. And then the tempo drops inevitably. You can't keep that up. It's impossible to keep that level of intensity. We saw something similar against Liverpool. Liverpool gets the goal and then things change. But you can't do that for 90 minutes, mate. It's hard to do it for 20 minutes. To that energy.
Do you think they kill themselves sometimes playing at that tempo so early on and then they run out of gas a little bit? Because I see it happen. Look, it's an amazing way to start a game, and I understand it with the atmosphere and everything. But if you don't score, you almost then run out of gas.
Then you felt they got their breather. They sat in their shape, quite rigid. Eddie Howe's
obviously a brilliant tactically coached way he coaches, so tactically gets them right. But then Barca, I felt, got into their groove. But it's I understand why they start like that, because they want to be on the front foot. They want to set the tone.
I know.
If they do get an early goal, you can only imagine what that might feel like for Barca. Wow, what are we in for here?
Yeah.
It never came. And then you get to half-time and they started again. And then Rashford pops up with, brilliant header.
Oh, the first goal was a great goal.
It's a much better header than people
better.
think. The second one was unbelievable.
Yeah.
The second one. And after that, it felt like Newcastle lost their way. They've done well to get themselves back into it, by the way.
They gave themselves a chance.
They gave themselves too little too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was.
And I think you just have to accept that over the 90 minutes, that bit of quality that they lacked up top, Barca had in Marcus Rashford. Actually, I felt Trippier, first half, at the measure of him. So a lot of the ball, Rashford, didn't quite do enough damage. Trippier played well. Second half, there was only one winner.
Yeah. I mean, he's got that in the locker, hasn't he? He's just got that class in him.
In front of Tuchel as well.
Yeah, I know. Well, look, we know Tuchel likes him anyway because he brought him straight back into the squad. But
you do it on that big stage, and there would have been pressure on Marcus because he would have known that everyone in England would be looking at him, and he'd have known Tuchel's up there.
Yeah.
So it was a big night for him.
It was a night of him to say, "I've arrived at Barcelona," wasn't it?
Well, he certainly did that.
It was his night tonight.
He certainly did that, and I just wonder what the Man United fans are thinking now, because
they've got to be happy for him, surely.
Well, I think some will be. I think most of them will be like, well, where was that? Why didn't we see that player?
He's playing in a rubbish team now. He's playing for a proper team.
That's fair.
Do you know what I mean?
I think
now he's getting the ball in the right area.
I think that's fair, matey. But I think Newcastle fans have come away and look, they will almost certainly qualify, right, for the knockout stages. I feel I can't imagine there's a world where Newcastle don't. It's the first game. If you're going to lose one, and it's probably, without seeing the rest of the game, probably the toughest game they're going to have. Right?
Yeah.
It's disappointing. It's the first game, mate. Move on. If you're going to lose one, lose the first, so you know exactly what you've got to do. I think they'll be fine.
Okay, let's go to Dom. He's a Newcastle fan. All right, Dom?
Right, Dom?
Good evening, boys. How are we?
All
right, is it the game?
Yeah, just walking back to my car now.
Yeah, what do you make of it? I mean, look, great start, but just didn't get the goal.
Mate, they are the best team that I've ever seen come play at St James's Park. Without doubt. The difference in quality was unreal. Their calmness on the ball. I thought tonight we were probably a little bit erratic. I think first half, we were the better team by far. Really took the game to him, but I think exactly what you said, O'Hara, there's a little bit of naivety. I think we just tired ourselves out. You could see that. Last 10 minutes of the first half, Bruno's knackered. Gordon, through the most part of the game, to be fair, Gordon looked completely disinterested, which was it's frustrating.
I notice it a lot with Newcastle, and I get it. It's, the atmosphere, it's electric. The fans, the club, Champions League. It's a big night. But the way you approach a game, it's almost like it's so frantic and so like, right, gung-ho football, we're going to go after them. But if you don't get that goal, all of a sudden the team, it kind of falls a bit flat. And then you can't keep that up for 90 minutes.
I think there's a line there, though, Jamie. I think, yes, there's a franticness about it, but I also think it's very tactically clever because it's a very intense press. That first 5 or 10 minutes, Joan Garcia, he didn't know what to do with the ball when he came to him. He was scared. The Barca defence, they could not get out in that first 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that there is a difference between it being frantic and panicky almost and it being actually a very clever, intense press, which I think is what we do so well.
No, it was good, but he didn't score. That's the problem. Do you know what I mean?
No, and I get that.
And then when you do drop off, Barcelona then really, they just outclassed you.
Well, 100%. Mate, there's a difference in quality between them and us.
Yeah.
Without doubt.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, you have to give them all the credit in the world. They're the League champions.
Yeah, of course. Right, of course.
They're the toughest team all playing this league phase. We've got 3 winnable games at home now with Bilbao, PSV, and...
Yeah, you'll be fine.
The other one escaped today. But I think we'll be all right. But, we missed the striker tonight in that first half. You have a striker on the pitch, different game.
Why didn't he?
You got Benfica the other game, by the way.
I think Benfica, that's the one.
Mourinho.
I think the reason he didn't go with a striker tonight, obviously Gordon is suspended for Bournemouth at the weekend. Voltemade complained when he came off on Saturday against Wolves saying that he had cramps.
Right.
It's a big change for Voltemade to come into this league, which is so physical and so aggressive and so fast-paced compared to the Bundesliga.
I just wonder also,
it takes a bit of time to adapt.
Gordon leads the press well, doesn't he? He's one of those that will give you absolutely everything. And now I've seen Newcastle do this before. I remember the PSG game a couple of seasons ago. That that energy and intensity, that can win you matches if you get the first goal. And it can really frighten the opposition, really set the tone. And when the goal doesn't come, then you have to get a breather. And we all saw about halfway through that first half, that's where they get back into the shape and they're having a breather. And they make sure we don't. But Barca slowly but surely grew into it. But I don't know. I think Newcastle fans should be quite proud of what they did and how they went about it. Fortunately for them, if they had a Marcus Rashford in their team, right? And let's be honest, they've got good players, but someone that can put the ball in the back of the net from what he did with the header and that strike.
Yeah. Isak would have been good.
Oh, why have you done that? Why are you being nasty? You can see where Isak left now, right? He played for Liverpool. I mean, Liverpool are going to go close. They're going to go deep in this competition.
Yeah.
You can understand. I think,